Come on, Ruby. Come on. Morning. Just getting started here if you're swiping through lives. Going to be talking about some political stuff. Today we're not going to talk about as much of the typical stuff. We're going to cover some different angles, which hopefully will be interesting for people. Plus you can ask any questions you like. If you'd like me to cover a particular issue, feel free to ask. Not that I'm some be-all end-all, but I'm just a guy with his own thoughts. But usually we have an interesting conversation around some of this stuff. Happy Saturday to everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful time wherever you may be. Your family is safe and sound. And, that we're being sympathetic for other people who aren't in that situation. Because, for every 10 of us that are doing great, there are probably 1,000 people that are dealing with, or maybe more than that are dealing with a lot of hardships. Of course, we know what's happening in Gaza and in the West Bank, which we'll talk about a little bit today. But just around the world can be a tough place. I mean, in a lot of places, people where the other side of imperialism, people like me, I'm on the side that doesn't have to deal with the problems. But there are a lot of people that are on the other side of imperialism. And all they do is get a bad deal. They have corrupt leadership. They live a tough life. They're exploited. Their country's a mess, politically, socially, economically. It's tough. Most people have very tough lives. That's why, if you're coming across somebody, a guy yesterday got really mad at me for something. He called me some really harsh names, and I just looked at him and I smiled and I said, "Hey, I hope you're having an okay day." It's just sometimes people are just having a rough time, So we just never know. Anyway, so what we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about the economic system in the United States. There's a lot of challenges people are having right now, and we're going to go through some of that. We're going to talk about just in general capitalism and the way that society currently functions, where everything's for profit, which can sometimes be a good thing for innovation and hard work, but it can also be a bad thing when it comes to pitting people against each other and some of the other things we'll talk about. So if you want to come up and speak about this issue, if you're someone who likes to talk about these issues, come on up. We can have a quick panel. I'll bring up, there's someone named Eagle. Eagle, I'm going to bring you up in just a sec. We're going to let a few more people filter in. But happy Saturday to everybody. I hope you're doing well wherever you may be. I'm on the East Coast of the United States. If you have no idea who the hell I am, if you're someone just kind of scrolling through and like, who the hell is this guy in the gray shirt? My name is Chip Barnes. I'm a 57-year-old former Army veteran. I was an officer in the 3rd Armored Division, which is tanks. I served in Germany, and then our unit got deployed to the first Gulf War. I saw direct combat on the front lines. It's not something you ever want to go through, trust me. And spent about 6 months in theater. We got there Christmas Eve, which was, I'll never forget. These are dates you don't forget in your life. Christmas Eve of 1990. And we left mid-May of 1991. So we were there about right around 6 months. And, war is a very strange thing. You sit around a lot and you don't do much. But anyway, back to my bio really quickly. So I've been mostly an entrepreneur my life, and I'm somebody who's always studied geopolitics. I was a political science major. And I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict quite out of the blue when I was 21, just before I graduated college, just before I went into the Army. One of my classmates happened to do a presentation on the issue, the First Intifada, which happened in 1987. This presentation was in 1989. And it just completely shook my view of the issue. I had no idea how much hardship the Palestinian people had to go through. I always heard a different story. And so that story obviously upset me, because I was like, what the WTF? This is bullshit. And I understand there's arguments to be made on both sides. You can get mad at the retaliation stuff, the violence, the buses, the cafes. I mean, I'm not for any of those things, but I understand why someone would lash out when their own civilians are being harmed regularly. It's happening right now. Again, these are just more civilians, and I'll get into that. But anyway, so I'm somebody who came onto TikTok right around the time the conflict started back in October of last year. And I talk to a lot of political issues. I do focus a lot on the Israel-Palestine issue because it's something I have a lot of familiarity with. But I talk about Ukraine, Russia. I talk about, other things as best I can based on what little I know about them sometimes. If you're new here, I run my panels a little differently than most other hosts. I give people a chance to come up, speak their mind, have a chance to say something uninterrupted within reason. If somebody's using cuss words or being disrespectful to others, I usually will put the kibosh on that. But absent that, if you're willing to be civil, you get a chance to say whatever you want, even if I vehemently disagree, and vice versa. The only way we're ever going to have peace is if we can talk things out, and I try to be an example for how that might function. And let's face it, anybody can get on a panel with a bunch of people and just kind of make fun of the other guys and be like an echo chamber. I don't think that's any fun. Doesn't really further the dialogue. So that's kind of me in a nutshell. Geopolitics, some life stuff, but mostly geopolitics. If you're interested in that kind of thing, give me a follow, and we'll talk. Somebody says, will there ever be an end? Will we ever be able to end Zionism? I think that most things in life, if they're challenging and problematic, work themselves out. I think that sometimes when a movement or a mindset is very arrogant, self-serving, selfish, and harmful to others, that mindset tends to go away on its own because it's just a very negative thing. And I think that's the case with Zionism. And I think because of the decisions being made by the leadership, how sort of over the top they've been, I think they're going to collapse under their own weight of problems. And I think that's probably, I hate to say it, but when somebody, if somebody behaves like a jackass and they're driving like a madman and they get pulled over by the cops and they get like a speeding ticket and they lose their license for a year, you don't feel badly for that person. You're like, you're being an idiot. And similarly, and not that you can compare driving to what we're seeing, but when you indiscriminately murder civilians for many decades, but you do it on a mass scale because you get the opportunity to, that's going to cause you some problems. It just is. Not only is it not a good look, no matter how you want to try to spin it, but it's a mass murder. And we just heard a report from a British entity, I forget the name, I think it's called The Lancet, and they estimate that because of the what they call non-violent deaths or non-combat deaths, that there could be as many as 150,000 Palestinians that are going to end up dying from this, even if the fighting sort of tapered off right now, just because of how all the damage that was done to medical facilities and the infrastructure being destroyed and the medical aid not being readily available in all places. The Israelis are still blocking the Rafah border crossing. I just read an article last night that said that drivers are literally sitting with trucks and their goods are starting to spoil. They've been there for over 50 days, which is almost 2 full months. Imagine sitting on a border truck, in a truck, living out of the back of your truck and just sitting there, and a foreign army won't let you bring in the aid that's desperately needed because they control the border. Right, Chip, that's your goal. Listen, my goal isn't anything particular. I don't have a personal goal. What my personal desire is for there to be a peaceful resolution. If Zionism continues to exist in its current form within a more constrained manner, where it's not doing some of the things we're seeing, then I don't. Who am I to say anything about that? I mean, if people want to have that mindset, as long as they're not imposing that mindset and exhibiting behavior that is projected by that mindset, then I don't care what people think. So if there are people within Israel who are, on the further right that are what I consider to be Jewish supremacists, and they believe that they're God's chosen people and they believe they have a right to a certain amount of land, well, hey, have some of the land. Just share the land. Don't try to take it all over for yourself. And if you're going to take part of it, give somebody else another part of it and offer peace. That's it. And these ideas that these peace offerings have been somewhat decent in the past is just not true. If you study the details of the actual negotiations, they're often glossed over publicly saying, oh, this is the Israeli perspective. We've offered the Arabs peace multiple times, 5 times, 8 times, some people say, and all they've done is reject it because they want all the land for themselves, and they're religious fundamentalists, and all they want to do is be violent and get rid of the Jewish people. This is what we hear. The only problem is that rhetoric is not confirmed by reality. And here's why I say that. So there was a charter back in 1988 that the H Group, and by the way, the H Group, just so you know, they do not represent the Palestinian people. They don't. They are a political entity that was voted into power in Gaza in 2006 because people were tired of the Palestinian Authority and the PLO's track. That track was leading them to a never-ending, slow but steady Chinese water torture, so to speak, of land dispossession and marginalization and oppression. So some people decided, hey, we don't want to continue doing the same old because it's not getting us anywhere. So they decided to take a break. It's almost like when the Americans voted for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's not your everyday, cut from the establishment guy. So they decide, okay, well, we've had Clinton, we've had Bush, we've had Obama. These are all establishment people. Let's try something else. Unfortunately, that something else turned into something that hasn't had elections since. But they're not, listen, this is what always happens. People say when they're talking about this issue that H group is the problem. H group is a small, minute fraction of the Palestinian people. Okay, now from their 1988 charter, they did have language in there that was basically anti-Jewish, which I disagree with, and I'm glad that they've taken it out. They've subsequently authored a second charter in 2017, which does remove the old language. It does not refer to the 1988 charter in any way, shape, or form. So some people say that they've sort of grandfathered in that language. They haven't. They eliminated it. You may not believe them. You can take that tack, but you have to take it for what's written. And they've said clearly in the document that notwithstanding the desire not to recognize the entity that they believe has illegitimately stolen land that they used to live on, so they're not giving recognition, but they are asking for the two-state solution. Now, here's what I think would happen from political pragmatism. Whenever you have a chance to have a real political solution, you have to kind of compromise some of the things that are more extreme in your position. And so I believe that if and when there is a two-state solution offered, which I don't believe there will be because that doesn't serve Israel's status quo, that it would be something where the political extremists could be reined in. There wouldn't be any more attacks. The reason why there are attacks is because there's a concept of resisting oppression. And as soon as that element, as soon as that pressure is taken out of the pressure cooker, you won't have attacks anymore. Why would you? Someone has achieved their goal of autonomy, self-determination, and independence and freedom to whatever extent can be negotiated in whatever form it will take. And that, I think, would be enough to rein in the extremists. Might there be a few people here and there that want to continue on? Maybe. But I think for the sake of the Palestinian people and their future, I think the extremists would be reined in. Now, the hardliners from the conservative side say that's just not possible. And they use as evidence of that what happened in Gaza in 2005. If you don't know what happened in Gaza, Israel had settled in Gaza from 1973 until 2005. And it had about 56,000 settlers that were living there. And they think it was just building in Judea and Samaria and Gaza, which they think is rightfully their territory because of the 67 Six-Day War, which I completely disagree with, but that's their take. So they were just basically constructing living arrangements for their people, but other people call it illegal settlements, in which I believe it is. And so they decided, because it was just a very difficult situation to manage, it was just out of hand, to relinquish that territory back to the people of Gaza. That's how they say it. They say, this is what you hear. We gave them Gaza, all we got was rocket fire. You hear that a lot. But that's not true. Because here's the question one has to ask yourself, well, why? And by the way, the people of Gaza are not separate from the people of the West Bank in terms of their national identity. If you cordoned off the northern part of Israel and gave the middle part to another nation state and then had the southern part of Israel that were not contiguous, people in the north would not say they're not aligned with the people in the south. They would say, I'm an Israeli. That's my national identity. Well, people who are Palestinian feel the same way. It just so happens that their territory is bifurcated from the West Bank over to Gaza. It's non-contiguous land, but they see themselves as one people. So if you have an operation in place that is harming or oppressing part of your national identity, you're oppressing everybody. If you remove one sharp object from somebody's side when you have 5 in them, you still have 4 in them. Do you understand that concept? So why should somebody be nice or be peaceful because you removed 1 of 5 knives? Does that make sense? Andy Marine 1 says, in all caps, free Israel, U.S. sign, Great Britain sign, or UK, and then Israeli flag. You're entitled to that opinion, Andy. I don't know what you're trying to free Israel from, because Israel right now has the upper hand in this conflict, and as well as in the total power dynamic. They're the ones who are in charge. They're the ones that are backed by the Americans, the biggest and most powerful superpower ever in world history. They get money, they get weapons, they get political cover at the UN, but in the form of the U.S. veto as a permanent member of the Security Council. I would say that the opposite needs to happen. Free Palestine. Okay? Because the power dynamic is shifted in one way that it's not even this is not even a war. This is a slaughter, a one-way slaughter with on-the-ground guerrilla resistance. It's an aerial bombardment, a bunch of cowardly acts of blatant war crimes that are dropping 500-pound objects on densely populated civilian areas, whether they were structures in the beginning or tent cities now, And they're just unaliving, dozens of people at a time, and they just don't give a shit. And it's, why structures in the beginning or tent cities now, and they're just unaliving, dozens of people at a time, and they just don't give a shit. And it's, why everybody hates the Jews. Well, then that there's no arguing that, right? It's like saying God gave us the land, so I can't argue with God. But what if it's not that? What if the motivating force is not hatred of your people, quote unquote, if you're Jewish? Or what if it's not about Islamic imposition? What if it's not fundamental Islam? Well, then what else could it be? And this is the part of the argument. This is what I think people who are pro-Israel, who just don't have these conversations, they can't get past this truth. Because they've created in their mind another truth that's been browbeaten into them since birth. That these are dangerous people, that they want to get rid of us. And so to protect ourselves and the entirety of our people, this entity called Israel is critical to the survival, not only of the people there, but of all Jewish people as a safe place for us to go in case, the S hits the fan. Okay? And no good person should be against safety for one group or another that has historically been persecuted. I'm among those who want that safety. The question is where and how. And how disruptive is the creation of something to the region, and how much trouble and strife and chaos has it caused versus something that may not result in so much chaos and so much anger and conflict and suffering and, death and destruction. And the thing I think that was miscalculated by the founders was the resolute nature of those living on the land. We've seen other examples of people being dispossessed of their land, and they've found ways to assimilate, etc. Right? But, and by the way, there's someone in the waiting box who's been waiting for a while. I'm going to bring them up. Giving up. And that's a problem if you're an Israeli or if you believe in the Greater Israel Project, because you have these people that, from their point of view, are these pesky, just annoying people who won't give up no matter what. No matter what you do to them, they stay resolved. And that's a tough person to deal with, right? And it doesn't matter how much suffering you inflict upon them, they will never, ever give up to the last breath. That's not the kind of person I want to face. And compare that to a kid that was playing on a beach in Tel Aviv, 8 weeks ago, and now is in the uniform and trying to remember what they learned a year and a half ago when they were not in the service, and trying to go out and fight a very resolved enemy in a very difficult environment, hiding in tanks and personnel carriers because they're too chicken shit to walk out in front and get hit. Or if they do that, they do get hit because they're in someone else's land and they deserve to get hit. Well, you can say that, Red. Red Holiday said, Chip, I love your takes, but it's not Israel. It's the Caucasian race, period. I disagree with that, although I certainly think there are examples of when nation states led by Western European concepts of conquest and imperialism do operate in that manner. But not all Caucasian people operate that way. And again, that's like saying that all Jewish people control the world. That's not true, because there may be people who have a lot of power in the world who happen to be Jewish, and maybe there are more of those people that have power than others. But it's unfair to say that. And again, lumping every Caucasian person into one big bucket. There are people in this country, if you don't know, that live in Appalachia, which is like West Virginia, northern Kentucky, eastern Kentucky, that live in horrible poverty. And they're Caucasian. And they don't do jack shit to other people. They're just there trying to get by and live life. So I disagree with that point, although I would say that the worst examples of imperialism and exploitation and mean-spiritedness is driven by Western imperial, mostly Caucasian behavior. But there are examples from history from people who are non-Caucasian that have done the same behavior. It's more of a mindset, I think, that's the problem, not necessarily the race or ethnicity of people who adopt the mindset. And it's what's considered socially acceptable in certain countries. And these Western nations tend to think that exploiting others is somehow a legitimate path through life. So anyway, Red, I'm not trying to take you out. You're entitled to your opinion, but that's how I see it in a little different way. Yeah, I agree. I think that anytime somebody has a superiority complex, Chris Wood said this, that why do people think they're better? It's a good question. There is no better or worse than the other. We just are. And then I think our actions kind of can indicate the relative value that we have. And obviously, if you're somebody who's exploiting others, being mean to others, looking down on others, that says negative things about you. And if you're somebody who is fair and open-minded and tries to be the same to everybody and doesn't want to take any advantage of anybody else, you just want to live your life and have peaceful, harmonious interaction, that says a lot about that person too. And we need more of the latter and less of the former. And unfortunately, the former has ruled the day for many centuries. Obviously, that's why humans, unfortunately, have developed this confrontational sort of conquest mode. And that's what we need to change if we're ever going to have a chance to live well together, which doesn't seem to be the way it's going to be. You know, that's what it's the mindset that has to change. Doesn't matter the race, it doesn't matter the nation state, it's the mindset. Same thing with Zionism. It's the mindset that has to change. And we often hear from those who are pro-Israeli that it's going to take 2 or 3 generations to rid the Palestinians of radicalism. I've heard that so many times, that it's not going to go away until there's like generational retraining. Listen, I would reject that argument because I don't think there's nearly as much indoctrination going on as alleged. And I would say that it's the exact opposite. It's what's happening in Israel and what's happening in other homes around the world who support Israel, because there's a certain narrative that gets put forth that people tend to adopt. Why wouldn't they? It's what their family talks about. It's what they hear in the public, arena, the ether, as it were. And therefore they adopt it. And that is not a mean-spirited thing to say. That's a normal thing for humans to do. If you're in an environment where your school says one thing, your parents say one thing, and the media says one thing, and you're going to lean towards believing that one thing until something pops up that causes you to question that one thing. And so I believe where the retraining needs to happen is on that side, because the narrative that people adopt is sick. It's one of superiority. It's one of entitlement. It's one of being God's chosen people. It's one of others are less valuable. And by the way, this is not me speaking to this. Columnist from Haaretz, or Haaretz, however you pronounce it properly, Gideon Levy, speaks to this exact issue. And he just talked about there's a video circulating on TikTok right now. It's the top 3 reasons why Zionism as a belief system is problematic. And then he gets into some of those issues. Somebody asked me, Skylar asked a good question, do I think that Prime Minister, he said it differently, Netanyahu, I call him Milikowski, will be arrested when he gets to the United States? He's coming on July the 24th, which I will be there for the protests. No, he will not be arrested. He'll be protected heavily by U.S. Secret Service and probably police forces. They know he's a very heavily hated man, and they're probably going to force the protest to be somewhere very far from the Capitol. They're going to create like a protest zone, which is bullshit, because protests should be where the problem is, not 10 blocks down the way where someone conveniently wants to coop you up into a little 100 by 100 box. This is our democracy, by the way. This is the American democratic system. We get protest right? This is America. That's not democracy, folks. That's fascism, is what that is. Okay. Let me see if there are a couple questions that came through, because I haven't looked at all of them. We need people like you with good common sense and good values and control of the U.S. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's nice of you to say. People like me don't make it through the first step near the front door, much less through the front door, much less anywhere along the way if we made it into the front door. Because someone like me and others who speak the way that I do are the antithesis of what the establishment wants. They want compliant, very, very friendly, sort of get along, go along type of people that won't question things, that don't even maybe know to question things. They're already bought into the American narrative, which is what most people in the media are. When they hire quote unquote journalists, they don't hire rugged individualists who are going to go out there and muckrake and work hard on trying to achieve. They hire people who are going to get along and go along because they believe in the American exceptionalism, the whole story about liberty and justice and all that stuff that we hear. They believe in it already, and they're not thinking to question it. And so when the teleprompter comes down or they're given an assignment, it stays within those bookends, as does the teleprompter. The teleprompter is very clearly sanitized by a very narrow number of media editors, because we only have like 6 major corporations that run most of our media. Why wouldn't the media be narrow if it so chose to be? But I don't believe that someone like me would have a chance in hell. We've seen examples right now. Jill Stein, who's a great example of this, who I believe shares most of the views that I share. She's running for with the Green Party ticket. And they do everything they can to keep somebody like Jill off of social media, out of debates, out of the public sphere. When's the last time you turned on MSNBC or CNN and heard about a third-party Green candidate running for president? I can't think of one. So this is the problem. The 2-party system squeezes out anybody and everybody else. I would never be allowed to join unless I change my views and change the way I do things. I could be, listen, I can speak well, so if I adopted their narrative, their policies, and played their game, I could play the game. I could probably get elected doing that bullshit. But that would be disingenuous and against everything I believe in. And why would somebody do that? Because, yeah, I could probably make a lot of money. I could probably have a lot of cocktail party status or whatever it may be. You know, this is before my little, I guess you'd call it thunderstorm in my road. But, you know, you get the idea. But that's what a lot of people end up doing. They're practical and they put aside their personal convictions to kind of go with what they think the system requires, which is typically self-serving and smart. So, Jill Stein, S-T-E-I-N. Jill Stein she's running for president for the third time with the Green Party. Cornel West, Dr. Cornel West, who's an amazing man, used to be a professor at Princeton, and he is got a lot of good policies towards working class people, helping the average persons, fixing homelessness, you know, the kind of things the establishment wants nothing to do with because it doesn't make them money. So Jill Stein is equally another person who wants to stop funding these foreign conflicts. She wants to help, you know, with education, making education free, healthcare free, you know, tax the rich properly so we have a economic system that's not so top heavy. You know, just stuff like that. You can go to her policy. I think it's JillStein2024.com, I think is her thing. She's the person that I'm going to support because I can't support the two-party system. That's just me. You have to do your due diligence and find out. But yeah, Jill Stein, S-T-E-I-N. I highly recommend you check out her. I think you'll love her points of view. If you like what I have to say, you'll love what Jill has to say. Yeah, she also has a, thanks Maz. And by the way, thanks Maz for your moderation and for all of your regular participation. I really appreciate you. If you don't know, Maz is from the UK, so right now it's 5 hours later. So I think right there it's about 3:30 p.m., getting close to it. And she's been somebody who's been kind enough to help me for a long time. She's the only person remaining from the group of people that we were originally kind of getting together to do some work together that has stuck around. So good for you. Appreciate you. Somebody says, yeah, well, listen, it functions as a one-party system. You're right about that. It's two jerseys of the same team. If you ever heard of the Harlem Globetrotters, they go around playing basketball. They do a lot of trick shots, a lot of trick dribbling. It's basically entertainment. And they have an opposing team, and it's called the Washington Generals. And they dress up in silly uniforms, and they act, you know, they're made to look fun of, and they dribble around them, dribble through their legs, you know, dunk on them, you know, all this stuff like that. And that's what the Democratic Party is. The Democratic Party is the Washington Generals. The Republican Party is the Harlem Globetrotters. And the establishment are the people putting on the show in the arena and making all the money. Right? So if you understand that, that's a good way to look at it. Somebody calls them two wings of the same bird. There's different on some policies, you know, some policies differ slightly, but the majority of the foreign policy decisions, the money system, the way industry affects government, it's all the same stuff. They all get the same checks from the same people. They all get the same basic support from the donor class. It's a racket. But if you're someone with a lot of money, and this is the way the game is played, and you can just give some of that money to a dark pool, you know, political action committee, why wouldn't you? I mean, if you have $5 billion and you only have to take like 20 million, which is nothing, it's like flicking a nickel for you and I, and you get back a 500% return on your investment because policies get put in place that benefit your business or lower your taxes, why wouldn't you do that? I mean, why would anybody? If you have a conscience, you might not do it, but these people obviously don't have a conscience. I call them the sociopathic serial accumulator class. And that's who they are. But what I want to talk about today, I'm going to shift gears a little bit because, you know, this is what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the average everyday American right now and what they're going through and sort of where that's going to take us. So the thing about the capitalist system that I find most objectionable is that it pits people against each other. So at the community level, where we would ideally come together and help each other, every person has to go out and find a job because that provides the income that somebody needs to sustain their basic living costs. So it's competitive, right? You put together a resume, you get your education, and then you go out into the workforce and you compete for a place to be. Now, that I guess that can have some benefits in terms of getting people to improve their skill set and those kinds of things. But let's face it, most human beings are not super duper motivated. Let's just be honest. We know there's like the 98-2 rule. 2 people of your high school class will probably do really well, and the other 98 will, you know, they'll either do average or poor, or poorly, I should say. And that's because the system rewards exceptionally driven and hardworking people. That's just how business works. The more you produce and the more, the more activity you do, usually the better your system. But listen, if everybody in your community isn't that way, why should they have to fall down and get nothing? Let me give you an example. Let's take it back to much simpler times when human beings were first evolving. Let's say just after fire was discovered, but before we became quote unquote civilized. And you had a group of, let's say, 50 human beings. So take those same numbers. You would have one person who was the super go-getter, maybe the best hunter or the best gatherer, the fastest runner, or just worked on improving those skills relentlessly because they were driven. And then you got everybody else. And everybody else still has to eat. They have to be protected from predators. They have to have a safe place to give birth to basically perpetuate the gene pool. And in our society right now, if you're somebody who's on medical leave, if you're a woman, or if you're a person who's not as motivated, or let's say you even have a learning disability or whatever it may be, you're at a decided disadvantage for having any part of the system other than bare subsistence if you're able to get government benefits. And even then, it's hard to apply for those. So what do you do then? How can you have a decent quality of life if you're someone who's not super motivated and driven? It's not, you can always push yourself, but different people are born with different levels of acumen and effort. Let's face it. I mean, I guess anybody can push themselves, but for many, it's a lot more difficult. I mean, where I am in my life right now, just to give you an example, when I was younger, I was one of these people that could really push himself. I had multiple companies. I made a shitload of money. My whole idea was business. I was a business person. And so that's what I did from my early 20s until my late 30s, early 40s. That's what I did. I made good money. I had different companies, even up until my late 40s. But, ever since my Gulf War shits, I'm not saying this for playing violins. I'm just telling you what happened to me. And this is where it plays into this issue that not everybody can perform at the same level. I can't perform at the same level. Not only am I older, but whatever shit's happened to me from the Gulf War, my cognitive abilities have shifted. And it's almost like motivation and organization, whatever those things were that were able to propel me, those things got taken from me somehow. Like I have a really hard time focusing. Luckily, I can articulate things when I'm speaking, but that's about the end of it. You probably think that I'm super duper effective, but I'm not. Just because I can speak and articulate doesn't mean I can organize and accomplish a lot, which is very frustrating, by the way, having come from that point. But what I'm trying to say is that back in these older times, what Karl Marx said, if you don't know who Karl Marx was, he was a famous philosopher, talked about communism. And in his idea, the principle was this. And again, in principle, this makes a lot of sense. I want you to hear what he said. He said, the way things should work is that from each should be given from their ability, meaning that if you're somebody who can do a lot, you do a lot. If you can do less, you do less, but you give what you can. And then to each based on their needs. So you may have somebody who gives a little less, but ends up getting a little more than the share that would be equal because they need their share, but they're doing less to help create whatever it is that gets them the share. And likewise, there may be some people that work really hard who don't get more than everybody else because everyone else has to eat. So from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. That's called community. And if you go to a dinner with friends, let's say you have 100 people that are all friends, known each other since school, high school reunion. Let's say 2 people are the CEOs and the rest of the people are either job holders or stay-at-home moms. You don't go up to the table and take 85% of the food off the table for 2 people and then let the rest of the people go up and fight for the difference, right? You share the food. Every person goes up, they have a portion, they come back, they sit, they talk. It's communal. It's equal, or at least close to equal. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal that says that anybody who works hard should be punished and all their money should be taxed and given away to others. What I'm saying is there's a balance to be struck somewhere between the extreme in which we find ourselves and some of the principles that Karl Marx referred to and the historic example I gave of smaller human existence. That's how I feel. And so I think things that can accomplish that are different tax policy, better regulation, both financially and ecologically. There's no need for us to be destroying the environment to have a decent life. So the system right now is out of whack, and it's accelerated to a place where it's not sustainable. So the good news is it's not going to continue much longer. It can't. The bad news is that the transition is probably going to be less than fun. Okay? Now, if you're somebody who has different ideas about this and you want to come up and share your point of view, I'd be happy to have you up. You might disagree with me and you think that Capitalism is the worst system invented, except it's better than all the others, right? We've heard that said before. My thought on a flat tax for everyone. Someone asked me about a 10% tax. This is Nature Lover. My thoughts are, here's where the challenge lies with a flat tax. So let's say you're somebody making $45,000 a year. You're just above the level to get government assistance, but you're not making above enough to really cover all your bills. If you take 10% of somebody making $45,000 off the top, now they're making $35,000. Their ability to pay life's basic expenses just dropped dramatically. If you're somebody like Jeff Bezos and you have $120 billion, let's say his income is $100 million a year, and you take 10%, $10 million. It's a lot of money coming into the treasury, but that $10 million has no impact on Jeff Bezos' standard of living or lifestyle. So in order to have a fair system, you can't have a regressive tax system, which is basically what a flat tax ends up being. It harms the lower class far more than the middle and upper class. Does that make sense? You may say it's fair because everyone pays the same amount, but let's face it, the rich have gimmicks to lower their gross income. Most people who work, the money comes out of their paycheck when they do the work, right, before they get their pay. The rich people with all their investments, a lot of times they're borrowing money against assets that grow in value, and they don't not only do they not pay tax on the loans, they get to deduct the interest they're paying on those loans from other income sources. It's unbelievable. So the system needs to change fundamentally. Assets and asset value need to be calculated into taxation, even if they're not sold or liquidated, in my opinion. Toby Stevenson asks a good question, but Chip, who is behind, he puts in a little symbol of the folks in blue and white, is behind the unequal capitalistic economic system. It's what I refer to as an oligarchic elite. Okay, and they don't have allegiance to one particular country. They are supranational, meaning that their interests are outside of, or they put their interests above the needs or wants of their native country or other countries with which their native country may be aligned, or even those, of course, that aren't especially. And so that group of people, I call them collectively I refer to them as the sociopathic serial accumulator class. And it's not a huge number of people. It's probably between 80 and 100,000 people across the entire world. But of course, a smaller subset controls even more. And yes, it's possible, I haven't done my research, but it's possible that one particular group of people may make up a larger portion of that group of people who have this inordinate control. I don't have all the details, but I do have some examples, some evidence of it in my country, at least, that are easy to point to. But sometimes pointing to that can lead you to be targeted as being mean-spirited or, bigoted or whatever. So I'm not going to get into details. But, the problem is that it's a mindset. Again, everything comes back to mindset. The mindset that I obviously am part of the capital system. I'm living it, so my mind gets pulled in that direction just because that's where we have to be to survive here. But my underlying mindset, it kind of goes like this. Why don't we just set a system up that helps everybody? That makes everything first and foremost geared towards the public good and protecting nature, because we live within a biosphere. And then if we have room to do more than just that, once we've spread things around and helped our brother and sister, then people who want to work hard can have a little more. That's fine with me. I don't mind if somebody wants to have a vacation home where they can go spend time with their family because they do 5 times the work of the average person. That's fair to me. But for someone to have 4 of those homes and to have a private jet and to have full-time staff doing their lawn care and having 5 mansions and all this other bullshit, and going to the country clubs and all the fancy stuff and, everything, all that in a bag of chips. And you got people that are homeless. Got prisons that are working as slave labor for corporations. We have for-profit prisons. We have, unemployment for a lot of people, or underemployment as far as money goes. We have people that are homeless. We have people that are drug addicted that need treatment. We have students saddled with student debt, so we need to be able to give people health care based on, and education based on a common system, because it benefits everybody to have educated people. This is where my values lie. This is what I would like to see. I'm not naive enough to think it's going to magically happen. Like anything else in life, it's going to have to be forced into existence if it is going to become part of it. I don't think it's going to be part of existence. I think the sway and the desire of those at the top of this system is so strong that it's almost impossible to change the dynamic. Not impossible, but it's almost impossible. So Red Holiday asks, so you want names of people? You want names of institutions? Or do you want to know the name of the general category of people read, because I can give you some names. Yeah, I can get you up, Art Life. Come on up. Art Life, there's someone named AK Debris. To come into the chat, to come in as a guest, there's a little blue and red button. It's a guest request button. It's just right of center at the bottom of your screen. If you have more than 200 followers, you can tap that and come up. Let me see what your followers are. Yeah, you got to have more than 200 followers to come up on a live. I can't bring you up. It's the way that's their limit. But we do have somebody that's coming up. His name is, or her name is AK Debris. So let's bring them. Let me finish one more thought. I'll give you some names of some people, okay? Major corporate CEOs, especially for the banking industry and some of the more very largest, most influential, like pharma. I'll give you an example. Here's an example. You ready? Jamie Dimon is probably the most influential member of the bank. Now, there are people way above him that have way more money than him. He just happens to run one of the largest financial institutions. The head of Goldman Sachs would be another, if you want to look up that person's name. But many of the CEOs in major industry are part of this class. All of the wealthy families, like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and many others that we don't hear the names of, they're part of this class. People who are senior permanent members of the military establishment, the intelligence agencies, the media complex, they're part of this class. They don't get in a room someplace, although sometimes they do. They go to Davos and they talk about these issues and where the world's headed in general. But most of the decision making gets done not in concert with each other, but in concert with an ideology and a mindset, where they have the same interests and they tend to move in the same directions, much like a flock of birds would move. They're not talking to each other saying, hey, let's go left, let's go right, but they tend to guide and move together as a bunch as they navigate through a set of common goals and interests, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's some big firms, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. These are different financial firms that have tremendous amounts of assets under management. So they have tremendous power. They have power across multiple industries. And there's a guy named Cancel This Clothing Company or Cancel This Conspiracy, who I don't know his first name, but he's got longer brown hair. He talks about a lot of this stuff, which is good. He does good videos. But the bottom line is there are some sociopathic people who don't really seem to care too much because they put their privilege ahead of helping the common good. Because, and listen, I don't know if I were there, I wouldn't do the same. Maybe we all could be seduced by the money and the lifestyle. It's possible. So let's not be too judgmental, but let's also be critical of what should be made critical of, because it's causing a lot of harm to a lot of people and it's only getting worse. Okay, let's bring up our guest, AK Debris. Welcome to the live. How are you?
Big Boss Tip.
What's up, man?
I'm a big fan person.
Thank you.
I appreciate you do. You're doing God's work, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like that echo. So I'm not going to take up too much time. But I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
The profitable prison industry that ruined America.
Yeah. Yeah, people probably don't know this, but in some states, not every state, but in some states, they purposely want to keep the prison population up. This is one of the allegations in California against Kamala Harris when she was running for vice president, or initially for president. Tulsi Gabbard pointed this out, called her out for it. She didn't let certain people out of prison who should have been paroled because the corporations who use cheap or free prison labor did not want her to let them out. Think about that for a second. You have low-level, DRUG offenders who might have had a bag of this or a bag of that on the corner. Who gives a shit? And they got put in jail for, let's say, 36 months or 50 months or whatever it may have been. And she could have let these people out because California prisons are terribly overcrowded. But she didn't, because corporations who are basically buttering her bread did not want her to. And that goes on in almost every state where they allow prison labor to work for corporations. That is modern-day slavery. It just is.
Literally.
What do you think, AK?
Yep. Like the problem is once you make it profitable, you gave an incentive to put everybody in prison now.
AK, I think the audience says there's a big echo or a problem.
Yeah, it is. I'll go down now.
You can come back. All you have to do is exit the TikTok app, go to airplane mode, come back off airplane mode, come back in and re-request, and you'll be good.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'll see you in a minute. Okay, he's coming down. Sorry about that, folks. He's coming down. He's going to exit TikTok, go on airplane mode, come back on the internet, and then come back in. So hopefully get it back in there. Yeah, think about it. If your interests, listen, if you're somebody who's from the Hispanic or especially the African American community in the United States, I think some crazy number, like up to half the people from the African American community have been incarcerated at some point during their lives, or maybe they know somebody. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but that's a lot of people. So if you're quote unquote, if the people with whom you identify have this crazy pattern of being arrested and put in jail more than anybody else, and then you see this type of exploitation going on, how would that make you feel? Imagine if you're a white person and you're disproportionately put in jail just because you're white. You didn't do anything wrong, you're just white, and then your people are being used as prison labor, free labor, or let's say they pay you 10 cents a day or whatever the hell they pay people. It's some absurdly low number. Imagine that for a second. Imagine if that was your people. How would that make you feel about the dehumanization of your people? That's just flat out unfair. And so these are simple things to remedy. These are just the injustices that are so over the top that they can easily. And Jill Stein, by the way, would fix that shit. She would get laws passed at the federal level if she could do them. This is the hard part. Obviously, when you come into Congress, you're going to be facing a buzzsaw of opposition because all these corporations who are making all this goddamn money can send some of that money to these political systems to get these things stopped. It's very effective. It's very frustrating, by the way. Okay, I think DK's back, or AK, sorry, AK. I don't know if you could hear me while I was talking about that, but yeah, that's frustrating, man. Yep. Let's make sure people can hear you first. Audience, can you hear AK? Somebody just confirm you can hear. AK, go ahead and talk for a sec. Sounds good. You give it another try. Okay, so it said echo. Okay, so there's an echo still, AK, so I don't know if you have a different device you can call in from. How about now? Is that better? Maz, can you tell me if it's better now? He's speaking now. Go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. No, say something. I do, unfortunately. It was indoctrinated into me. But go ahead and say something. We can see if people can hear you. It says still. Do you have any kind of earbuds or headphones you can put on?
Yes, I just put them on.
You're still getting an echo, unfortunately. Maybe are you on a Wi-Fi or are you on your cell network?
I'm on Wi-Fi.
Okay, go ahead and go off.
It's okay. I'll come back to it.
Yeah, just go off your Wi-Fi and try it on cellular. That might work if you can do it that way.
That's okay.
Give that a try. Okay, man. I'll see you.
I'm in the comments.
No worries. All right, we'll try to get that worked out as best we can. But yeah, just imagine that for a second. I would be red hot pissed if that was happening to people with which I identify. I'm like, why the hell is my group being treated that way? That sucks. That's wrong with a capital W. So anyway, these are some of the injustices. Let's face it, in the United States, economic opportunities are not fair. And let me give you a great example. If there's somebody at an HR department, the human resources department at a company, let's say they're electric, they put in electric systems, like an electric contractor. And let's say that they're looking to hire a new office manager. And so the HR department is looking at resumes, and she sees one that says Sarah Walker. Sarah Walker, a quote-unquote normal, like Caucasian-sounding name, Sarah Walker. And she's got a good resume. Not great, but good. And then you have another person that comes in named Shakisha Johnson. And that same resume comes through with better qualifications and better work experience and better reviews, better references. And yet the person will just sometimes unthinkably or unknowingly grab the other resume as a sense of comfort. And let's face it, when you go to lunch at a high school, people tend to go into their cliques, right? You got the football players, you got the chess club, and people tend to gravitate to people who are similar to them in situations to have a comfort. It's part of that, which isn't nefarious, but it also is an unfair system. Why should you, because of your name alone, not be given an opportunity, right? But that's what happens. It's the same thing with real estate applications, mortgage applications, all this kind of stuff. It's not fair. And let's face it, I'm in an area right here that is pretty much all white. And if somebody were to find out that a family, and some of the neighborhoods here are more diversified, but in the core of this area, it's a very wealthy area, and it's 100% Caucasian. And if somebody were to try to buy a house in this area, you've seen these in movies and stuff, someone's trying to buy a house in a well-to-do community, it just creates some unrest in people. It's not right, it shouldn't, but that is part of the reality in which we live. You can call that whatever you want, but I think in general we're sort of tribal. So there's something to that part, but there's also part of being unfair, and that's what needs to change. And I think some of that has changed, but not all of that has changed. And we all have our implicit bias. I talked to a therapist from the VA, which I see, and during our meeting he says, yeah, we all need to kind of look at what are our implicit biases and try to be aware of them and try not to, and try to adjudicate our own thinking in a way that's the most equitable to others. I think that's fair to say. So this is all real in America. Let's face it, this is one of the dark spots. Listen, we were formed on genocide. The American entity, as we know it, would not exist if there wasn't a mass slaughter of the indigenous population. That's a pretty sick history to have, right? I mean, I'm not proud of that. That doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy. And then we had the slave trade. And we had most of the economic development in the South was from slavery, but even in the North for a while. And it wasn't until we had a civil war that we separated from that system. And even after that, when people got their quote-unquote freedom, they weren't really free. They were still in the very, very difficult parts of what was called Jim Crow, where they had to deal with tremendous discrimination and mistreatment. And if that were the legacy of my people, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, WTF, why in the hell did you all do this to my people? Why'd you force people to come from somewhere else and then treat us like dog shit, not pay us, beat us if we did anything you didn't like, and then get mad at us as being the problem? Right? So, and by the way, this is not the only time or place it's happened. This has happened obviously to Jewish people. This has happened to other people like that live in China. Right now it's happening. Some people that are Muslims are not being treated that well by some of the local Chinese leadership. So it's not unique to America, but America's legacy is stained by these very, very dark periods. And it's not something that I think many of us could or should be proud of. So we can get into more detail, but the bottom line is that things are still very unfair here. And so in getting back to the idea of community and equality, some people hate to hear this conversation. They're like, well, you just want a bunch of lazy people to sit around and get something for doing nothing, right? That's what they go to. But it's not about that. It's about, in a kind and compassionate way, engaging with each human being and seeing what they're willing and capable of doing, and then taking that and working towards common goals, like survival, like not creating enough atmospheric emissions that we're going to fuck things up for the next 10 generations, right? Those basic things. And yeah, so if somebody gets something for not doing as much as you, who gives a shit? It didn't hurt you. And if you want more and more, if more is your language, if you're Grant Cardone and making money is the most important part of your life, and if you don't have your money right, your life's not right, you're on the wrong path, in my opinion. You're on the wrong path. And yeah, somebody says the definition of communism. Communism in its purest form is a wonderful thing. Somehow, some way, it gets taken into autocracy when it's put into place. That's not the fault of the ideology. That's the fault of the implementation and the implementers of said ideology. And granted, it may socialism and communism may not have economic engines like capitalism does, because we're capitalistic and quote unquote democratic, a republic. But if we were to be communist here, we probably wouldn't produce as much. We wouldn't have as booming an economy. And my question would be, who cares? Who cares? We don't need mass prosperity. We don't need lavish living to be happy. In fact, I would argue that the distractions and extra effort and all the yearning for this is what creates a lot of problems in people's inner being. And so if we could find a way to just be satisfied with enough, if this serial accumulator class could reset its expectations to something that is more community oriented. And listen, they can still have aspirations to do more. I'm not trying to tell they can't do anything, but the system is out of kilter. It's out of whack. Okay? Someone says no one can believe all this, Quest. Quest, listen, this is where I've arrived at. I've been part of the capitalist system most of my life. I've propelled it to the best of my ability, thinking it was the role I was supposed to play. And I've come to a different place later in life. And I don't want everything that's productive to stop, but I do want things that are destructive because they're productive to end. And I want exploitation on a broad scale to come to a close, or at least do what we can to narrow those gaps. And if you think that's bad or somehow, counter to what you believe, you can push for what you believe. And right now, what you believe is what's in place. So you don't have to push a lot. But for those of us who they'd like to see a different reality, we're going to have to push really hard. And I don't want to force you to do anything. I just want to make sure everyone who needs to be taken care of has a chance to be taken care of. That's all. And if you think that's unreasonable, well, then imagine yourself being in their shoes for 5 minutes. Just imagine you got hit by a car and you lost your ability to be who you are. And you needed help. But the system wasn't set up to help you because, oh, well, tough shit, go get a job. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps, sonny. You're like, well, I can't. I have this disability. Well, tough shit. Tough shit. That's our system right now is tough shit with a little bit of backstopping for people that are having trouble. That's it. The average person is trying to pay for health care, which is extortion from the public, in my view, where we should have a system like every other modern country has, where you go in, if you break your arm, you go in and they, imagine this, fix your arm. And they don't send you a massive bill. One sec. Man, that gets loud. Sorry about that. Speaking of healthcare, right? Ambulance. By the way, I was talking to a friend of mine. Do you know how much an ambulance ride costs? If you're somebody without health insurance and you get taken to the hospital in an ambulance, you know what it costs where I live? $1,400 for a 5-minute ambulance ride. $1,400 is what they're allowed to charge people. Somebody says they're coming for you. Disco Tisk. I have no idea what you mean by that. Who's they and what are they coming to do? You want to elaborate? And by the way, just to let you know, if people find my views objectionable or they think it's dangerous or whatever, think about the reach that I don't have. I have 122,000 followers on TikTok. I have almost no other social media presence. I don't go on interviews or podcasts to spread what I believe. So I don't know who would come for me or why, because I'm basically a nobody. But when you say they're coming for you, you might have meant something more systemic, not just me personally. So Disco Tisk, if you want to elaborate on that, that'd be good. Is there an Uber for medical care? Well, a lot of people now do take Ubers to the hospital. When I was driving for Uber, a lot of people who were infirm, the hospital would actually provide the rides in some cases. But here was the thing, and again, as an Uber driver, you're trying to earn a living, right? If you had a hospital visit, I knew when certain drive requests came through that they were hospital related. You just kind of get a feel for the orders. First of all, it takes longer to pick somebody up. They typically have a hard time getting in and out of the car. They have a walker you have to store. And then when you get to the hospital and you drop them off, there are no tips. They never tip any drivers. So if you have a chance for no tips and something that's going to take you twice as long to do, and you're trying to make money as best you can and you don't get paid a salary, I mean, you're not as likely to want to take that ride. And I think that's unfortunate for people who are trying to get to the hospital using a rideshare service. And the rideshare companies get pissed when someone like me would say that. But listen, man, I'm not here to do favors for a company. If you're going to have me do an extra set of work, pay a little more for the work being done, or don't complain about it. Anyway, and these corporations are like, well, just be a team player. No, fuck your team player. Excuse me. All right, Art Life Forever is coming through. Art Life, you tried to come through before, but it timed out. So let's see if you can get in this time. There you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I'm surprised.
How old are you?
I am 24.
Okay, you're older than 24. Okay, welcome. How old? Just I have to ask. That's just part of the routine. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine.
Pretty good. Having a fun conversation as always.
Yeah, it's cool, but I don't know what's the beginning of the conversation because I just got out. I don't know what's going on, but I kind of got the point of what you're saying.
Well, I was trying to say that we have a lot of inequality, which is unfortunate. Life may never be perfectly equal because that's just, look at nature. Nature's not perfectly equal. So Well, I think we can do a
I
better
don't
job.
know. I think
We can
echo is
narrow the gap some. I think would be our best effort to make. Is my guess. Someone says terrible echo for Art Life. Art Life, I tell you what, try to come back in. You might want to exit TikTok and go on airplane mode. Maybe change your connection type. If it's on Wi-Fi, change it to cellular or vice versa, and then come back in. Is it pronounced Firas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey Firas, how are you today?
I'm okay. Just
Just
listening
listening
to
to
what you're
what you're
saying, and
saying, and
it's really
it's really
interesting.
interesting.
I'm in my
I'm in my
40s.
40s.
I'm
I'm
Afro-Arabian.
Afro-Arabian.
I live
I
in
live in
Germany,
Germany.
and I was
Okay,
educated in
Firas,
Australia.
I'm sorry. You can hear me fine. I can hear you
Yes.
fine, but the audience has a huge echo, and it's probably the fault of the live. So everybody, Mindset Maz, she's a moderator. She recommended I restart the live in order to get rid of the echo problem. So
If you don't mind, can you try muting on your side? Just
Yeah,
for a second.
yeah, I
Just
can
try
do that. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll tell you what. In 3 seconds, start talking. Okay.
Okay then. So, okay, I think it's okay now. Okay, excellent. Now, I'll tell you something. I've been observing the US, and most of what we learn, even in economy, I did my MBA from Australia. Most of what we learn is about the US and how they are doing things. I'll be honest with you, I can see it's the problem with the US economy is an incentive model. You need to de incentivize being a trillionaire or a billionaire. It doesn't make sense. For if you can have any profit that goes beyond, for example, 50 billion a year, then it's 100% taxed or 90% tax, and then that trickles down to the other people. That takes away the incentive for mergers and acquisitions, crushing the small players, the moms and pops shops and coffee shops, and cafes and things. It makes it really, really not worthwhile for the large corporations to start just basically killing their profits, or sometimes they're selling at loss just to kill the competition. It doesn't make sense. As for going for pure communist model, we tried that, and yes, the implementation is a problem. I agree with that, but at the same time, it relies on a singular measure, which is finance. Just take money from that person to another person. And I'll tell you something: as a man in my 40s who's not that handsome, who has an accent and who's from the Middle East, there are other aspects that I have that it impacts my life other than finance. I'm not that good looking. I'm not that eloquent. I'm not that friendly or approachable. No, I'll be honest. I know myself. I know who I am. So that might be a bit laughable, but for that I compensate on trying to work harder, study harder, improve my chances of finding a good mate, for example, or a better social status or something. How are these things going to be equalized in a communist setup? I don't see that. The problem is the problem is you need to, or the solution is de-incentivize being a billionaire, going for war in Africa, in the Middle East, destabilizing these regions for oil, for resources, for minerals, all of these things. It destabilizes the places, and then the US and Europe start complaining about immigrants and illegal immigrants, but just leave their countries alone. Now that level of hunger for money is the thing that creates the chaos. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
I just want to, just real quick before you go, Bonds, just 1 sec. I want to let the audience know there's an echo when my mic is open. So I'm going to speak first, and when I bring you up, I'm going to go on mute. And if you want me to answer a question, just want to go back and forth that way, okay? Sorry about the confusion. Otherwise, I have to start the live over. Okay, I'm going to go on mute. We're talking about Vance. We're talking about inequality, and we're talking about different ways to solve it. He's just saying that he doesn't believe that it's going to be easy because the way that communal-based systems or communism has not been put into place, it always has led to bad outcomes. What do you think? Do you have any opinions on this stuff?
But what can we really do to change anything? Honestly, it doesn't matter what we do. I think it's just all like it's all shit, to be honest. I can't hear you.
I'm so sorry, Bance, but I think this is the mentality that whoever is ruling this planet that we are in wants you to reach. That I don't matter, that I don't have a voice, that it doesn't, like just the despair of it. No, you matter. You talk to people. We're listening to you. There are 8 billion people in the planet, and we're choosing to sit here and listen to you. That's 100% choice, despite the geography, despite the time zone, despite everything. We're choosing to talk to you. You matter. So just sound your voice, and who knows?
Yeah, can you all hear me now? Is there an echo, or is that better? Because I have my earbud in now.
No, it's better. I can hear you better now.
Okay,
Firas,
good.
you're right. I do matter. A lot of people do matter, but the thing is, there's a lot of sheep out there. So they believe everything they see on the media. They don't use their own brain and go and do their own research. So whatever they hear, they'll be like, oh yeah, for example, let me give you an example about, these Islamic people. They'll be like, oh, it's a terrorist something, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, they're bad Islamics and whatnot. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Firas?
Yeah, I got the point. Let me give you a good advice about that. Now, I am a technology project management. That's my profession and trade, and this is what I get paid for. And this is what I've dedicated the past 20 years of my life into becoming. Now, for that, you need something called change management. And when it comes to change management, these people, the ones that you're complaining about, you leave them to the end. Now, this is how it looks into a normal society. You have around 2.5%. These are the innovators. These are the people who dream, dare to dream. They have ideas. They're willing to pursue them. They are the young students in universities. They are people who are talking to strangers on a live on TikTok. These are the people that you start from. From these 2.5%, you have something called the early adopters, which is roughly around 13%. 13% of any population. That amounts to 16%. Now they start joining once they see the momentum happening. Once they see things happening and taking effect, they come and join. And then you have the late majority, the early majority, which is 34% roughly. When they say, oh, it's happening, things are there, it's changing, oh, they're passing laws, they're protesting, their voices are heard, then it's 50%. And then you have the late majority, which is 34%. And then you have the laggers, the ones that you mentioned in the beginning. These are the 16%. These are 16%, the laggers behind. You don't start from these. They will never join you. You actually intentionally don't involve them. Keep them in the back. Some of them are old. They're in their 90s and 80s. You don't even need to take care of them. Time is going to take care of them. The natural way of life is going to take care of them. They're just going to pass and they're going to leave it for the young generation. No wonder this is why change comes from universities and students.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's our young generation these days. I don't know what country where are you now, Firas?
I'm in Germany.
You're in Germany. I'm guessing Chip is in the United States.
Sie spricht sehr gut Deutsch?
Spreche Kleindeutsch. Ich komme 2 Jahre.
Zwei, okay.
Was that
gotcha.
okay? Was that okay?
Yes. Sehr gut, sehr gut.
Oh,
Yeah, I lived in
thank you.
Germany for about 3 years, so I had to speak some German.
Oh, cool.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. I've been here for 1.5 years and I barely understood that.
That's okay. I went out to a lot of bars. I was younger, so I learned from
I don't drink.
damaging my body, unfortunately. Yeah, that was back when I was young. I don't drink anymore. But...
I need to start drinking.
Oh, she dropped off. Come on back if you want to come on back. I'd love to have you back. You were someone very interesting to speak with, so please come back. Was it Bonds? Benz? Something like that. Anyway, really short name. I think maybe she's coming back up because I liked her. Yeah, there she is, Bonds. Yeah, come on back, Bonds.
Yeah.
I really enjoy talking with you. So you're from where? Bunce?
I'm from the UK.
From the UK. Okay,
Yeah.
and so you just had a big election there where the Labour Party now took over. Keir Starmer now is going to be the Prime Minister, right?
Yeah, do you know what? Me personally, I just think they're puppets. I think there's something behind there. Like we had Richie Sunak before. Obviously, he was
What a
Asian. I think
putz.
he was, I don't know, I think he was Indian or something. But and you know, when they had the Rwanda, sending people to Rwanda and whatnot and things like that, for me, they're just puppets. There's somebody behind them, a bigger power. I don't want to get in too much of, but like always, Firaz went to the younger generation, our younger generation here in the UK. It's just, you see, like, I'm talking about 13, 14, like carrying, I don't want to say certain things. I don't want your life to get banned because I'm new to TikTok. I don't really, like, weapons and things like that. At the age of, he's in year 7, year 8, and, carrying weapons and getting stabbed over a scooter. He's literally, but then what is our government doing for these kids? They're closing community centers. They're closing so many things. What do they expect the youngest to do? There's nothing for them apart from to literally just sit on the streets and do stupidity. They've closed youth centers. They've closed so much. And then they say we don't have the funding, but yet you've got a lot of funding to send to other countries that's got nothing to do with us. You want to send things to, no offense to Ukraine or whatnot. Sort out your own country
Chip,
first
you're
before
unmuted,
you
Chip.
start trying to help
Does
a
anybody
different country.
know what machism means? I never heard that. It's spelled M-A-C-H-A-S-E-H. Someone said, "Oh, great Chip, the CIA guy who invented the Makaza movement," and they're the triangle, like a target triangle.
I don't know what that is.
I'm not as well educated as this person. Obviously, I'm not sure what that is, so I apologize for that.
I apologize. I don't know who that is because you think he is Eminem.
Anyway, but Bench, you made a good point, or Bench, you made a great point, and the analogy that I use, and I think this is an easy one for most people to get their head around, is marionettes. So the politicians are the little dolls on the stage. They're dressed in blue, they're dressed in red, they're women, men, whatever, doesn't matter. And then there's people, the wires that leave the head of the marionette. There's someone up there holding their hand, kind of doing this, and they're the ones that are speaking the play behind the curtain. And the people on the stage are just, representative of whatever the people behind the curtain are talking about. They really have no outcome. They don't change anything. They just funnel through. They channel the powerful to the public. Do you agree with that as an analogy?
Yeah, exactly. I really do agree with that.
Okay.
As much as
Yeah. So I think you're spot on. So, what is Keir Starmer about? Tell us more about him. What is he like?
Who?
Keir Starmer, the guy who just became Prime Minister.
I don't even know, to be honest. I don't even watch the news. I didn't even vote. That's how bad it was. I did not even vote because I genuinely don't think it matters. It got to a point where I think he was a YouTuber. I don't know if you've heard of him. He was running as for mayor, Nico something. He was running for mayor, and there was a guy with a bin on his head as well. I'm thinking, what kind of mediocre show is this? You're letting people like that run? What kind of stupidity is this? With no background of parliament or nothing, and he's running for mayor. He's a YouTuber. I'm not saying YouTubers are stupid or anything like that, but for him to be able to run, and he did a massive campaign, and a lot of youngsters followed him, and but for me it was just ridiculous, to be honest. But what you made, I agree with you. It's just like I said,
Now, when it comes to not voting, have you ever been criticized for not voting? And what do you think the solution is for people who, if you say I'm not voting, what do you think would be?
It's not that I did not vote. I wanted to vote, but unfortunately I was in the hospital, and I was meant to give them. I was meant to go in the night before. I went into the hospital, and then by the time I came out, it was closed. Like the polling didn't nearly. It was, and it was at
Okay.
10 o'clock, so I couldn't vote. It's not that I didn't want to vote, because I was saying to my daughter, one vote does matter, even if it's, she goes, oh, what can we do? I said, no, but at least if you do vote, that vote might make a difference.
Right.
So, but what do you think of our parliament?
Well, I think it's the same problem that the United States, not quite as bad as the U.S., but not too far off. Somebody says I'm very loud. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean my background noise? I'm just taking care of feeding the cats real quick. It'll be over shortly. It'll be over shortly, but real quick. So I think it's subject to the same problems. It's money. It's special interests. It has to do with the alliances militarily for the imperialism and exploitation of foreign countries for the basis of stealing resources and oppressing the people and using cheap labor. It's the same model that's been in place forever, just with the U.S. leading the charge. It's pretty ugly.
You had a movement in the U.S. I think in 2014, 13, 15, something like that. It was called Wolfpack, and they were trying to pass an amendment to the U.S. Constitution to take money out of politics, basically make all elections publicly funded. You don't receive money from lobbyists, neither they're from foreign governments or special interest group or anything. It's publicly funded. You come, this is my basically plan, or this is my program for running as a mayor or as a congressman or as a senator or even a president. Now that I stopped following that for I think 3 or 4 years, and then for the life of me I can't find anything about it in the internet. Nothing. I think they passed it in around 3 or 4 states.
Well, that's because the guy who led the effort, his name is Cenk Uygur. Have you heard of him from the Young Turks?
Yeah.
So he has pretty much abandoned that project because he's realized that you basically have to overturn Citizens United in order to do that. That's what he was trying to do. So he realized very quickly that because of the moneyed interests, especially in the financial services industry, they just don't. There's no way. First, you have to there's only 2 ways to get a constitutional amendment. It's either 2/3 of the House and the Senate with a president's signature, or 3/4 of the state houses, the governors having passed, a resolution that tries to overturn a particular issue that's been enshrined by the Supreme Court. Those 2 paths are blocked entirely by the same moneyed interests. They're very smart. And they realized that if they could get this particular piece of, judicial matter solved in their favor, there was no way there could be any changes to it until our whole system changes. It's not going to change. It's almost like, it's chicken and the egg. Until this changes, it can't change, but it can't be changed, so we have to deal with it. We're going to have to find a way to overcome it in some other way, which is what I speak to. And people don't like the fact that I speak to that. But if there's another path to get it done, I'm open to hearing it. I just haven't been able to get my head around it. What does anybody think that we're going to peacefully, through voting, change the system that we find ourselves in for the better?
No, I don't think so. I genuinely.
I hope so. It's going to take longer, but because I am from Sudan, we did the same thing. 2019, we started into a peaceful revolution, a protest. We overtook the sitting president for 30 years. And then from there, started erupting into violence, and now we have a civil war, and we have something like 20% of the population just displaced. 20%, that's the largest displacement in the history of the planet. But yet no one hears about it. I'll tell you,
Firas, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
A lot of people, including myself, aren't as knowledgeable about the history or the current situation, the names of the particular leaders of the different factions. Can you just give us, if you choose to, you don't have to, but would you mind sharing with us what you know about it so we can be a little more educated and tell?
No problem. Now, Sudan, just to give a context, it's south of Egypt, and it has a coast on the Red Sea. Now, even before it went through a referendum and it was split into two countries, Sudan and South Sudan. That was in, I think, 10 years ago or something. After that split, that country is half of India's landmass, half of India. Now, the population is relatively low, which is 40 million, but we have an abundance of gold and uranium and natural resources and geographical place. Like, there is no reason for this country to be poor at all. Now, granted, the borders were drawn by Sykes-Picot, which is just doesn't make sense, tribal or geographic or otherwise. So people are not that homogeneous
That's
together.
Sorry to interrupt, Faraz.
Sure.
That's exactly what I was just gonna say. Your country shouldn't be poor at all.
No, it shouldn't.
But it is a poor country
shouldn't.
because where is it going? Where is the money going? It's going into.
Now I'll tell you something. Now the civil war in Sudan now is funded by the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, better known as Dubai, or people know as Dubai. Now they are funding the militias, the non-governmental militias.
Exactly, but sorry, friends, this
Sure.
happened whenever it happened. Let's talk about what's happening right now. Like, I don't want to get chips.
Complete blackout.
The watermelon people. What's happening there?
No, that's
the war in Israel and everything that's happening now.
That is happening as well, but it's
happening. So what do we, or what can a lot of governments or things to actually do to help?
Boycott whoever is funding these wars. Boycott them. Any producers that comes from any of the companies that they said we are funding the genocide in Gaza, or the people who are funding the current genocide in Sudan. Stop going to Dubai. Don't spend your money there. Take other airlines. They have a lot of things to boycott from. But the thing is, what I'm saying about Sudan currently, we have been having this civil war for the past, I think, 15 to 16 months, and no one hears about us at all.
Wow. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't
15 months, and the death toll, I think it's tens of thousands, and it's just a mess. Now we have the government, which is a dictatorship run by the military, who overtook the government in 89, and then there was a militia that was manufactured by them, and he placed that guy as his VP or vice president, basically, or the second in command. Just kind of a safety trigger. The same joke about that Dave Chappelle used to say, that I wanted to be the first black president, and to secure myself, I'll make my vice president Mexican. So if you're gonna kill me, you're gonna open the border. So he just that joke was actually made in my country. He made the head of militia as his second in command, and when he was taking, that guy had his eyes on ruling the country. Now there is a lot of gold being smuggled out of Sudan. That's basically led by UAE, Russia, China, and the US, of course. And
exactly.
Yeah.
So, and then the people, but then who does really suffer is the actual not middle class people, poor people. The rich will always be rich because they'll always know somebody that's in a higher place. So for example, if somebody was to get, say, arrested for doing something, they'll just give them a couple of grand or something. You know, they'll go they'll go in through the front door and come out through the back.
Not really. Maybe the ultra wealthy. But for Sudan, I've known people who paid $10,000-$20,000 to get out of Sudan, and they couldn't. That was like disposable income for them. That, like, okay, just take this money, let us go. And they were like, no.
Did they know the right people? Did they know the right person?
But that's the thing. Even being rich is not enough. That country is just in a mess. But I'll tell you something.
No,
while we understand,
especially in them kind of countries, it does talk. So it's like, say, like
yeah, but that shouldn't be incentivized. Neither that should be incentivized or accepted. We should all be run by the law. But I'll tell you something. That country has been struggling for the past 20 plus years because of their actions and the US. First of all, they hosted Bin Laden, which has, I don't know why. He's a Saudi guy. Why would you even host him? They just hosted
You know
him. They got
what? They
sanctions.
don't help their own. I personally
Oh no,
think,
not
like,
at all. Not at all. They don't even acknowledge our existence.
no, they
To-
don't. And I personally think,
in South Sudan, we had a war, a civil war, that
I think
that
the
erupted
Arab,
in the
sorry,
50s.
Faraz,
Around
I
2
think,
million people died. 3 million people died in South Sudan. And in Darfur, I think around 350,000 people died. No one knows anything about that. No one knows that. We don't even matter to anyone.
that's the history. But then it goes back all to the media. So the media, it depends what they want to show people, whatever is again behind it. It's telling them to show. It's like if in the UK, for example, the BBC is owned by, I don't know, say Jews, for example, and they'd be like, you know what, you're not showing these certain things. No, they wouldn't allow them to show like about
No,
Sudan.
but that's the country that everyone in the East and the West agreed on, that we need this country and we need it without their people. Like US, China, and Russia agreed that we need to take over this country. So no one is going to talk about it. Neither you're going to hear about it in TikTok or Facebook. Nothing. It's just gone. And do you know what is the hottest thing? Contraceptions. Because of all of the rape cases. That's the most sold commodity there in Sudan.
Wow. And it's the way they portray as well, what they would portray.
That's very telling. Wow, that's horrible to hear that news. Wow, that's bad. This is very similar to how the Palestinians felt for many decades, where their cause was not being given visibility. So, I wonder what do you think could bring more visibility to? I mean, we're doing it right now, which is what I want to do. I'm happy. By the way, Faraz, if you want to get with me outside of TikTok, I can make some videos about Sudan. We can have you in there with me speaking if you want. I mean, I have a small platform, but I can get some information out and maybe it'll go viral. You never know.
I can provide you with some video. Some people already made some videos, but for some reason they're not getting spread. I'll share with you a couple of them. Just sharing them, I think, is enough.
That's
You can talk
exactly
about
what it is for us. It's the algorithm. It's what they choose to show, and it's so frustrating when somebody does something and, like, for example, like I said, somebody will attack and they'll say if it's a white person, oh, it's a mental health issue. But then if his name is Muhammad Ali Khan, oh, he's a terrorist.
Right.
But
Good
then,
point.
do you understand? It's so like, you think, hold on a minute, but then he could have mental health issues as well. So why does race or religion have to come into it, or color has to come into it? Why?
Yeah, but look, I'll tell you something. I believe that the people in the US and the people in the UK, they are as victims of this media blockage as everyone else. You cannot blame. First of all, yes, we are getting killed, but
I do blame the people, because
no,
people are shit.
I'll tell you why. Believe me, I am a victim of that. I am an Arabian, so I know the Palestine cause, and I am Sudanese, so I am crushed under this. But you need to know who is causing that. You can't go blame every white Westerner, whatever, someone who comes in front of you. I'll tell you something. First of all, we are losing our lives, and people in the West are losing their livelihoods. Like the videos, I remember in Afghanistan, there was a bazooka being shot at an Afghani guy. Now the bullet itself was for $75,000. There is no way that soldier makes $75,000 a year, and there is no way that Afghani is making $75,000 in his lifetime.
But there's a different
only person
Afghanistan
making
and
money in
Palestine.
that situation is Lockheed Martin, is Boeing, is whatever these manufacturers.
Palestine, they're fighting for something. They're fighting for their country. The ones that are coming, they're fighting for what? They're fighting for a home. They're fighting, to be able to live in peace, to be able to actually walk on the street without the fear of getting bombed and things like that. What is anyone else fighting for? Sorry. It's like, for example, like go a bit of topics like where Algeria. I don't know if you know where that is. Algeria, North Africa. It's
You know Algeria.
yeah. So it's a rich country, but then it's a poor country at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So, and then I've been there a few times, and I've seen people on the street like no jobs, no nothing, and I'm thinking, how is that even possible when the country is actually really rich, but then there is no work for people?
No, but these resources are a curse, by the way. We have a mountain of gold called Amir, Amir's mountain, or Jabal Amir. It's a mountain of gold. Everyone is gonna go and try to excavate there legally or illegally. For example, Germany. Who's gonna try to occupy Germany? There is nothing here other than the infrastructure and the people paying taxes. But when you have natural resources, this is where the problem is. It's not always a good thing. I'd rather they take all the natural resources, let us live, let us build it on our own.
It should go straight to the people, and that's it, you know? That people are
should.
too greedy, and they just use it for their own personal gain, and that's just what's wrong with this world today, man.
Yeah, you mentioned the weapons manufacturers. This is a really important point. So Julian Assange, the dissident publisher on WikiLeaks, who just got released from Belmarsh prison after agreeing to plead guilty to one felony, which was absurd, but he did nothing wrong other than tell the truth. But he's out now, thankfully. But what he said was publicly before he was, taken through this horrible journey, he said the point of wars is not to win them. The point of wars is to keep them going as long as possible for rich people to wash money out of the tax base. In other words, take the treasury, have these countries continuing to appropriate weapons to send to whatever party they think is backing the cause, paint it in the version of democracy and freedom, but they could be backing the worst people in the world just because they're going to be giving them access to the resources or have more control or influence over the country. And the money from those weapon sales goes to who? Well, who owns the shares of, McDonnell Douglas or General Electric or Boeing or Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, et cetera, General Dynamics? The rich people, BlackRock, State Street,
You're shooting a $75,000 bullet or a bazooka or a rocket at someone who doesn't make it if you give him $5,000 cash, he's gonna leave. Why did you just blow that amount of money? This is the tax income of around five middle class people paying an annual income. Why?
It's because the money goes to the rich. The money goes to the rich class, not to help the poor. That's it.
Exactly. So the rich can stay rich and the poor stay poor, and we're going around in circles. So what can we do really as people to change it apart from stand together? And the thing is, we don't stand together. We really don't. We don't just be like, oh, you know what? This actually makes sense. Or we think for ourselves and think, you know what? This actually makes sense. Let's not listen to Tom, Dick, and Harry and be like, okay, they're right. No, let me just take a minute and do the research about Palestine or about what Faraz was talking about. We don't. We'll just...
Real quick, Bonds, I'm sorry to interrupt. So there's someone named Robert who keeps asking the same question. Robert, I answered the question. Maybe you didn't see my answer. Yes, I remember your situation. Yes, I'm aware of that. If you want to come up, there's a little button to the right center of your bottom of your screen. It's red and blue, and it says guest request. So if you tap on that, you have to have at least 200 followers to go onto a live panel like this one, I believe. But if you want to come up and share your story, that's fine. I want to take a little administrative break for like a couple seconds here. First of all, we're at 28K on the likes, so I'll tap my face. If you can just tap the screen for a little bit, we'll get some likes up, get us over 35K. We'll continue the conversation when we get to 35K. And then also, if you can please share the live with others, I'm going to share it with my group of friends. To do that, all you have to do is hold down the screen for like a half a second, and a list of all of your friends can pop up and you can invite. We should have a couple hundred people in here. This is a good conversation about Sudan and other issues that are really important for people to understand. And so let's get some more bodies in here. This is the only way we can spread the word and get, decent things to happen in the world. People have to first wake up and understand what's really going on.
Yeah.
Same stuff's happening in Syria. Same stuff's happening in the Congo. It's always the same playbook. It's
It is,
trying to
and we
rig the
know
political
about it.
system to benefit the wealthy class. It's always the same thing. Always the
And
same
then
thing. And then they lie about it to the public, saying it's for some other, great cause that we have to protect from communism spreading or democracy's at risk or some shit like this, when it's never the case. They're supporting the least democratic people in the world to take over power so they can then do the bidding of their economic masters.
Can I say something? Sorry, cut you off.
No, of course. Come on. I just want to show the watermelon to the...
If we, that's okay.
it's
If
lovely.
we
Don't
go
do that. I
back
want
to the
some.
same point, sorry.
Sorry, Artem. I got distracted by the watermelon.
Yeah,
I
it was
really did.
perfectly cut.
It's okay. I just want to go back to the same point in the beginning where you were talking about. I think, I want to try to make a point. Like, if you want to build a house from the beginning, you want to build a good foundation. We always look for a good foundation. Every time you want to build a good house, you always have a good foundation. So in this country, the problem is there is no good foundation, which is mean. So there is issue with the presidential area, which is there's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of emptiness. Whoever comes in this house, it leaves a mess and leave. Like when you have a party in your house, every company they come, they make a mess, they eat, and they leave. So what are you going to end up with? So much mess. So this issue, it's never going to fix. If there's nobody going to come out and talk about it and try to fix it with their thoughts, their thinking, and everybody sleeping, not talking about what's going on, the reason why the wars everywhere, it's always wars everywhere, because there's a big corporates, big heads of money makers, those money makers who handle those wars. And that's why we always have gaps. There's homeless, there's hungry people, there's people cannot pay their rent, there's people are suffering, there's people are sick, they cannot pay their bills. Those gaps, they're never gonna fix. Long as we don't have a good foundation, the good people, they hold this, I don't know how to say this word, like the government area, those people like who's handling the head of this big house. So we need a good foundation to handle all these problems. So whoever take this spot, they don't focus on these gaps. All they focus on handling how to go fight another country and talking about, okay, we're fighting about our country, we're defending, we're freeing. What are you fighting for? What are you defending for your country? That's what upsets me from this.
Let's let Naji jump in and
all
share. What
this
do you,
mess.
Naji, real quick, our life. Let's let Naji jump in. We want to give people equal time up here. Naji, what do you think about what's being said about the house being out of order, being a mess?
I think it's about the people who are actually running the government and the countries, because it's from them when they give back to the people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's who we put in. We got to focus on who we put in, because they're the ones that are giving back to the people at the end of the day, and they choose where the money flows through, you know? So I think she's right. Like, it's about the house, like who's running the house, and we got to be more self-aware and use our voices to see what's going on, you know?
Well, here's a question. So, and she mentioned something really important, that people, not enough's being done to try to address these problems. So here's a question. We all know if you scroll through TikTok lives, you're going to see one about Biden, or why would you vote for a felon named Trump? And there's probably 10 or 12 of these right now if you scroll through. How do we talk to people who are firmly they believe, they trust in the system where if you vote for this one person, they're going to make it better. No, if you vote for this
Oh,
person, they're
ignore
going to
them.
make it better.
Oh, no, ignore them. These are the last people you talk to. You talk
Okay.
to people who are willing to change. These people, we call them the laggards in project management or in change management theory, at least, and even in practice. These are the people that you ignore. Once they see that everyone started moving, then they will come along and say, oh, there must be something right there. But
Right.
don't start from there. Just ignore them. Carry on with the others.
Sorry, Faraz.
So
but I'm gonna
how do
go
we
back.
find the people though that are open-minded? Where do you find them, Finos? Ross?
They're willing. You can find them here, willing to engage with you in a discussion. You'll find them in libraries, in schools, in universities,
Right.
Sorry,
talking
one
about
second,
something,
guys.
seeking.
Or what we're doing now, we just got to be organized, unified, and just use our voice in an organized way, you know? Like, that's really all we have, because the House of Representatives is like the main focal point and where we should focus. That's awesome. You know,
Anybody who knows what that is, you know what I'm talking about.
What I'm gonna go back.
You're
What
awesome, bro.
Art Life said about the foundation. The foundation is already been built, so it has to all crumble, and we have to rebuild it for us to start
Chip, you
again.
gotta wear it like a cape. Sorry to interrupt.
So
I will
no,
be.
it's okay. So Art made a really good point about the foundation has to be with any structure, like building a house. The foundation has to be sturdy. If there's a tornado, then it doesn't crumble down. But all this government is just already set, so we have to crumble it all and chuck all the old ones and replace them with the new. Because what she made sense about the homeless, people can't pay rent. I'm not gonna lie, I went through a period where I was sick. My kid was sick, and I wasn't working, and I found it so hard. And I live in the UK, and at one point I had no money to buy a bottle of milk for £1, and I live in the United Kingdom. So we have to. You're 100%. The foundation has to be.
Can you speak up, Art Life? It's a little hard to hear you. Can you speak up a little?
Normal that people cannot.
Art Life, it's a little hard to hear you. Can you speak a little louder or closer to your microphone?
Yeah. So why is it being normalized that people now started being seeing this normal that people are struggling, like not having be able to pay a rent or like paying groceries? Why is it started being normalized? Like people seeing it normal. Like when you seeing this become a normal, this is really dangerous and it's scary. So where we're coming for a next, what is coming next? So if people like the government seeing people are struggling, but is it okay that you're sending billions of dollars to support something else? I don't want to mention that, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. So why are you doing that? What are you seeking? What are you trying to achieve when you're supporting other stuff? Can we look at this point? So when you're supporting other parties for billions of dollars, I'm just gonna sit there and say, okay, I'm talking like this as a person, as a human being, not trying to support anybody, but I'm trying to support the rights of everybody, every color, every from everywhere. So why are we not supporting them the way we're living? Supporting the people trying to live a good life. You're not going with this. Thank you so much for letting me talk.
Chip, are you gonna teach us how to cut the watermelon slices?
No, but I could easily give a class. I love watermelon. I have it all the time. You can see how I get the slices just right, like perfect triangles.
So you probably just cut it like that, but like thin slices and then 4 ways, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, if it's a little longer this way, I usually cut it down the middle, and then I flatten both sides, and then I cut into equal 4 squares, and then I slice the pieces after I have those 4 squares to make those perfect triangles.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna try to do that. I'll need to go out and get some watermelon now.
Yeah. And then this is the flag that I wore to the last Gaza. This was the rally for Gaza.
Oh,
And I swear to God, like 100 people came up to me and just said, "Hey man, how you doing? I love your videos, blah, 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 blah." And this time, there's Benjamin Netanyahu. It looks like a lobster bib. Sorry, I'm not trying to deface the flag. But this time I should do this, look.
I was just gonna say that.
Lord, that looks really
This time is going to be on July 24th. A lot of us are meeting up. I'm meeting up with Eric Warsaw and Nader Hu and maybe some other content creators, and we're going to go to the protest against Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the U.S. Congress. And then we're going to get together for a big dinner afterwards. So it should be fun.
Do you get a lot of hate if you walk, like, you know, because you're supporting Palestine from your own community or your, you know, from America, like certain Americans, like, why are you supporting?
sure.
Do you get a lot of hate for that?
You know, I ignore almost, you know, as much as I can of any negative feedback that I get both here on TikTok and in the real world. I try not to speak into people's ears if I don't have to. I mean, I bring it up, but if they're really one-sided, there's usually no talking to them. So I've had a lot of those conversations. In fact, they get uncomfortable very quickly. I met a guy one time at a diner. It was late at night. I was having like a snack. And we were sitting at one of those little, you know, the little thing where you're sitting side by side. It's like you're not in a booth, but you're kind of just, so it's like a bar seat. And I started talking to this guy about this issue. And it turns out he's a Jewish man. He has very strong ties to Israel. And when the issue came up, there was just no talking to this guy. Like, I tried to bring up the points of what the Israeli military does, wouldn't believe it. I tried to bring up points about what happened in 1948, wouldn't believe it. Like, just nothing would penetrate this guy's head. So I was like, I just dropped it.
Yeah, sometimes it's the best way because then it will just, people don't know how to have just a civilized conversation without it getting heated. And they'll get so offensive and so, like, you know, they get defensive as well. And I've seen people, like, they get, like, to a point where you get the altercation, like, violence, and you think, hold on a minute, we're only having a conversation, you know.
Yeah, just the flag itself is
I was gonna
offending
ask
Zionists,
that,
and that's really sad.
Well, somebody, just real quick, somebody in the comments said, Chronic367 said, Chip gets a lot of hate from his own family for his views. I don't get a lot of hate from my family for my views. I get a lot of, I get a lot of peculiar looks. They kind of look at me as an oddball. They don't understand why I believe what I believe. And they kind of, I'd say I'm more marginalized and dismissed than hated.
That's the thing, because they don't understand.
Yeah, like
And
when
people are afraid of what they don't understand.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. There's one more comment that just came in. This is the kind of silliness. Listen, I'm laughing at this, not angry. But King David, who's been a guest before, who unfortunately tends to comport himself in ways that make it difficult for a civil dialogue. He's an interrupter extraordinaire. But he said 1-800-CHIP-IS-ISIS. Now, first of all, let me be clear. Daesh or ISIS is a creation of the West that was created as an entity to be used by the Western governments. It was created by the Mossad and the CIA. Okay, that's something. They are ultra-Orthodox Muslims who are Sunni, who are completely radical. Obviously, they are religious crusaders. So a lot of people have compared H group, for example, the King Davids of the world have compared H group in the South to being like ISIS. But the two have nothing to do with each other. One group is literally on a caliphate, wants to forcibly remove what they call non-believers, apostates, from the earth. Palestinians aren't like that. Even the H group members, as angry as they are towards what's happened to them as a people and as much destruction as they want to sow based on that anger, you know, you can't blame them for being angry, but you can question their tactics. It's harming civilians. I question that kind of stuff. But, you know, they're nothing like the members of ISIS. They're not ideologically driven. They're driven by a single issue, and that is the inability to get a reasonable and rational political outcome to their circumstances. And so, listen, resistance groups don't form in a vacuum. They don't just come about one day. Oh, let's get together and hurt these other people because I want nothing better to do. They form because there's something to resist. And in this case, what they're resisting, listen, this is from their point of view. You may not agree with their point of view, but this is how they think from the experiences that I've had interacting with people who tend to take this side of the issue. They think that they've been dispossessed of land going back to 1948. They didn't have a say in what happened to them in many cases. They were just forced off their land. Many were unalived, unfortunately, through a lot of terror. That was the first people to bring terror to the region, were some of these extremist Zionist, very, very sort of terroristic gangs that went around and just destroyed people in villages and blew up the King David Hotel, et cetera, et cetera. So they learned the things they're doing now from those people who did those things back in the day. But they're angry. And I think they rightfully angry so. And if you look at how Israel has since chosen to deal with the circumstances, notwithstanding the attacks on buses and cafes, which I think are horrible, but resistance groups don't form by accident. They don't get together one day and go like, let me think, should we water the plants? Should we go on a field trip? Or let's get together and go kill some Jewish people. Yeah, let's go do that. That's not how it works. People only get angry at you if you're doing bad stuff to them. And then they want that bad stuff to stop. And so they form ways to try to change their circumstances. That's just human nature. It happened in the Warsaw Ghetto. It happened in some of the work camps where people tried to escape or fight back. It's human nature when you're under the thumb of another to not want to stay that way. And that's what we're seeing there. They're not religious fanatics. They're not ISIS members, all this bullshit. I'm so tired of hearing that crap. They don't want to get rid of the Jewish people. They don't. There's no evidence of a Palestinian ever outside of the territorial dispute area, the region, harming a Jewish person. Not one example. Not one example. Now, the Olympics was an exception because there were Israeli athletes at the Olympics when that happened in Munich. But notwithstanding that instance, and that's sort of a protected area where international gathering, it's not like the general public. But there's no example of any Palestinian Arab anywhere in the world, the diaspora, harming a Jewish person, which should tell you they're not motivated against people who are ethnically Jewish or who practice Judaism or both. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because they practice Islam, and Islam teaches them that if other people believe in their deity, Abrahamic deity, people of the book, so to speak, they're their family, they're their brother. They're ones who do believe in God. And therefore, it's a sin, it's haram in Islam to harm somebody else simply because they believe in a different path to what they call Allah, what other people call the Messiah, what other people call Yahweh, whatever it may be.
It actually is. There is a surah that says, it's like a verse from the Holy Quran. We believe what we believe, and you believe what you believe. I respect what you believe, and you should respect what we believe.
By the way, the Prophet of Islam, the Prophet of Islam said, if you hurt anyone from the people of the book, it's as if you have hurt me myself. Does that sound like we're supposed to be fighting? If you hurt them, not kill them, just hurt them.
Right.
Another question here. Sorry, I have a real quick. Sorry, Benz. So King David said, you supported people who really committed genocide on October 7th. First of all, if you're arguing that there's no genocide going on in Gaza, you can't make the argument there was a genocide on October 7th. That's just an absurd thing to say. That's the first point. The second point is, I don't support what happened on October 7th to any civilians. Any civilians that were hurt, either by the Israeli government's response, which seems to have been a lot more than we originally thought. They just admitted this publicly. They used the Hannibal Directive with helicopters, with tanks, with artillery, which is all weapons the age group does not have, by the way, to try to stop what was happening on 10/7. I'm not for what happened on 10/7 other than the engagement that was militarily oriented. They have every right to break free from their borders, which are being contained by Israel. Israel maintains a blockade, which is an illegal act of war. They have a right to resist that. If they went after soldiers and outposts and gathered hostages to come back, which also is a violation, but they're doing it to get some of their people back that Israel's been illegally holding for decades in some cases. So it's not out of the realm of conflict. Yeah, does that mean I support that particular political group? No, but I understand why other people do, because it's within the framework of resistance. And I'm sure they're not happy to hear that civilians got hurt. It's like, well, it's a bad asterisk on the day's events. But there's a lot of questions now as to how many were actually harmed by the H group, other militants, or other civilians that poured out that day. We don't know for sure. And there's a lot of questions that have remain unanswered. But King David, I don't try to justify what happened on 10/7 to civilians. That's not where I am. And the accusations of that kind of stuff, why do you think that me supporting the Palestinian struggle in general means supporting the H group specifically? The two are not the same thing. And most Palestinians, by the way, weren't even alive when H group came into power. In Gaza, more than half the population wasn't even alive when they were voted in 2006, because more than half the population is under the age of 18. You can do the math. We're now in 2024. So if you weren't even born when this group came into power, and you weren't among the 70% who voted for them, of those who did, about a third of the society had a vote for the H group, and that's in Gaza. Nobody in the remaining population, which is 3/5 of the Palestinian population in the region, were even, they had no vote. They were voting. They were living under the Palestinian Authority. So this whole way of conflating the H group, which is a tiny fraction of the overall Palestinian population, and saying that everybody must be them because they may have supported the Resistance Act on 10/7. That is a ridiculous extrapolation that I'm calling you out on, okay? I don't have to support the tactics of a group to understand its role in resistance in the long-term struggle towards autonomy and freedom, okay? That's it.
Exactly.
By the way, punishing everyone for their deed is actually marketing for them. You're actually making you're giving a voice and a cause for the H people. If you hate them that much, separate them from the others. But if I'm already gonna be counted as an H group, regardless what I'm gonna do, sure, I'm gonna carry a weapon and go with them. Why would you put someone in such a choice? Why?
And to think about it, you gotta think like most of the members on there in the groups probably people that had their mothers killed, their fathers, unalive, and just like family members are unalive. They're just trying to protect themselves, you know. That's it. Like they're surrounded. They have nothing, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Someone in
yeah,
the sorry, Chip. Someone in the live said on the comments was like Buddha versus Islam, Christian versus Islam, and Buddhism versus Islam, treason versus Islam, and then Judaism versus Islam. What is it? Here is just goodness versus
I don't know.
evil.
I don't know. I don't know much. I try to keep out of religion for the most part. I mean, I respect people's choices.
Thinking. There's nobody's talking about religion here.
Religion has nothing to do with anything. Why is a religion in this? I don't understand.
I don't. That's exactly what I was reading.
Because you have Christian Palestinians as well, you know.
Right.
Okay, real quick. I want to talk about format. Real quick, guys. Real quick. This is important. So the way that I run the lives, normally, if we've been having an open conversation, this has been fine. But when we start to get some differing points of view in the live audience, it tends to get a little haywire quickly if we maintain that format. So the format that I use is, and this is all the honor system. It's not regimented. I'm not going to tell everybody you have to do it, but I would appreciate if you'd do it. And that is, we're going to give each person a chance to speak in some sort of order, and each person will get a certain amount of time to say what they want to say. While they're saying it, even if you think they're making stuff up, even if you think they're telling blatant falsehoods or propaganda from either side, please don't interrupt them. And then we'll have a chance to go back and forth. If someone mentions your name in their conversation and they ask you a question, then you can unmute and answer their question, but then please go back on mute and let them finish. Please don't ask any leading questions. I'll give you an example. Here's a leading question where there's no yes or no answer to it. I want an answer to this question. Do you either support the H group or you support Israel? Which one is it? That's a leading false bifurcation. That's a false question where there's no right or wrong answer. Someone needs to give some nuanced answers. So please don't demand those types of things in your question, because that's unfair. And let's be fair, but let's be polite, please. If you're in the comments, whether you're pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, please keep your comments issue specific and not individual targets, because that just gets silly. But we're going to bring up King David, and he'll have a chance to speak. We have a new guest that just came up. I can't read your name in Arabic, but it looks like you have a boxer as your photograph. I'll say welcome to you. What's on your mind today?
Yes, first of all, Chip Baroness, first of all, I would like to thank you that the way you point out that everyone in here has the right to point out their opinions without any interruption. And therefore, I would like to tell my opinion. You asked a straightforward question whether you support the H group or the IDF. So first of all, I would like to clarify that it's pretty obvious that Hamas or the H group as a Palestinians, their case is pretty clear, and it's no brainer that they are trying to defend their land. If you have any clue about the history back in the day, they are being occupied and oppressed by the Israelis, and there's no question about it. And for the last year or for the last 9 months, they're being bombarded and killed, and it was a sad situation that happening in Gaza Strip. So to answer your question, whether I support the H group or the IDF, I would support the H group because they have a real case here. They are really supporting their country. They are not getting paid like the IDF. The soldiers in the IDF, they are getting paid and they are getting forced to go to the war, as opposed to the Hamas group. They are defending their land. They are being in kind of hardships, you know. So it's quite obvious that what's going on. It's obvious for everyone in the globe that what's going on in Gaza. Children are being killed, hospitals are being bombed, schools, universities, international associations are being bombed. So, and there was an arrest warrants from the ICC, as you know. So I don't think there is any debate about it. It's quite obvious. It's clear that IDF is oppressing. They don't have any justification about what they're doing. So I think we have a clear situation in here. So I don't think anyone can argue about it. Palestinian people, they have the right to defend their land. In 1948, they were occupied and being killed.
You have the right, and
They
you have the right to
suffered.
lose.
No, actually, they're not losing. We can see the red triangle. If you notice, the red triangle is it's obvious who's losing.
Okay, real quick, just want to remind everybody of the format. Remember King David a second ago? I wasn't trying to be mean. You are someone who chooses to interrupt for whatever reason you do it. The way this panel works, and I don't want to drop anybody, but I have to be fair to everybody. If you're somebody who thinks that for whatever reason your opinion matters more than everybody else and you can just interject whenever you want, then that's not someone who's going to be welcome here. I do welcome opposing views, so it's not that I don't want to hear your views, but disrespecting others and jumping in the way you just did like this after I clearly explained it, is this indicative of a disrespectful attitude in general towards human beings? And that's why people a lot of times find it difficult. So there you go. So I'll tell you what, when you're ready to come back and stay within the rules, I'm happy to have you up because I like having other views up. But if you're going to be disrespectful and not be polite to everybody else, then you can go somewhere else where that is more welcome, which is not here. Okay, I want to go back to Bance because I kind of interrupted Bance when I first started all this. Bance, what did you want to say next?
Sorry, I thought I was reading the
That's okay. If you don't want to, we can pass the mic if you don't want to say anything right now.
yeah, I'll pass on. I would like to hear from Art Life what she was saying about her point of views, or whoever this new person is, if they would like to speak.
Well, if no one's going to say anything, I have a couple things I want to share. So this is one area where I've had to really stretch my ability to be patient and understanding of others, because it's not easy sometimes. If you feel strongly about an issue and someone else comes back and they say something that's strongly in the other direction, you want to kind of share with them what you know to base it on. And that's what I like to ask people is like, how did you come to learn or know what you know? Because that to me is more important than what they think they know or what they say they know. Now, my impression, and this is not because of something that I kind of dreamed up on my own, I've heard people speak to this many. One of my closest friends is going through a terrible time right now because he's a part of Jewish Voices for Peace, and he has written sort of articles on what he thinks needs to happen for there to be peace in Palestine. His entire community opposes his point of view, and they think that the H group is the same stuff we're hearing from King David, for example. But remember, and this is what I talked to him about, many of the people who are Jewish who grow up in pro-Israeli households, pro-Z team households, they later come to find things out that contradict some of the things that they were told growing up. And so therefore they have what's called a time of cognitive dissonance. You have this as your roadmap of life. This is your belief system, is like a carpet that you stand on. And then you have the different information flowing in that starts to contradict or challenge that worldview. And then you have to struggle through that. You can either dismiss that which doesn't comport with your views, which a lot of people unfortunately do, or you can challenge your views and say, okay, let me see if I can shoot some holes in what I thought I was told. And the people that have the courage to do that, I really admire my friend who's done this, because he's gotten completely ostracized by the entire community. His wife decided to divorce him and take the kids. His whole family won't tell. He's been basically exiled, banned. And all because he's standing on principle of not wanting to support what the Israeli government does towards Palestinians. He thinks it's unfair, it's brutal, it's unnecessary, and it actually harms the peace of the Jewish people in Israel more than helps them, which I happen to wholeheartedly agree with. Now, in fairness, for those of you, if you hear somebody speaking in a certain way, always think in your mind, why would this person say this? And you could even ask them, this is my favorite question, how did you come to believe what you're saying? So that's one of the questions I wanted to ask King David when he comes up, not in a mean way, literally. We all have to find, like, for example, I found out that we have a moon in first grade from Mrs. McDonald. That's how I learned there was a moon. That's the first time I ever heard it. So when you say you believe something, there's got to be a reason that fundamentally underpin that belief. And so that's what I was. If people want to know how I learned about Palestine and what shifted my views, I was in college. I was a political science major. I was 21 years old. I'm now 57. Somebody gave a presentation on the first Intifada. I didn't even know what an Intifada was. It was a big uprising that took place among Palestinians in 1987 against the occupation and against the, just the general settlements being inside of Gaza, etc. So just the way the Israelis treat Palestinians, it was a big uprising. The frustration builds and it builds and finally it spills over. It's like a kettle of water, with a lid on the top, the lid blows. But I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know about the Gaza, the West Bank. I didn't know the history of the 48 war, the 6-Day War in 1967. I didn't know any of this stuff. And so when I did, it started to make me ask questions. My belief system, that carpet we talked about, started to get challenged involuntarily. I just had no clue. And then I looked more into it, and the more that I looked into it, the more holes it was poking in the belief system that I previously had, which was Israel's the good guy. They're surrounded by a bunch of evil Arab people who are all T-words, who want to attack them and get rid of the Jewish people. They want to push them into the sea, and that they have to do what they have to do to protect themselves, and they're a close ally of the United States. This is what I thought. I'm not kidding you. That's exactly what I knew, because that's what I've been told. And that's what I saw on TV. So that's what I believed. And it's only by getting other information that I was able to shift or challenge the narrative that I had been maintaining. And I do that now with everything that I do. Same process.
Sorry, Chip,
So,
to interrupt. ORG
yeah,
was
go
saying
ahead.
something. ORG, you can speak. The only thing you have to say is the way I just said, sorry to interrupt you, Chip. Can I say something? So,
Go
ORG,
ahead.
if you want
Yeah.
to say something, please do so. ORG?
ORG,
Okay.
did you want to come into the conversation? Let me see if I got them on mute. Just one sec. Just one sec. There we go. Sorry, I may have had you muted.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for speaking and everything. I think that what you said is completely reasonable. It's completely reasonable.
Okay.
But in addition, this is exactly what us Israelis think about the Palestinians or pro-Palestinians, when they get a cognitive dissonance, where suddenly the paradigm shifts and suddenly what you believe isn't what you used to believe all this day. And I think the biggest problem today is that we have a war going on and a conflict, and suddenly I need to explain why I need to exist in this place. I mean, we have a conflict. We need to solve the conflict. And if we go back to 48 and back to 29 and 21, with all the massacres and what have you, you have a list of massacres going on and on in Israel from both sides. The list is huge. It's huge. And today we are in a war, and I need to explain why I should exist in Israel.
Why do you feel you have to explain that? I've never heard anybody question someone's right to exist. Why do you feel like you have to explain it?
I feel like I need to explain it because this is what you see in all the media. Whenever they start to talk about this conflict and with other people, they go back to 48 and they say, this war didn't start at October 7th, it started in 48 and before 48 with the Zionist project, 1888. And I'm like, okay, of course, we have a conflict, we have something deep here going on, it's very complex and we have too much shared blood in this conflict. You know, and in order to solve this conflict right now, we need to look at it ad hoc.
Oh, RG, shouldn't we learn from history? Shouldn't we not let history repeat itself? That's
In
the whole
what way?
point of history, isn't it? So we learn from it and we don't let it repeat itself, but then we're letting history repeat itself, no?
I agree that we shouldn't let history repeat itself, but I don't remember in the history of Israel a massacre that was involved with 1,200 dead Israelis in one day. It was shocking to us. Each Israeli woke up on the day we started blocking our windows.
Oh,
We
RG,
took nails and hammers and started hammering our
Yeah, is
windows.
it alright if I respond to this comment?
sorry, 1 second.
Well, let's let him finish. OG, when you're finished, can you let us know you're done, and then we'll let
Oh,
someone else respond.
brother. No, you can speak. You can speak. Oh, good.
Okay, so Naji, why don't you go ahead and share your views?
I mean, I understand that like any loss of innocent civilians is a tragedy, but if you think about it, like Gaza has gone through this like every other year. There's situations where there's thousands that are being unalived, like on a yearly basis. Like I know you said it one day, but most of the time, the H group shoots their homemade rockets. It's easily shut down by the Iron Dome. You know,
Who would
there's
call it
not.
easily? Each rocket costs like $20,000, and you know you need
They're
to.
all.
activate
They're
that.
most of them are homemade rockets.
But our
They're not
Iron Dome,
high tech rockets.
when we use Iron Dome, we basically empty our treasury. This is basically what we do. So you see, there's a finance war going on here.
Yeah, I understand, but if you
Age group
but-
makes homemade rockets, we shoot them with high-end rockets and deplete our
Okay.
fucking cash. Sorry for the language. Sorry.
I
No,
understand that,
he makes a really good point, by the way. So just so you know, the Iron Dome rounds are not 20,000; they're $46,000 a round.
Yeah.
yeah, and the reason why they're doing that is to like make it a financial burden on them. Like when they shoot their cheap missiles, they have to use their Iron Dome. But the reason why they're shooting these missiles is because whenever there's like conflicts in the West Bank, like human rights being violated, like when it gets like more heated towards the.
I agree about
Like that.
Hebron. Yes, I agree.
Every time there's more like.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. West Bank. I don't agree with what's happening in the West Bank. That's not to say that I condemn all of Israel and all of Israelis and the Jews should get out of Israel. You know, but
Right.
I'm saying.
And the reason why they shoot those rockets is to do like a financial burden. And because there's
the
something.
question is if the actions of the people in the West Bank deserve the actions of the people in around Gaza. You know, if there's trouble in the West Bank, why do they attack the people around Gaza?
And,
I have a question for ORG, if you don't mind, just real quick. So ORG, when you hear somebody say at a protest or just in general, you hear the words, Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. Just from your point of view, what does that elicit from your thinking?
The thing is, I know how the sentence is in Arabic. It's min al-may lil-may Falastin Arabiyya. So
Right.
when they say it in the protests, we are Israelis are a completely different thing. We hear from the water to the water. Palestine is Arabic.
Sorry, RG, the thing when you just kept saying us and them, this is the problem, is us and them. Why
agree.
cannot not just be us as one ummah, like one human, like we're all one race?
Oh,
Why
sorry,
does
the
it have
Ummah
to
is
be
Muslim.
Israeli, like, you know, they can all live, you know,
But
like
the
share
Ummah,
it.
yeah, but you know what she meant.
You know what I mean? Thank you, Ninja, yeah.
Hey, listen, there's what we mean and what we know. You know, it's the same as the Oslo Accord with Yasser Arafat. To the international community, he said peace agreement. To the Arab world, he said Hudaybiyah Accord. You know, we need to use the same language. We need to use the same words, the same definitions. I wish, of course, we one people before 710, believe me, I was all the way, left all the way, never voted for Bibi in my life.
Yeah.
Never.
I think the
Never.
highest chance of that happening is if we let, all right, let's say that we let the whole thing be all of Israel. Do you think there's a higher chance of Palestinians having equal rights as an Israeli, or do you think if it's all of Palestine,
I want to be
do
honest.
you think
I want to
that
be honest
Israeli
with you,
could have
brother.
the?
Akhuya al-Karim, I want to be honest with you. In Israel, in a one-state solution, no.
Exactly.
I'm afraid this will never. It's not a possibility.
Exactly. So if it's all of Palestine, there's a way higher percentage and chance that an Israeli will have the same exact rights as a Palestinian. And that's what the problem is with the Zionists today.
No,
Is they don't
when you
understand.
say Zionist, you mean like 95% of Jews.
No, because more than 75% of Zionists don't even believe in God. They don't even believe in the Judaism.
No. Where do you get
It's
this?
a proven.
Brother, no. Akhuya al-Karim,
You can look it up, man.
No.
Look it up.
I am Zionist. What I need to look up? I know exactly.
A lot
what
of
you're
the
saying.
Zionists, you ask them if, do you believe in God?
Habibi, no.
There's a difference.
Come on, man.
حياتك.
I asked
أخوي.
10 people,
أخوي.
10
أنا زيوني.
I asked 10 Zionists, 6 of them or 7 of them will say they don't believe in God, man.
Okay, but this is something else.
What percent is
Right,
that?
guys, real quick, guys, let's
if you
skip
look at
that.
Judaism in Europe.
Let's skip that. We have a new guest named Palestine who's been waiting very patiently. Palestine, welcome to the conversation.
يعطيك العافية.
هلا
الحمد لله.
Welcome.
شو اخبارك؟
Alhamdulillah.
Does he speak English or Arabic?
لا
He
عربي
can-
عربي.
He speaks
بحكي
English,
عربي.
Arabic.
Can anybody here translate and do it like 2 sentences at a time?
I'm a
I'll
certified
try.
interpreter. I can do that.
Okay, Firas.
انا بترجم لك يا اخوي فلسطيني.
حياك
بس
الله.
انت قول وانا بترجم على طول.
انا من فلسطين حاليا
He's
عايش
from
في
Palestine.
فلسطين.
He's currently
أنت
living in Palestine.
زي فهمت عليكم بتحكوا عن اتفاقيات اوسلو لانه طبعا ما في ولا
بس
اتفاقيه ماشيين
فلسطيني هدي لي اعصابك، انت هتقول الجمله وانا هترجمها. حلو؟ فقول الجمله واسكت شويه خليني اترجم وبعدين نكمل. اوكي؟
فهمت
From
عليك.
his understanding we are talking about the Treaty of Oslo and this is why he wanted to join the conversation. تفضل يا فلسطين.
Yeah,
طبعاً
Faraz
اتفاق.
just said to him to tell the sentence and then he will stop and then Faraz will translate it.
Yes.
طبعا اتفاقيه اوسلو 67 ما في ولا شيء يعني تطبق من اتفاقيه اوسلو.
The Oslo Treaty of 1967, none of it has been implemented. كمل.
يعني احنا كنا بنتوقع يعني انه انه اتفاقيه اوسلو يعني كجزء انه نعيش منه يعني إنه نعيش فيه بس ما صار يعني هذا الشيء.
They were
ما
expecting
تطبق.
to live. They were expected to live according to the borders of 1967 Oslo Accord, but that didn't happen. None of it was implemented. تفضل.
احنا بكينا يعني قبل الحروب وقبل هذا بكينا يعني نحاول انه نقدر نعيش نتعايش مع بعض بس الامور صارت تزيد سوء.
We have tried to live in harmony together for all of that time, but everything kept on going bad and worse and worse.
لما انا عندي زلمه انا عندي 3 اطفال بديش احكي عن اشخاص ثاني وموقف العمل من سنه. العمل متوقف وين نروح نشتغل؟ اعطينا نسافر.
I am a man who has 3 kids and I haven't been working for a year and I can't even travel. So what am I supposed to do?
من سنه توقف العمل من بدايه الحرب. توقف
I was
العمل.
going to see if you could ask him a question. There's a question I want to ask him.
Sure.
In his opinion, does he believe that the reason that there are violent actions that take place periodically by Palestinians against Israelis, is that because of hatred of Jewish people? Is it because of Islamic fundamentalism? Or is it anger over the inability to solve this dispute long term?
اوكي محمد بيسألك جيب بيقول لك انت في اعمال عنف تحصل كل فتره والثانيه من الفلسطينيين ضد الاسرائيليين، هل تفتكر هذا بسبب
مش
بسبب
ناس
انه هل هذا كره لليهود ولا هذا تطرف ديني ولا ايش سبب؟
لا، ما هو في كره عن كره بيختلف. يعني احنا مش كره ديني، لا مش كره ديني. هذا الكره يعني لما يصير في ظلم، الاشي هسه انت في بيتك، بجوز في بيتك انت كشخص، اي شخص بيته بصير في ظلم، انه مثلا هذا باخذ اكثر، هذا باخذ اقل. هلا عندنا في ظلم، الكره بصير للظالم.
He said it's just the injustice. It's just for the person who is taking more than he should be taking. Even within a household, there can be injustice. It's just that unfairness is the thing that's fueling these acts.
Okay. Please tell him this. Please tell him that all of the pro-Israelis that I talk to think that all Palestinians hate Jewish people and want to unalive all of them, and that they're Muslim fanatics. So can you please tell him that?
حاضر. بيقول لك يا فلسطيني، بيقول لك هو كل اللي بيتكلم معاهم اللي هم يعني داعمين لإسرائيل، بيقول لك إن كل الفلسطينيين بيكرهوا اليهود وعايزين يقتلوا اليهود كلهم.
لا ترد عليه. اللي بقول لك هيك لا ترد عليه. هذا بكون بيعمل يعني زي فتنة أو تحريض. كثير ناس، ما هو اللي بدمر زيادة التحريض من هذا كلمة من هذا كلمة.
He's saying that don't listen to such people. These people are just inciting violence. They're just trying to fuel the flames and that's it. And this is the thing that actually complicates the situation further. By the way, I'm not translating 100%. I'm interpreting. So I hope that anyone who understands Arabic here can.
احنا في الضفة الغربية من حدنا انخلقت إسرائيل. في الضفة الغربية 90% الأشخاص بيشتغلوا في الداخل.
داخل وين الداخل هذا؟
داخل يعني في إسرائيل.
He said that he is from the West Bank and 90% of the people in the West Bank are actually working in Israel.
صحيح.
واسأل أي حدا، يعني ما في هذا الإشي اللي بيحكي فيه. يعني التحريض هذا كله كذب وما في منه هذا الحكي.
Okay. بيقول إنه هذا بس ما it's not there. Carry on, Chip.
Okay, I have one more thing to mention, and that is in these conversations, when I try to explain to the people listening that what this guest said, Palestine, they ignore it. They say it's not true. I'm lying. I'm making it up. I hate Jewish people too. How can we negotiate with somebody who is fearful that all they think we want to do, or all that they think you want to do, is unalive them?
You need to repeat that question again. I'm sorry. Just to make sure that
maybe ORG can answer this too once we get the question answered. Okay, so the question is, if negotiation is important to set for a political resolution for freedom and autonomy and dignity, how can you negotiate with somebody who is firmly believing that all you want to do is unalive them? You have no other objective.
طيب يا فلسطيني بيسأل، بيقول لك إذا كل واحد فاكر إنه الطرف الثاني عايز يقتله وينتهي منه كليا، كيف ممكن الناس ممكن تتفاوض على حل وكل واحد حاسس إنه الثاني بس موجود هناك عشان
هذا صحيح. ياس، هذا الإشي اللي حاليا صار.
He said this is what's happening now.
هذا الإشي اللي حاليا صار هو يبقى خايف منك وأنت خايف منه. عشان هيك هسه صعب الإشي مع بعض. هذا الإشي
اللي it's hard for everyone to live with each other now.
حاليا هذا الاشي اللي صار هسه حاليا صار. لما انت تبقى ماشي ببقى هو يطلع عليك، انت خايف منه وهو خايف منك.
Now when you're walking in the street, he's looking at you and you're looking at them, and everyone is afraid of the other.
So here's a question for him. If he could snap his fingers right now and have any scenario that he wants, what would be the difference between where we are now and where he would like things to be, like 2-state, 1-state, something like that? Like what would he want to see happen?
طيب بيسألك يا فلسطيني، بيقول لك لو انت ممكن طق اصبعك كده وتقوم انت تغير الوضع اللي انت فيه ويكون في عندك حل مرضي او حل انت شايف انه هو مناسب، ايش الحل اللي ممكن يكون مناسب؟ دولة واحدة، دولتين، مش عارف ايه، يعني ايش اللي ممكن يحصل؟
الحل المناسب الحل المناسب انه كل واحد ياخذ حقه، مش أكثر.
بمعنى he said
يعني
everyone should
مثلا
respect
انا
his
هذا
rights, but what
الاشي
does that mean?
كل واحد ياخذ الاشي اللي له، كل واحد ياخذ حقه الحل المناسب، بس انت ما بتحكي يعني عن حل بسيط. انت ما بتحكي يعني عن مشكله.
طيب سيبك من طريقه تطبيق الحل، خليك في الحل نفسه. What is the solution؟ ايش هو الحل؟ ايش تتوقع الحل؟ ايش بالنسبه لك انت؟ طيب
الحل نفسه انه يجوا العالم يسحبوا السلاح، من اول شيء يسحبوا السلاح من كل المناطق.
He said the first thing is to disarm both parties.
اللي بيقتلوا الناس.
To stop the killing. وطيب بعد ما يوقف القتل ايش اللي بيحصل بعد؟
القتل
after killing stops what else should happen? This was my
بعد خلص بصير في حلول كثيره، بعدها بصير قدامك انه يعني انت بتقدر تروح تحل بين اثنين داكين في بعض، تقدر تروح تحل بينهم.
You cannot negotiate peace in the middle of people killing each other. There has to be some ceasefire and then people can sit down and agree on a solution or solve the problem.
قبل ما تدخل في الحل بدك توقف السلاح، بدك توقف
You need to stop the arms.
كل شيء في كل المناطق بدك توقفه هذا مشان تقدر انت تحل، تقدر تقيم، تقدر تسوي. اما هيك انت ما بتقدر تعطي حل. تقدر انت كيف احنا مش بتقدرش توصل لحل هسه حاليا طول ما في مشاكل.
As long as there is conflict, there is no solution.
No, but he said that you have to take all the arms from them, and then
both parties. He says from both parties.
When he asked him about what would the solution be, because everybody, the Palestinian guy said they should take each part what belongs, or share it equally. I believe.
He said everyone should take his rights, what he's owed, basically. But I don't know. But I asked him, what does that even mean? Like, what does that mean? And who defines that? This is why.
Here's a very good. This is a very important question. If the Israelis agreed to what Palestinians is a reasonable sharing of the land, let's say the 1967 borders, as is often discussed. Do you think that if there was a political solution that the more radical elements of Palestinian militancy would stop fighting in return for getting an autonomous Palestinian state?
بيقول لك إذا في حل سياسي، هل بتتوقع إنه الأطراف المسلحة من ناحية فلسطين ممكن يخلوا السلاح ويشوفوا عندهم حل لدولة فلسطينية أيا كان شكلها؟
أنا بالنسبة لنا كالضفة الغربية إحنا يعني في عنا حل وفي إنه الدولة موجودة، أما بالنسبة لقطاع غزة والله صدقا ما بعرف لأني مش عايش هناك أنا.
Said he's from the West Bank, and for the West Bank they have always pursued the political solution. But as for Gaza, he doesn't know what's going on there, and he cannot speak on their behalf.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, can you allow him to speak on his own experience? Because he lives in the West Bank. Could you allow him to speak on the basic rights that he doesn't have in his own village? How he can't travel freely in the West Bank? Let him explain that to everybody.
مقسومين احنا كلهم مقسومين قطاع غزة غير.
هو بيسألك انت في الضفة الغربية ايش الحقوق اللي مش موجودة عندك من ناحية سفر مثلا، تحرك،
سفر ممنوع، بحر ممنوع.
water he cannot go through water.
اسعاف احنا قريتنا هنا فيها 10,000 واحد سيارة اسعاف.
في 10,000 واحد ايش؟
في 10,000 بني ادم كرة احنا قرية في 10,000 بني ادم، سيارة اسعاف واحدة ما في.
He's living in a village that with a population of 10,000 and they don't even have one ambulance.
بوليس فيش، حتى شرطة ما في.
No police.
بقول لك مناطق يعني مناطق سي اسمها مناطق إسرائيلية هاي.
It's considered as Israeli places.
كل الحقوق الموجودة في العالم محرومين منها كلها، ولا في حقوق 1%.
We don't have any rights in that place, and we don't even have 1% of the rights.
And this is what I'm talking about. These are people that were born here and people that live there on a daily basis. They have no basic human rights in their own.
Used to explode here in every.
ORG, please. We're getting to a point here. The point is that the Palestinians, even in the West Bank, They don't have their own basic rights, and this is what we're fighting for. This is what we're fighting for.
You
This
have
is what we're
buses
speaking
exploding in
about.
the West Bank.
He lives in the West Bank. He can't. He has
Ask
no
him.
basic
Does he have
rights.
buses exploding in the West Bank?
No. That's false. That's racist.
That's
We're
not
not-
racist.
we're not all-
This
we're
is
not-
my
we don't-
experience. I grew up in the first Intifada.
Stop. I'm not going to
I
entertain
grew
that.
up in the
I'm not
first
gonna-
Intifada.
Najee, I think you hold opinions more extreme than he, and he lived there. And I don't think that makes his cause better. I think it hurts the cause. Basically, he was speaking about peace and about.
Oslo was never about 67
He was
borders.
talking about political arrangement, and Najee, you come and like want to take the discussion to
No,
why
because he
Israel
lives
is
in the
bad
West
and
Bank.
Palestinians are poor, and
He
the
lives in the
reality
West
is
Bank. I
that
want
there are
him
two
to
sides
speak on his
fighting.
experience. There's nothing to it. You guys are making it. You guys are twisting my words. He lives in the West Bank, and I want him to explain his personal experience
Well, he
where he was born in, and he has no basic rights.
He
Because
said
of
he
the
wants to
military
keep
oppression.
working in Israel.
gets
He wants the
medicine, he
violence
gets
to stop.
security.
He wants to raise his three
Okay.
kids. I think he knows that once that happens, then the rest of the things are just side effects of that. So he actually goes to the. By the way, I'm Israeli, and Chip, what you say is that all Israelis thinks, or most Israelis thinks that Palestinians are fundamentalists. I don't think so.
Did you just say that the alternative to
No,
him
no, no, no,
accepting
no, no, no,
whatever
no, no.
happens there is death?
No. Hold on, real quick. Let me clarify.
Oh,
If you
sorry
go
about
back,
that. Yeah, sorry.
here's the good news. All of these lives are recorded and posted unedited up on my YouTube and Rumble channels. So this one will be up within 24 hours. Go back and rewind the tape to where we are now. I said most of the people with whom I interact on this app who are pro-Israel believe, and then fill in the blank.
Brother,
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't.
I don't know.
I'm just giving.
I
I
waited-
just
But I
want to
agree.
state that
But I
I
agree with
waited
your point. I don't
patiently.
think I don't think Israeli society is a monolith. In fact, there's a large portion that are very heavily protesting the government right now as we speak in Tel Aviv, and they want Netanyahu gone. They want the hostages back. I'm very familiar with Israeli politics. Unfortunately, most people, though, just like people say that 70% of Palestinians in general support what happened on 10/7, most Israelis support the ongoing effort to eradicate the H group and are woefully unaware of some of the collateral damage, and that's the nicest way to put it, that's been accompanying it.
Yeah, I think it's
can I
inevitable
answer what
in
he
that
said back
situation.
then? I don't know why now he's interjecting. I was waiting really patiently to answer.
Yeah,
Can I?
that's fair. So let's go ahead. I'll tell you what, here's how we're going to do it. For those who are new, I'll just quickly explain how I run the panel. I'm not perfect at it, but I try my best. We try to give each people a turn uninterrupted, unless there's an open mic sort of situation where people are going back and forth legitimately, not crazy. It keeps the conversation going so people can hear it. And so if you could please stay on mute while someone else is talking. If they address you and want an answer from you, then of course you can unmute and have that conversation. But otherwise, they're going to give you the same respect. So please go ahead, ORG, go ahead, just take some time and say what you'd like to say.
Okay, thank you, first of all. First, we spoke about Oslo. I agree, it was supposed to be completely the other way around. It was supposed to be good. I agree. But it was never about the 67 borders, because even if you go and look at the deal, it was divided into area B, C, A, and you have the Palestinian Authority, which gathered all the groups, and then they became one unity that can control their place and govern it, and all of these things. So to say we dreamed it's going to be 67 borders, I think 67 borders is history, because you have the area where you border with Jordan, and this border cannot be secured by anybody else than Israel. This is just the way Israelis think. We are afraid of Jordanians with Iran going through Jordan area and bringing in arms into the West Bank. So how do you reconcile this? And you talked about most Israelis think, not all of us hate you. No, not. I work for an Arab Christian company. I'm a Jew. I get my paycheck from Arabs, Christian Arabs, and I work with Muslims, and we used to bring in contractors from the West Bank by the ton. A lot of people used to get salaries from us all the time. And now, yes, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a big shame that radical groups are taking over the good people. The good people suffer at the end because of nefarious people.
And do you think that, do you think Palestinians have the right to have their own army? to protect their own citizens?
I don't.
I'm
because
sorry,
they
I
don't.
didn't understand this.
Who's
When
gonna
you say radical people are taking over, are you talking about Palestine or are you talking about Israel?
Both. I'm
Oh,
talking
both.
about
Okay.
both.
Okay.
I'm talking about both. I think that the radical right in Israel grew because of the radical right in Palestine. You know, because if you look at the history of Israeli politics, you see that the right wingers are not that extreme. You know, they're not that extreme as this government is. This government right now, it was birthed because of radical right wing in Palestine.
And would you say that they're more radical than the H group, or do you think H group is more radical?
No, not even close. Not even close. The H
So-
group is something completely animalistic. I cannot.
That's
For me,
ridiculous.
this is my opinion. This is my
Okay,
opinion. I
but
feel that they
you think that's
illegitimate
animalistic?
coup.
You don't
I
think
think
it's
it's an illegitimate
animalistic
coup.
that 15,000 children have been unalived? You don't think that's
Sounds good,
animalistic?
but you see what you do. But you see what you do.
I
You
know,
bring me the
no. What
numbers
am I
and you
doing?
give me
Talking about the
you give me
children?
the media like we're talking in the media. I'm not talking to you in the media. I
And
don't have an
that's
agenda. I don't have an agenda.
how can you say that the Zionist regime right now is less animalistic than the H group? When
Because you don't have the intent like this. You don't go
they don't
into
care
a
if
house.
50
You
kids
don't go into
die.
a house and you shoot
I mean,
people
they
point
don't.
blank.
Sorry, they don't care if 50 kids are unalive, as
It's
long
not
as
that
they
I
get
don't care. It's war.
half a age group member.
It's war. You think I wanted to wake up on 17
And that's
and
sad.
see war? You think I wanted this?
If
I was
that's
in my
sad.
pub getting drunk, having fun. You know,
That's
wake
sad.
up 17.
They don't look at us. They don't look at us as human beings. They
Yes, we
think we're.
do.
No, they don't. They don't think we're
We
human beings.
do. Come on.
You
This is
just
what
said
we,
no.
I'll tell you when did I figure that out. The moment you said that it's the worst massacre that 1,200 Israelis died, while before that there was a massacre in 5 hours, 3,000 Palestinians died. I
Exactly.
think it was.
This is on
Yeah,
every
that
other
doesn't
year.
count. These numbers
what are
don't
you talking
count.
about? 3,000 Palestinians that died before 7
Exactly.
October.
Go and Google it.
Go on Google what? What are you talking about? Tell me.
But forget about that.
No,
You
no,
have
no,
around
no.
40,000 Palestinians.
Hold on, guys, real quick. This is something I've had to do before in these lives. So if you Google massacres in Palestine since 1900, just go type that in there. And for those of you who aren't familiar with that Google result, you're going to be shocked. Because when Palestinians say, hey, I know it must have been horrible for people to experience that number of people unaliving in one particular incident in one day, it's very shocking to have that many. But if you go back and do the math historically on how many Arabs and Palestinians have been unalived by either gangs that preceded Israel or forces since Israel's formation, it's not even close. Like the numbers are so far apart, it's actually way worse than what we're seeing in this particular conflict, and this is really bad. Now, I do want to interject a question to people to focus on. This is where I kind of guide the conversation. Do you believe that the H group is completely to blame and that they started a war on 10/7? Or do you believe that, like the head of the UN said, the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he said the attacks of 10/7, as horrible as they were, we all know this attack did not happen within a vacuum. So I want to first let ORG go, and then I'm going to let Arad go, and then I'm going to bring in Songhai Empire, and then Elisa, and then we'll go from there, because everyone else has had a chance to talk, okay? Go ahead, ORG. Oh, maybe I muted you, sorry.
No, I think I actually answered it before. Wait. What was it again, you asked? No.
Well, I asked you if you think that it was, in other words, is this a new, like this is the war, or is this a chapter of a broader war that
you
has a
see, I
place
need to
within it?
explain my existence. I need to explain my existence again. Why I need to exist in Israel, you see, because you say it didn't start on October 7, and then I need to go and explain it to you until 48 and before it to the Zionist project and to, you know, the pogroms in Europe. This is the way it goes when you say that it didn't happen in a vacuum. I'm talking about the conflict now. I want to solve the conflict now. I don't know how to fix 75 years of Israeli independence. I have no idea how to solve this. I can only know how to solve this conflict, not all of the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. It's too deep.
Why is it, okay, here's what I'm trying to understand. So the question that I asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, I said, do you believe that the H group started this on 10/7 as a war?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
let me finish the whole question. Or do you believe, as Antonio Guterres said, the head of the UN, that although the attacks were horrible on 10/7, we all know they didn't start in a vacuum? The first thing you said was, I feel like I have to explain my existence. How did you go from that question, which was basically whether we started on 10/7 or whether it was part of a bigger campaign?
Why talk about
How did
the
you
vacuum?
go directly? This is the
Because
reflexive
why talk about the
defensiveness that
vacuum?
I'm trying to understand. What's
I'm
that?
trying to explain. I don't understand why to go
Okay.
into this vacuum where we have this understanding. We all know that nothing happens in a vacuum. No action happens in a vacuum. Nothing on
Okay.
this earth happens in a vacuum. Nothing. And when people get murdered and executed and raped and whatever, we throw in the context. You know, what context is there to rape? What context is there to murder? What context is it's either right or wrong? If it's right in some ways or if it's wrong on some way, I don't know. Then this is not what I believe in. I believe killing is wrong, raping is wrong. Whatever your political cause is, I don't really care. If your political cause is enough to go and murder, then you're not a good person. I don't know. This is my opinion.
So if you're gonna apply that standard to the situation on 10/7, do you think it's fair to apply that standard universally, or is it only against the H group?
Yes. Universally.
Okay, so
each terror organization,
with that in mind, with that in mind, well, you're talking about only groups that you designate as enemy T groups or whatever you want to call them, but I'm talking about any entity on Earth that exhibits these behaviors. So if you're going to be consistent in applying the same standard, then you have to equally. Do you condemn H group for what they did on 10/7? You condemn them?
Of course.
Okay, so if you're condemning people who perpetrate this behavior, which I think is fair to do, then likewise, would you condemn another group that's doing it?
Yeah, you're going to say the IDF, but the IDF is not a group. The IDF is the Israeli military.
Well, in other words, you can call it the government.
Internationally recognized
Hold on,
army.
Let me finish.
what
It's
about
like saying that the American army.
Hold on, guys. Let me finish. So, hold on. Let me finish, please. I wasn't done. Hold on. I didn't have a chance to finish my comment, and then I'm happy to have you come back and answer. So here's the thing: human rights groups, just in the recent history, in the last month, have confirmed without a doubt that the Israeli military in Gaza and in Israel have been torturing prisoners. We have from historic record that Israel has unalived scores of thousands of Palestinian people over the course of the last 55, 70 years. It's indisputable. We have information that Israel has held people in prison with no charges, sometimes 2, 3, 5, 10 years, but usually sometime between 3 months and a couple of years with no charges under what they call administrative detention. These are indisputable facts that the international community has documented, whether Israel wants to acknowledge them or not. Even Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem and Israeli publications like Haaretz have published these factual representations of Israel's activity, some of which involves shoving metal rods, heated or otherwise, into the anal cavities of Palestinian prisoners, sometimes as a part of interrogation and sometimes out of sheer punishment and torture. All documented and completely verified. Here's my question. If you're going to condemn the H group or Hezbollah or whoever else you want to throw these names at as being condemnable, then would you similarly, because the behavior is the same, in fact, I would say far worse in its quantity, would you condemn the IDF and the Israeli government for allowing these things to happen under its watch? Yes or no? Is that fair to ask? Org? Is that fair?
Each and every action that is completely crazy, like what you described. Of course I condemn it. What am I, I'm not a monster. I am not a monster. Of course I condemn this. I don't want anybody to suffer this kind of injustice.
Fair, good.
Never.
I'm glad to hear that.
Why do people think that?
Okay, so let's do this. Thank you. Thank you for
why.
saying that. That's fair. I think that's a fair way to be. I appreciate that.
I wouldn't
Now,
condemn the whole army. It's an army. It's an army. It's supposed to wage war. This is the purpose of an army, to wage war.
yeah, I got it. Okay, let's do this. I want to give Songhai Empire, and then we'll go to Arad for another answer, because I think Songhai.
Thank you,
welcome.
by the way. Atikum Elafia. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chip.
Songhai.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing here. And I'm coming to this point as well, as much as you did your research. So my whole point on this is that the two-state agreement is not gonna function properly because Israel is never gonna allow the Palestinians to have their military strength as well. So that we know for sure, regardless of what we agree, unless the international community is willing to press Israel to accept this. But the reason why I don't think this is going to work with the Israeli government is that because after studying all colonization on the continent of Africa and occupation everywhere around the world, the colonial project has never given up lands to the natives, and they have never given the power to the people completely. It will always be somehow, some way, trying to suppress these people regardless of giving them the right to govern themselves. And this is why I think one state for the Israeli who are willing to share the land with the Palestinian would be the feasible one, because we have seen it happen in South Africa. And even in America, we've seen it happen in America as well, that you are able to live with the natives there. But what Israel is trying to achieve here, that I do understand they might have a plan in head that they want to reduce the population of the Palestinian before they bring them in the fold of the Israeli government and that one state government. That is what I understand. So my point going forward is that the international community need to force the one-state policy for them to live under, because there's no land. If you look at the size of these countries, this country we're talking about, there's no way you can separate them into two, and Israel will allow Palestine to have their own military force in order to counter them, because Israel want to be on top of these people all the time. So that is something I want to talk about, and also hear what your opinion is about this, what I just discussed, because it's never going to happen.
Yeah, by the way, this is the sad part. By the way, there may be a little background noise, but it'll be brief. I'm just grabbing a charging cable. This is the quandary of all this. The land has been so fragmented in the West Bank through settlements and occupation and checkpoints, etc., that it's very difficult to give a contiguous landmass for a Palestinian state. In addition, you have the non-contiguous territory that's in Gaza. So the one-state solution seems to be the better option just from a pragmatic standpoint when it comes down to territorial integrity. However, by trying to create a single state, call it whatever name you want, but let's say it stays as Israel, you now are going to have a political dynamic that if Israel is going to maintain a democracy, it's not going to have enough Jewish citizens to form a majority. And it's supposed to be, the whole purpose of the state was to be a Jewish state, a refuge for Jewish people. So that either solution seems untenable at this time. And I don't believe the Israeli government, even if it wanted to withdraw its settlers or occupants or whatever you want to refer to them as, it would be able to politically. That would be too hard. They could do it with 55,000 or so back in 2005. They can't do it with 735,000 in 2024, 2025. It's just not going to happen. So it leaves us at a very difficult spot. The question is how to do something that might be amenable to both sides. And right now, I don't see a clear answer. If you're Israel, think of it right now. You have the momentum. You've gotten some backlash. Let's face it, people are angry, but that doesn't really change your ability to do what you're going to do. So right now they have the upper hand. They have the backing of the U.S. They don't have to relent in any way, shape, or form. They are covered for now. If some of that changes, they may have to shift gears. But if I was Israeli leadership, and I mean, I'm not saying I would ever do this, but if I were them, I would just keep on doing what I'm doing because there's nobody to stop me.
Yep, I agree. So I think that is where we also have to hold America responsible, because whatever Israel is able to do right now is because they have America behind us. So I think America should be held responsible for the genocide that is going on there, in the same pot with Israel, so that the world will see them for who they are, because that is what is happening. And I'm not talking about the American citizen. I'm talking about the American government, because sometimes when we make this statement, people who don't understand these things tend to think that, oh, the rest of the world hate Americans. Americans are human beings as well. But the government like what my government in wherever I'm from, the activities and behavior of those governments are the one that are causing the people of those countries to suffer for their evil doing. So I think that is what we should be striking to, because now the ICJ can also hold America responsible for even sponsoring, because I think if we were to allow them with the equal ammunition on both sides to fight it out, this war would have been stopped by now, because then they'll get to a point that it's okay, we are both losing. But it seems like Israel is on top of the game all the time. Every time there's war, Israel succeed. And this is the reason why because there's no balance in the war. And this is what I think.
Chip, and that's what I was talking about like who we elect as House of Representatives in our government, because they're mostly funded by the AIPAC, and it's who we put in our office, and we have no control over that anymore. And I think we should just learn to have a voice and use our votes in like the best way possible, you know?
Yeah, I want to do this. I want to give Arad a chance to answer. Go ahead, Arad.
Thank you. So I heard you said that Israel is responsible and the US is responsible. And Chips, you asked about was this war is because of October 7 or it's not in a vacuum. So first, a little background. The Palestinian guy here talked about Oslo. I think it's worth mentioning that Hamas actively tried to stop Oslo by bombing civilians, buses, and restaurants. And
why do you think why did they try to stop it, do you think?
Do you agree they did before I tried to...
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying, what motivated their efforts to try to interfere with Oslo? What do you think? What's been going through their heads?
I think their ideology is not to recognize Israel, and they want to get to all or nothing situation. I also know that what Baruch Goldstein did initiated like revenge, but I don't think it matters. I think if you bomb buses to stop peace agreement, you're against it. And now this is the popular Palestinian opinion, is to support Hamas. So I think it's a major cause for this situation, and for a lot of the checkpoints and fences and deaths and war is this ideology. And about the vacuum.
Well, can I just say one thing? I think you're gonna like it. I'm sorry. I want to. To be fair, listen. To be fair, everybody, I try to really be fair. There have been a lot of attacks, whether it be vests or cars or sharp objects, or it's been a lot. So. To be fair, if you type this search into Google, type in when was the last bus explosion in Palestine? That's what I typed in. The second result is a link that says embassies.gov.il, and it says self-harm, SUA, and other bombing attacks in Israel since 1993. You're going to be flat. I didn't know it was this many. It's a lot. Now, the last two were 2012 and 2016, and it was only one in each year. Before that, it was during the Second Intifada in 2004. There was one in Jerusalem in 2016, which was pretty bad. But those, for the most part, have dried up. But if you look back at the history, like Arad was just saying, during the time of the negotiation for Oslo, which was in 1993, there was a lot of attacks. Go look at the 1993 numbers. So, again, think of this from an Israeli perspective, okay? You have a government that's trying to negotiate with the PLO in the West Bank, and some crazies, from your point of view, in Gaza try to come over, or from wherever they were at the time, try to come over and scuttle the peaceful talks by using massive amounts of civilian-based violence. I mean, I wouldn't like that if I was Israeli. Let's just be fair, okay? Okay, please continue, Aaron.
Yeah, since the suicide bombing stopped, it became a shooting, but it shifted a lot of the Israeli opinions and gave a lot of power to the far right that said, we can't talk to the Palestinians, they just want to kill us. And this is the experience of Israelis. As a kid, I was afraid to go on buses. So I think that for me, I see like people chant Free Palestine and they call Hamas heroes and freedom fighters. I think for me it's very different, the two. And about the October 7th, so I think for sure you just look, the war now is a direct result of October 7. Like it wouldn't start otherwise, okay? And I think what the UN guy said, it was a mistake to say it, okay? Why? Not because it's not true, there wasn't a vacuum, but to say this attack is because of that non-vacuum is a mistake, because they did something bad and it hurts both the Palestinians and the Israelis, and that's what you need to say. You don't have an excuse, you don't have a justification. You can later say, Israel, listen, you need to solve the Palestinian crisis or Hamas will keep gaining power. But saying it together, it gives some Palestinian supporters like more power to, yeah, we got this, we're gonna destroy Israel. And for the Israelis, it's like, okay, this guy, we don't care about him anymore. He can say whatever he wants. He hates us. And I think...
Can I ask you a quick question? So let's just say October 7th didn't happen, just for the sake of the thought exercise. And let's say that Israel, because it wants peace, was able to talk the Palestinian Authority into saying the people in Gaza just lay down their arms. Like they stop having a military. They just have a civilian government and they no more fighting, right? So if that was the course they chose to take, because that was what I've heard people who are pro-Israeli say, you're going to have to learn how to be peaceful first, and then we can work something out. So let's say they took that road. How would things be different for their situation as they see it? And what would you recommend they do if they did take that course? How can they achieve their goals of having autonomy and self-determination and dignity as they desire?
Okay, so before I answer it, let me just finish one thing. It's related. So what I said about blaming Israel and the US and not blaming Hamas, I think this is a fundamental mistake. And you know what? I lost my...
Can you just say why you think it's a fundamental mistake? If somebody says the U.S. is complicit in, let's just say, the mass unaliving of human beings by supplying military arms, money, and political backing to Israel, why do you think that's a mistake to criticize the U.S. officials?
I just think that Hamas knew what's going to happen. And there's some things in life that it's not a matter of what's right or what should be or shouldn't be. It's just a matter of cause and effect. If you come to Israel and butcher people, they will come to Gaza and they won't care about the Palestinians. It's the same for everyone. I think it's the same for the opposite. That's why I don't look at the situation of they are wrong, we are right. But I think that what you should do is first be critical of your own government. You said before, someone said, what's the difference between the Israeli government and Hamas? I think Hamas executed their opposition. Like there's no really an opposition that can give a voice. It's very different.
Yep.
It's more
This is true.
radical.
It's absolutely true. Yeah, I often, just to let you know, I often criticize that element of the H group, that aspect where they got rid of their political opponents off the top of buildings, literally, like tossing them off of buildings, which I saw the videos, it was pretty disgusting. But that they did a violent takeover of Gaza, which is not unusual during political, forcible changes of governments, basically a coup d'etat. And so, listen, the question is, if the Palestinians, and this is the argument, I'm just going to put it out there for you, for the audience as well, and then we'll get some more discussion. The argument is, and this is why the H group even started in the first place, this is why they sought power in Gaza. The way that a lot of Palestinians see it is that Oslo, which was supposed to be a temporary 5-year transition, where there would be this temporary sharing of territorial control, areas A, B, and C. You can look it up on Google. And in that 5 years, they would negotiate some sort of peaceful resolution, and that would be the end of Oslo, there'd be withdrawal of troops, and there'd be autonomy. That was the goal. Unfortunately, during that time, nothing ever happened. None of the agreements could be reached, and that has happened till today. Oslo is still in place in the West Bank. A lot of Palestinians that I've talked to feel that Oslo was, first of all, was only supposed to be temporary, but they look at it as a cop-out. They look at it as not having autonomy or dignity, but only having a very, very, very small control over their future destiny, and that the Israeli military presence and the existence of these, let's call it, constructed elements are basically a slap in their face. And the H group, of course, doesn't support it. They use a whole other tact. So if you felt that way and you're in their shoes, how would you go about trying to overcome your problems if that's how you saw your problems?
First of all, I think that during the Oslo Accords, there was the Palestinians did support it and they wanted it, and I think for the right reasons, it's a step forward. So you can say, hey, we want a complete freedom and an army and a territory, but building a state, it's not that easy, and especially when you have someone you just fought with for like for decades. So I think it was a step in the way. They had their own government.
When you land your plane, I'm going to let Federico go. Go ahead and finish talk. When you're done, just let us know you're done. Okay? Thank you.
I think the Oslo came in a point when both leaders on both sides just wanted to compromise and start going forward something together rather than the other way of going apart. Since it failed for like a lot of extremists, basically, who didn't like it, which were a minority. And I think Hamas is one of them. Then things went the other way. Every time you have terror attacks, the right gets more votes. Even now, before October 7, it's funny, the polls show that it's going to be Bibi's last presidency. And there was a lot of internal conflicts, and a different government will probably form. But now, people are like, okay, we had the time of peace, we fought about the Palestinians, fought about peace, that's like over. People are traumatized, and they just want the IDF to do what it does. You ask why we don't criticize the IDF. Basically, people just look at their lives. Before the IDF went into Gaza, I had to take my kids and run to shelters a few times a day. Now I don't, so you can see how the average person won't condemn it. They want to feel safe. When people feel safe, they can think of the other side.
Traumatized right now than the.
Can I ask a question?
I didn't say they are.
Hold on,
I
guys,
didn't say they are not traumatized in Gaza. I was talking about the perspective of a person, of the other person.
Okay. All right, let's do this. I want to give a chance before you come in, Federico, you're going to come in just 1 second. Brenda, I have a favor to ask of you, as I often do, or Federico. Can you, either of you two, moderate? Because I do take showers. I got to jump in the shower because I was out exercising this morning. I smell bad. And then on top of that, I want to just ask one more question. And this can be included afterwards, or you can ignore it if you want to. But do you believe that many Palestinians, even though you said a second ago, Arad, that the Palestinians agreed to Oslo, the question is, was this something done primarily by the Palestinian leadership, in other words, Abu Mazen and Mahmoud Abbas, that he was trying to solidify his power and have less internal consternation? So he used this agreement to get out from under pressure from the Israelis. And then the other Arab governments in the region have similarly had leadership that have done things that are not in alignment with their people's view. Do you think that that's the case, or am I missing that, or what do you believe about that? I'm going to go jump in the shower while you guys talk. I'll be able to hear you, by the way. You won't be able to see me, okay? Go ahead, Federico.
All right. Hello, Chip. How are you, everybody?
Hey.
How are you guys? I have a question for the two real Israeli. I want to know, prior to October 7, what was the major event that the people, the Palestinians of Gaza, did? And how was it, what was the response of the Israeli army towards it? Let's say the March of Return, where they hold the flag and they walked all the fence. It wasn't violent, there was no shooting, there was no maybe throwing rocks besides that, but the response was by extreme Israeli force. So if they tried the peaceful way and you guys responded in an extreme force, why wouldn't they do an October 7? Because they know the result, it would be the same. You're gonna unalive me, you're gonna unalive me. So be it back and forth, it would be the same. So I think, after the March of Return and the response of Israel, there was no other way than October 7.
I can give you my perspective of what was going on. And I will just say, I am not saying it's the truth. I'm saying, as an Israeli, what information I absorbed. So first of all, it wasn't something that was very prominent in our media. The main thing that was that a lot of they sent balloons that burned a lot of fields and areas in Israel. and there was a soldier that was unalived by someone with a gun, by a Palestinian. So these are the things that I remember from that. Also, what I remember is in the beginning, I don't think they were shooting back. And then there was a lot of footage of the fence being like torn off and stuff. And it was criticized in the media. And I think it pressures the government or the military to act. On looking back at it, I think that maybe there should have been another way to deal with this, but I don't think these protests were peaceful, as you said, and I don't think it was one of the. It would change if they had it or not. I don't think it's related to October 7. You can do many other things that are not October 7 if you think the marches are not working, in my opinion. But, you know, I do think it's complicated.
What is it that the Palestinians should do peacefully that they haven't done already? What is it that in your mind that they should have done that was not done?
I can give my opinions. People sometimes don't like it or think it's unrealistic. In my opinion, they should have evolved Gaza as much as possible, and I think they were on its way. Like I've seen a lot of footage from Gaza of beautiful places, great coffee. We had the high-tech companies, Israeli high-tech companies that opened a few branches in Gaza. So I think if Gaza would just say, okay, we have our own governments, we don't have Israeli civilians in here, we will do the best to be peaceful and just to make this, Singapore, they like to say. It will bring Israelis to see Palestinians as people they can live with and not as enemies. Unfortunately, my experience as an Israeli was every year spending the time with my baby in a shelter because they were shooting rockets occasionally on Tel Aviv, where I live, and all the time on the places next to the Gaza Strip, all year round. So that was our experience for who are the Gazans.
Right. Can I ask a question, right? Then, what do you expect the Palestinians to do when you keep chasing them out from their residence and taking over? And for my opinion, is like you having a pie that's supposed to be shared equally, but you finish eating yours and you're eating into the Palestinians. What do you expect them to do while you're eating into their part of the pie?
What? Between who?
Between Israel and Palestine, I mean.
But they didn't accept the partition plan.
They didn't accept it, but that gives you the right to say, okay, because you don't accept it, so I'm going to take what you have anyway.
Well, we won the war in 48, and we took control of the places that we needed to secure our borders, and this is the spoils.
No, that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about prior to the October 7. There were also
the settlements in the West Bank.
The settlement in West Bank.
Yeah, I completely hate the settlements in the West Bank. I don't like it.
All right, okay.
Because it makes so much trouble. It makes the process to deal with the situation way harder than it should. Not because I think Jews shouldn't live there. I think Jews should live in Hebron. I think Jews should live in Shechem. These are all biblical, historical places for Jews. There's a really deep connection to these places for Jews. The Palestinians need to understand it, that we have a very strong connection to these places. And to drive us out from there and whatever, and to say settlements can't be there and this.
No, what you're saying is that Palestinians don't have right to be in those areas as well?
One second. This is a crazy argument. But I have one more question, then I'll pass on. My question is, we all understand the conflict between the Palestinian and the Israeli. It's Orland, ORG earlier mentioned Hezbollah. What is your problem with Hezbollah? Like, what started Hezbollah for you? What
started Hezbollah? Yes, we entered the war in Lebanon in 81, I think, 82. It started as an operation. The operation was really successful. We went straight to Beirut and we stayed there. This was our mistake. We stayed there. The Christians, they started to wink at us. They said, maybe Israel can help us here. You know Bashir Gemayel? Bashir Gemayel, he was later the president of Lebanon, and then they assassinated him. The Shiites, they assassinated him. He was supposed to bring peace between Lebanon and Israel. And after Gemayel fell, and the all Christian government started to be...
Hold on 1 second, because you did misinformation. Bashir Gemayel was unalived by Syria.
Yeah,
Not by the Shia. Or supposedly, hold on 1 second.
But the whole Syria
Hold on
Shiite
one second. It was blamed on Syria, but there is no evidence that Syria did it.
Syria also didn't do Sabra
No,
Shatila.
I'm telling you.
Also didn't do Tel Zata. Syria also didn't do Damour.
Who did Sabra and Shatila?
Of course, the Syrians, they wiped their hands from this.
The Syrian, listen, hold on 1 second, because you are spreading, that's, I thought you would be knowledgeable to talk to, but
Hey
I see
guys,
that-
sorry to interrupt. I have to go. I just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome.
And if can someone wish the Palestine in Arabic that he will go back to provide for his family and his kids, it would be great. And thank you, everybody.
Bye,
Thank you.
Bye, Kol Tova.
So if the Syrian did Sabra and Shatila, why did Israel?
No, it's not the Syrians.
Hold on.
Baker, you know him? Eli Baker?
Eli Baker, yeah. It was.
Guys, just let one person speak at a time, and when the
Thank
other
you,
person
thank you.
finishes,
Thank
then
you.
continue. Otherwise, he's just gonna get all muddled.
So
and no one's gonna get nowhere.
explain to me why Israeli court held Ariel Sharon partially responsible for the Sabra and Shatila massacre.
Because you know it was happening.
So because they surrounded the
happening.
camp, because they surrounded the camp while the Kataib did what they did.
It was a huge catastrophe, and Israel took the blame for it, of course.
But Israel, so Syria had nothing to do with it, right?
No, of course they had. They were the nefarious
you just said it.
They were the
You just
nefarious
said
actor.
it. You just said it.
Yeah, sir, please. Sidi. Syria is a nefarious actor. They saw what's happening in Lebanon and they knew who to fuel and how to do it. I'm not saying that Israel is not taken apart in Sabra and Shatila. Of course we have. We already took the blame for it. You see, we had a prime minister, he needed to resign. You see, we are to blame, of course, I know. You want me to say it? I said it. But why we hate Hezbollah? Because they attack us. They don't like us. They are Shia Muslims and they believe the Jews shouldn't be here.
No. Hold on. Is it because they're Shia Muslims or because you were occupying their land and they were a form of resistance? Well,
South
it was
Lebanon.
successful, it was successful. They were able to drive you out of Lebanon.
But South Lebanon was also occupied by the South Lebanon army, which was Lebanese.
Was made by Israel, was supported by Israel, was equipped by
Iran.
No. The Lebanese army is still the Lebanese army. You see, on top of you, the one talking has the Lebanese army logo. That is the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army you're talking about, it was formed by Israel, financed by Israel, equipped
And
by
Hezbollah
Israel.
is formed by Iran. And
It doesn't
by
matter.
Iran.
Hezbollah is a resistance group.
Why
they
can't
resist
there
to
be
free.
a group from Iran and not a group from Israel?
They're not from Iran. They're Lebanese. Hezbollah are Lebanese.
But they're controlled by Iran, you know.
You say so. But that is not true. The truth is that Hezbollah fought you, drove you out of Lebanon, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where they get the equipment from.
They have an AK-47 in their flag.
They have what?
An AK Kalashnikov 47 in their flag.
So what?
This is Russian weaponry.
So what?
Why would you do this?
So what? Like you have an AK-47.
Can you
So
be
what?
a legitimate government? An
I don't
AK?
Is it in the Lebanese flag, the AK-47, or in the resistance group?
No, it's the cedar tree, of course not.
Like what does that? How is that relevant?
It's relevant because what signifies violence more than an AK? It signifies violence. It signifies that you don't want any peace with anybody. It means that you are for violence. This is what I see when I see the Hezbollah flag. And I think the name of Hezbollah is also very, very arrogant. What are you, the party of God? Who are you? You are the party of God? You see, this is radical thinking. It's radical. Why? Who in this God's green earth can say he is the party of God? He
How
is
is
the
that
prophet
worse
of God.
than the Jews claiming they are the chosen ones?
That
Not
was
all of us
exactly.
believe this until the end. Not
That
all of
was
us
it.
believe it. I don't
That
believe
was.
I'm chosen. I don't believe I'm chosen. I don't believe I'm chosen by anybody.
But isn't that the whole premise of establishing Israel, is that it's for the chosen people, and that's
No, Jews
why
come from Judea.
And it's the Jewish homeland where Palestinians are non-existent.
Judea. You know, I will tell you this. Take Tel Aviv, take Haifa, take Nahariya, take all of this. Give me Nablus, give me Khalil, give me give me these places. This is the Jewish places. I want to be where my ancestors lived. I don't want to be in Haifa.
But
I want to
those
be in Haifa.
areas are
Haifa is
also,
Arabic.
but let's say, because the discussion is that it's the Holy Land, right? But that Holy Land isn't just holy to
This is what
the
it says.
Jews. It's also holy to Christians. It's also holy to Muslims.
To everybody.
And what about people who don't practice religion? Like, for example, myself, I practice spirituality and I believe in the sanctity of human life. So to me, the argument of choosing any land anywhere in the world based on religion is ludicrous, because we don't
Oh, it's
live
not.
in that type of world. So
Also an
what would be the
ethnicity. Jews are
argument for
also
that?
okay, sorry for cutting you off, but I believe Jews are also an ethnicity. This is the premise of Zionism, actually, that all of these actors around the world who always saw the Jews as kind of a race, and they wanted to destroy us in all of these places. You know, we got driven out of 180 countries. What was it?
Yeah, that's exactly what 180 country. That my next question was for you. If it was that, after you guys left Germany, you came to the States and you were turned down. You went to Britain and you were turned down. Why did you choose the people that oppressed you to go live in their land? Like, why did you?
Because we weren't expelled from England. We weren't expelled from the United States.
You were turned back from the United States. Actually, the United States stated if anybody comes up on that ship is going to be pew-pewed. Same with Britain. So why in the whole world?
Many Jews immigrated to the United States after World War II. A lot of Germans received the opportunity. They immigrated to America.
Okay, but why choose Palestine?
Actually now in Israel, if you let's say me, I have Polish ancestry and Moroccan ancestry. If you give me one of these passports, I'm fine. I'll go from here. I don't care. Like people say, go back to Poland. I have no problem. Poland is way better than here. I have no problem.
So you can still leave. You can claim.
No,
your
I can't.
Polish
You know why I
ancestor.
can't? You know why I can't?
But
You know why I can't?
I have
Because the Polish
one more-
government,
Yeah.
if I want to take out a passport in the Polish government, because my grandfather was in the IDF, back when we established Israel, I can't have a Polish passport.
Oh, that's a geopolitical issue. So, but
You see?
my next question: Can you tell me any sites in Palestine that go back to the kingdom of Judea or Samaria or anything, like any major? If you go to Rome, there is a Roman catacomb. If you go to Lebanon, if you go to Lebanon, you find Baalbek. You find Phoenicians.
Palestinian.
But in Israel is yet for me to see any leftover from any things that you guys claim that that proves that you guys lived there at one point. You've been digging.
You know of a little place called Qasr al-Yahud?
Where is that at?
Qasr al-Yahud, it's between the border with Jordan and Israel in the north. A little place called Qasr al-Yahud, you know Arabic, this means the place of the Jews. And it's in Arabic.
Sorry, ORG, did you say Qasr al-Yahud?
Qasr al-Yahud,
What's the meaning of Qasr?
place of the Jews.
Palace.
Okay.
The palace.
Qasr, not
Yeah,
Qasr.
so basically the Jews believe that this is where Moses crossed the Jordan River. The Christians believe this is where Jesus was baptized. And
what else? What else you have? Like what else? You have?
You have many synagogues in Israel, not many ancient because they destroyed everything.
I mean, a lot of places were destroyed, even in Lebanon, and even in Lebanon were destroyed. But when you
found the Dead Sea Scrolls, you can search up the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were found in the Dead Sea.
Yeah, but again,
the Dead Sea Scrolls.
That
It's
is
like it's the Bible.
no, no.
It's
The
like
Bible, the Bible. We can all agree that it was altered. We all know that it was altered.
yeah.
But the thing is, you can you even claim you know, the kingdom of under the Aqsa, right? Under the mosque.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you guys been excavating there since 1948, and yet
No, no, no. We
you
can't do
need.
anything there.
No, no,
We
you're
can't do
doing it.
anything.
Listen, you go just video. There is Israeli that shows video going into tunnels underneath the Aqsa,
Ah, the city
but
of
yet
David, you mean?
no, 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 no.
You
These
mean
are
the city of David? Yes, there's extensive tunnels there and they're digging up, but it's a very
okay,
slow
but yet
excavation.
it's been 50, 60 years now, and yet cannot find that kingdom. Like, how is
No,
that?
no, no, everything was found out. So we have
Like,
proof,
not even.
evidence, everything. You can go to the
I'll be
Israeli
honest with
museum.
you. I'll be honest with you. I'm starting to doubt your history and the historic Palestine because
About
you know.
yours, it's active.
I mean,
We
I'm
both,
just
you know,
this is
because
my personal opinion. I'm saying I'm not saying
where
that
you
I
from, my
could be
friend?
true.
I'm just, you know,
But
I'm Israeli. I don't know where you are from. You know,
I'm from Lebanon. I'm from
never.
Lebanon.
You see,
But
we have different opinions. You know, it's
no, it's not different opinion. I go after facts. I go after facts. I'm looking
you
for
say,
like.
these are facts. I say these are facts, and then we are
I,
in a situation where we
at
don't.
that point, at this point of history, I do believe that the whole thing of even the history is made up.
No,
It's
well, I
just
can
make
think.
believe because you know
You know
usually,
where
like I said,
you know where the word Palestine
wherever.
comes from?
I don't like doesn't matter. That you know, like I said,
Why?
history.
Fede, you know
Why
why?
not?
Because this history, who makes up history? Who's been making up our history? Let's look at all of the history books of all the Western powers.
You know what we do?
History is always made up to make all the Western and occupying powers look nice, look like the heroes. Of course, we can't believe the history books. There's so much in our history that has been left out. Just looking at the American textbooks, all the massacres that happened against indigenous people, against African Americans, against all the oppressed people, against like the Japanese people during the internment camps. Like all of these things were left out of textbooks. I am a person of color that grew up in the United States, and I grew up brainwashed into wanting to fit in with the white people that I was living with, and then needing to sort of like give up my own identity so that I could assimilate, and then believe that it was better to be part of this society that only wanted to be white. And so then this is because it's all part of it. All the indoctrination that we all go through, including Israelis, Americans, Westerns, we all go through it. And I think only if you grow up in the global South is what are the people who actually see what is happening, because it's happening to them. But then there are people still in the global South who still have that colonialist mentality. So when we see people of color that come up here, or people from marginalized countries that come up here defending Israel, it's because they have been colonized in their mind. And that's the main argument that we need to be making against everybody right now, is that we need to decolonize our minds, because we are all brainwashed into believing so many things that are detrimental to each other. Because listen, we are not against you. Nobody is against the Jews. Nobody wants the Jews unalive. This is what Israel is making you believe. If your own country hasn't been able to give you the protection and the safety that they have been promising you for decades, like, isn't it about time that you guys start questioning them and be like, hey, like, what's up, man? Like, this is not cool. You guys have to find a different solution. And then instead of just always blaming the Palestinians, because it's always about the other people. It's always about what everybody else is doing to us. It's never about what our own government is doing to us and like what we can, because there's always two, like you said, there's always two sides to every story. So what's the Israeli government? But see, you're not listening. Like this is what happens with when we try to talk to Zionists, is that you're only listening so that you can respond, but you're not listening to understand what I'm actually saying. Because if I asked you for a summary about what I just said right now, what would you say I just said?
That each of us are going in different places, and history is written by the winner, and we are all getting taught different things, and we all think that we know the truth. And only if you live in the global community, then you can maybe start to hash out the truth and to understand what is happening.
You assume that those of us speaking up for Palestine don't know what we're talking about. That's always the assumption.
You don't know what you're talking about. I believe that you don't get the whole truth, and I believe that you haven't spoken to many Israelis.
You're speaking to me. I have been to Israel. I studied about the Arab-Israeli conflict. My thesis in college was about the Arab-Israeli conflict. I come from a marginalized community myself. I have lived in 7 countries, including the Middle East. I have traveled all over the Middle East. I lived in the Middle East for 5 years. I've traveled all over the world. I've lived in East Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Central America, South America, the United States, Mexico. So I have a perspective that's different, but your assumption automatically is that if we speak up for Palestine, we don't know what we're talking about. Like, what is it what's it going to take for you to believe us? What's it going to take for you to actually believe that the Palestinians are being marginalized?
Brenda, I have a question. I have a question for Brenda.
I believe they are marginalized. Of course, they are in the margins.
Yeah,
of course.
I have a question.
You're speaking of history.
No, I'm saying,
You shouldn't repeat history.
Brenda,
History keeps
You said
repeating
that you need to
itself.
doubt your government.
Yes,
I
Father.
doubt my government every time. Every time. I never.
But 1 second. Like, Brenda, you've been to Israel. I never had the chance to. But
I have,
during,
yes.
During your visit to Israel, have you visited any ancient Jewish historical museum in Israel that shows historic artifacts of the Jewish people on that land?
Well, so my experience in occupied Palestine was not a pleasant one because I wasn't allowed in the Jewish quarter because I look Arab. My descent, I am Mexican American, so I'm of indigenous blood. My family has Aztec and Mayan blood, so I look brown. And I was not allowed in the Jewish quarter. I was very limited because I was stopped all the time on the streets and I was asked for my passport. I was allowed in the Arabic quarter. And the thing was my experience as I was 22 years old. I'm 40 now, but I was 22 years old when I went to Palestine. And it was before the internet. It was before, the communication that we have now and before as much information was out there. And I didn't even have a smartphone. I don't think they were a thing back then. I think I had a BlackBerry, but I was detained many times on the street, asked for my passport. My last name, because I'm adopted, I have an adoptive American father, and that's why I grew up in the United States. But my American father has Lebanese descent, and he has what I guess got kind of watered down to sort of Arabic. And so I learned that myself in Israel. I didn't know this about my father. I never questioned our last name. And I was told by the IOF soldiers when I was walking the streets, oh, you have an Arab last name. That's suspicious. Why were you born in Mexico? Why do you have an American passport? I was literally, hold on. I was literally I would just walk down the street. And then, especially when I would walk from the Arab side to the Muslim quarter to the Jewish quarter, which is where my hotel was, which is the only time I was allowed in there. Because I had a reservation. I would have to show my reservation every time. And my American passport is what saved me. It was on my way out of Israel that I was detained at the airport. And I was detained for 5 hours. I missed my flight. They questioned me and they made me all kinds of inappropriate sexual questions. I was detained by 10 soldiers inside of a room where they went through every single one of my belongings, asking me all kinds of questions. And they detained me for 5 hours. And then at the end of it, they said that I needed to be strip searched, even though they had gone through all of my belongings and I was leaving Israel, and I refused. And that's when they threatened me with administrative detention. They said, we will throw you in a jail cell and your parents won't be contacted. You cannot contact the U.S. Embassy. They told me, and this is one sentence that I will never forget that they said to me, and this was years ago. They said, you have no rights here. And so and this is me as an American. This is just a tiny little taste of what's happening. I wasn't rioting. I wasn't protesting. I wasn't doing anything, like nothing. This is why people always question me. It's like, what were you doing? I was doing nothing. I was literally walking as a tourist, but I was walking as a tourist as a person who is suspicious to them because I have an Arab last name and because I look Arab. I was always told that I look Lebanese.
Wow.
So my experience and my experience in that, like I never really processed a lot of that trauma until since October 7th when people started speaking out about this, and I felt like I could finally speak up about Palestine. So I don't have any connections to any of this. I just have my experience, what I've learned about Palestine, and literally what I'm seeing with my own eyes on my phone. And this is why I want to ask you, like, what is it going to take? What is going to be your napalm girl? Do you know what the napalm girl was in Vietnam? The napalm girl who was It was basically the picture
come
that
me.
stopped the Vietnam War when people
Come me.
actually saw the atrocities of the war that the United States was perpetrating on Vietnam, and that's how the war ended. My question is, what is going to be the
How the war
napalm
ended.
girl for the Palestinian people? For you guys to actually see, like, maybe your government is wrong. Maybe you've been brainwashed. Maybe the Palestinians are not as bad as you think they are. Maybe you've been lied to, because guess what? We've all been lied to, all of us.
Yeah, that's sad. That's sad story. ORG, do you have any name of a museum in Israel or anything that
First of
that
all,
shows?
if this was your experience, then I have no way of protecting this kind of attitude. I don't believe in acting like this. I don't believe in treating other people like this. I don't care
Are you
where you're
making
from,
popcorn?
what
Who's
your
making popcorn?
whatever. I don't think that anybody should receive this kind of treatment. I think it's horrendous. And you tell this to me, I'm in shock. It's crazy. It's crazy. We should never do this kind of things. I condemn the hell out of it. Who treats another person like this? It's horrible people. But to go from there to IOF and occupy Palestine, and give us at least some respect. Just some respect. We are Israel. We are an internationally recognized country. We have the right to be called Israelis, and we have the right to this land because everybody agreed to it.
And where
for
does
me
the Palestinians stand in all of that, org? It's always we deserve our country,
no,
we
they
deserve
deserve
our
it too.
rights. But you do understand, for you to have all of that, that has to be on the back of every Palestinian person not having their self-determination. You do
Need
understand
to
that.
have their country as well. I don't believe that they should be governed by Israel. And I don't believe that they should be governed by age group. And I don't believe that they should be governed by PA. Because I believe these are all nefarious actors. And they don't have the right to deal with this situation. And also the Israeli government right now, the right-wing government, is nefarious. They have bad intentions. And I don't believe in this. I don't want this. I would much rather have been the times of Rabin and whatever, when people were much more moderate. But even in moderate times, you have Marwan Barghouti, and Marwan Barghouti started out as a great person. He wanted the Oslo Accords. He wanted this very much. But when he saw 2 years pass by, he saw that things are not going his way. Boom, terrorist attacks. Boom, buses exploding. Boom, boom, boom. What can we do? What
But
can we
org,
do?
but org, you have to understand something as well. It's like you don't understand, like you know what the problem is. Like most Israelis, you stay in Israel, you can
Don't
travel
go with
where
the
you,
most.
hold on,
Don't
you can travel where you
generalize
want.
me, please.
You can travel where you want. You're not living in poverty. You can, you have your water, you have electricity, you have everything. You're living a great life. And just over a few meters or whatever, there's people that's in poverty, in a blockade, people that cannot travel, they cannot go nowhere, they have no hopes, no dreams. You do actually understand that unfairness is, I mean, I don't, what I don't
Of course, I was a
understand
hardcore leftist before
is
17.
how can you not understand or see? I mean, when I
I
hear
do
someone's
understand I
being,
was hardcore left.
but
Hardcore
then,
left I
but
was.
then why are you guys so surprised when these people resist? That is what I
Because,
don't understand.
because I don't
Because I
believe in
mean, if
Muhammad
you,
Darwish. I don't believe
but
in
if
Muhammad
you,
Darwish, and I think
but
Muhammad
if you
Darwish is
know,
wrong.
but org, do you know how long the blockade has been on Gaza on for?
I know,
You
I
know how
know.
many
It's from
years?
2006. From
Okay, and
2006.
would you accept to be in a particular place where I say, org, I'm gonna blockade you in. You can't get whatever you want. You can't travel. If maybe you lucky, you can come working is not real. Less wages, but sure,
Why? But you see, why you do
But
it?
sorry, hold on. By the way, you cannot even work in is not real. Gazan people were not allowed at all. They were totally blockaded in.
Some
But
respect. You call it is not real. Why? Some respect. Why did I start with
what has
Fale?
you're not understanding what I'm trying to get through to
You
you.
curse me. You tell me
If
it's not real.
I'm saying it because
But you insult
okay.
me. You insult me.
Well, you just okay, Israel. Would that make it feel better for
Yes,
you?
thank you, thank you.
No, because it's not real. Because hold on one second.
Because
You hold on one second. Because he's saying that. So you don't believe You believe Israel is the Jewish homeland because it was given to the Israeli, or you believe that Israel is the homeland of the Jewish for an ancient history?
UN resolution.
So that is because it was because it was given to the Israeli.
To given to the Israeli.
Then why is it you don't believe in Muhammad Darwish? What does Muhammad Darwish say?
I don't believe in Muhammad Darwish because I think he teaches people that if you are in the cage and you know when you are getting hit with a stick or something, you know, and this mentality that if you are oppressed, then there is no other option than to be violent.
So the uprising of the Warsaw Ghetto was wrong when the Jewish people.
It was a failed uprising.
But was it wrong?
It wasn't wrong, but it failed.
So then October 7, let's say October 7 failed. It was wrong too.
Yes,
because that's an uprising, and the other one is an uprising.
So what?
So how is it? Okay, but you justify the one in Warsaw, you don't justify.
No, I don't
October
justify
7.
the one in Warsaw. I don't justify October 7. I don't justify anything.
So you believe the Jewish people should...
And you know what? And you're talking about the Holocaust. Now you're talking about the Holocaust.
No, I'm comparing apple to apple.
No, it's not apple.
What about the Great March of Return? That was peaceful.
Come on.
Org, what about the Great March of Return? That was peaceful. There's been many peaceful attempts. What? How was it not peaceful?
They were throwing balloons with fire inside, and they burned the fields. And they went there and they started to shoot at things and throw grenades and put in fucking. Sorry for the language.
This is what the Israeli government told you. This is what the Israeli government told you. Because this has been widely reported. This has been widely reported all over the world, and it was a peaceful protest. And the thing, this is the thing we're talking about, Org, is that you only believe what the Israeli propaganda, like, have you ever tried, attempted?
I get Democracy Now!
I
get all of them. Vice News,
and Democracy Now! Said that it was a violent protest. That's what you're telling me.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm getting my media from all sorts of places. I'm not one of these Israelis who will just watch one channel.
The Palestinian guy that was just speaking Arabic, Brenda, and I don't know if he was there. He was saying that he's got, I think, 3 children. He can't work. He can't do anything. You can work, right, Org? You can feed your children.
Yes, and I also employ Palestinians, by the way.
Not the ones in Gaza, because they were under blockade.
Oh, that's so kind of you. You're so generous to give your charity to the Palestinians.
Two contractors, and it's like 50 people who come to work in Israel.
Again, Org, can I ask you something? Why is it always that the Palestinian people have to always be beggars, or they always have to be working for you? Why couldn't the Palestinians have their own electricity, their own factories, their own everything? Why couldn't they? Because what you don't understand, Org, and I'm gonna be quite honest. If you take someone's basic human rights away, or if you oppress a people, they will have resistance, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter how long it will be. But the problem is, or can I finish?
Let her finish.
The problem is in Israel, you have this mentality of, we will put fear, we'll oppress them so that they are so fearful and they are so scared that they will just bow their heads down and they will carry on living their miserable lives. That is what you've been doing to the Palestinian people. You literally blockaded them in. So you're like, you know what? They will be blockaded in, and we will say how much they will eat. We will see how much calories they get in. We will make sure that they literally have the worst lives, that they are so busy trying to survive that they will live their miserable lives and they will not lift a finger. That is why October 7, after what happened, you are going so hard. So you put the worst fear into these people. So those kids, when they saw their parents unalived and things like that, they will bow down and say, yes, Israel, we will do whatever you say. You know why? Because we're scared. Israel was built on fear, and it was built by the World Zionist Party. And the HCAS, as far as I'm concerned, the HCAS were literally funded Mr. Smittler. They literally gave him money. You know why? Because there were very rich German Jews. There were Jews all over the world, but none of those Jews wanted to leave because they were rich, they were comfortable, they were happy where they were. But the World Zionist Party, they had their own agenda. We want our own country, and we will sacrifice as many Jewish lives as we have to have that country. And that is how they made Israel. It is built on fear. It is built on people's lives. It was built on the H-cast. So when you come tell me about Israel, I call it is not real. And the reason why I call it is not real, it was made by a Zionist ideology. That is why Smittler has a coin. If you want to go look at it in history books, you can find it. There's a coin that literally has the World Zionist Party on one side and the actual smart sticker of the Smittler on the other side. The World Zionist Party, they don't care about the Jews. What they care about is having their own Jewish land. Why would I leave my country if I'm sitting, I'm happy, I'm rich, I have everything? Why would I leave my country to go to another country in the Middle East to go and literally go and live there? The H-cast was made by the Zionists. I don't care what anybody says. It was made by the Zionists. They made the country, and they don't give a shit about people and is not real. They didn't give a shit about the Jews, and they don't give a shit about any Israelis. They wanted a country. They made it. They went. They made their plan since the 1930s, and the only Jews that didn't go run to Palestine, that wasn't with what they wanted to do to the Palestinian people, are the poor Jews that got unalived. Those were the Jews that actually got unalived, and that's the sad reality. So that's why when I see Zionism, I see it's people that use fear. They use anything to get what they want, and if they feel that any country is against the is not real plan, they will literally unalive that country. Tomorrow, if they see the United States is a fear to them, they will nuke the United States. Zionism is a sickness. It is bad, and that's what you guys have to understand. They don't care about those Israelis. They don't care about you. They never did, and they never will.
Crazy insulting. I was very respectful. Crazy insulting.
It's
Crazy.
not insulting. Go and read up about your
How
history. Go
how
and
did
read
she
up
insult you,
about
Org?
the Gospels.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Org. Hold on. Org. Can you make a specific?
Org. She was just saying Israeli in general. She didn't.
And I think, and isn't that the point?
She just meant.
That's the point, is that you guys take it personally because we're insulting the government. This is why the government makes you believe. Hold on, the government makes you believe. No, Viv, I'm listening to everything she's saying. She did not insult anybody, because what she is basically echoing everybody who is on here who is pro-Palestinian. She's echoing all of our sentiments. We all feel the same way about the world powers and the Israeli government. We feel the same way. So you need to, if you want to say that she is insulting you, how does she insult you personally?
By calling it is not real. I believe it's real. I believe it's real. I believe.
Well, you said you believe. That's an opinion. And aren't we entitled to our opinions as well?
I believe.
Like, or is only your opinion important?
That the Palestinians should be free earlier on. Did you know?
I believe the Palestinians should be free. Yes.
Yes. So she wasn't directing it. She wasn't being
He was
disrespectful
directing
towards
it at the
you.
Zionists who were directing it. If I would direct it at the Palestinians, if I would direct it at this.
Are you part of the World Zionist Party? Because what I was insulting is the World Zionist Party, the people that made Zionism. That's who
I
I
love
was
the people who
insulting.
made Zionism.
If you are Zionist and you feel insulted, please do feel insulted. Because
They're
I'm
great
against
people.
any person that goes and takes someone's homeland because they feel selfish to have their own country. I am sorry, that's wrong. And if you want to classify yourself as that person, then feel insulted.
Okay, so you see, this is where we are. And I can back out and I can say, we are strong. Okay, you think what you think. We continue. Then what are we doing here? If we insult each other, what are we doing here?
We're not. If insult goes back and forth.
Nobody is insulting, Org. Nobody is insulting you.
Yes,
Nobody is
it's
insulting you.
But it's insulting. So you ask me what you need to understand. What should be the girl in the napalm? What should be? Stop insulting her.
You feel insulted is
Talking to us like
because
this.
you have a heart, and you know deep down, you know what your people are doing is wrong. That's the reason why it is getting to you so badly, and you feel
I believe that other people
personally
is wrong
attacked.
too.
That's the reason why it's gotten to you the way it did.
Yes, but the Palestinians are also, you know, like you said, the Zionists are
But of
evil.
course, it's
They
the
are also
Palestinians
evil.
and the Israelis, because it's an eye for an eye. So if you see your mother getting killed, what are you going to go and do?
What do you
You're gonna go and say,
mean?
you know
What do
what,
you
I
mean?
don't have
I'm a
anything to
Jew.
lose.
I
I'm
am
gonna
a
go
Jew.
and
I am
anything.
a Jew. My whole
Okay,
family
guys,
was
hold on
slaughtered
one
in
second. Hold
Poland.
on. Hold
My
on.
whole
Or
family was
just one
slaughtered in
second, because
Poland.
we need to clear this up, because somebody in the comments says something that, you know, I know that Chip wouldn't stand for. She said that Viv said that she didn't say the Israeli government, she said the Jews caused the Holocaust. I did not hear that. Viv, would you like to clarify what you said? And please, nobody interrupt. Just let her clarify.
Again, I cannot believe someone said that. I will say it quite clearly, and you can go look this up historically. Please do your research. There was a party called the World Zionist Party, and they were literally sitting and they were funding Smittler. And the reason they were funding Smittler, they said to Smittler, we want the same thing. You want the Jews gone out. We want the Jews to go to a homeland we're going to make. So the World Zionist Party literally funded the HCAS. And if you don't believe me, please go and do your research. The World Zionist Party literally
Haj
made a
Amin
deal
El
with Smittler.
Husseini. Haj Amin.
Again,
Haj
Og,
Amin El
what I am
Husseini.
trying to say to you, Og, I see Israelis as literally being, how can I say this, victims as well. The reason why I'm saying so, most of those Israelis that are now living in Israel were happy where they were living, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in Ukraine, whether it was in Germany, they were happy being there. But because of the world Zionism that believed in having a Jewish homeland, they literally went, and yes, they did give money to Smittler. And if you want to go look it up, please go look it up. They also had people that were called capos, K-A-P-O. Please go and look it
You
up
are
and see
mixing
how they
You are
actually went and
mixing.
done it. No, I am not mixing anything. The world.
You are. You are.
Hold on, Siglet, hold on. Let me repeat to the panel how this works. Everybody else, well, first of all, welcome, Siglet. Thanks for coming. The way we work the panel is we don't have people jumping in midstream to interrupt other people.
I know, but she's spreading. I know.
Listen, Siglet,
Guys,
here.
I'm out. This was very disrespectful. I am. This is completely ridiculous.
Before
you go.
So disrespectful.
even what
I've
she's
never been
doing.
like this. Is
Please don't
crazy. I have
go.
been
Guys,
nothing but respectful to all
let
of
me
you.
finish talking,
And
please,
this was
guys. Please,
completely crazy. Completely crazy.
Hold on a second before you
Borderline
go.
anti-Semitic. Borderline.
Before you go, just let me finish the thought,
It's
okay?
not borderline anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic.
Okay, hold on, guys. I don't want to drop everybody, but I'm about to, okay? I'm trying to, as the host, just say a word. Okay, I'm happy to hear everybody's views. Now, if you disagree vehemently with what Viv said and you think it's disrespectful or whatever, let's give you a chance to speak your views uninterrupted, okay? That's fair. However, when someone's talking, the rule of my panels is this: unless there's sort of a moment when it makes sense to converse, you don't, especially when you disagree. This is the hard part. I, all the time as the host, have to literally bite my lip. I have blood at the end of the day because I'm biting it so hard. But I want to let people have a chance, and I want to be respectful of their views. So with that in mind, let's give the same respect to the other that you want to you. When it's your turn, no one can interrupt you. That's my rule. If somebody does it once, you get a warning. If somebody does it twice, I have to drop you. It's not anything against you. It's just the decorum that we're trying to have here. This is a great discussion, by the way. And again, when people get their emotions touched because of anger, that's one of the good things about these events. It elicits emotion. We get to speak, but we do it in a civil manner, but passionately. That's a good thing. We're never going to have peace unless we can have these types of forum, which is really good. I do want to ask people one favor. We have 130 people. These two guests, Siglet and Ord, are excellent guests. We should give them respect and listen to them, and we don't want to anger our guests, and we want to give people a chance to speak their mind. Let's not say what you need to understand, because I think that's a little condescending. Let's say what I think a lot of people don't seem to grasp is. That's a better way to put that. But real quickly, do me a favor. Please tap on my face. Let's get the likes up to 60K, which is only a few taps. And then let's do this. Let's please stay, or I'm going to give you a chance to respond for as long as you want to, okay? So just a second, though. And then the last part of it is, if you want to share the live with others, which I'm about to do, I'm going to hold my face down for a half a second. and a list of all my friends pops up. So I'm just going to start tapping on the, it'll say Chip Barnes shared the live, and you can do the same thing. This is a great conversation. We need people to hear these conversations, and this is how we learn from each other. This is how peace will be brought about, okay? So with that in mind, I'm going to give Org a chance. Please don't interrupt Org. Org, you can explain whatever you feel and explain how you think it should be said differently if you think the way it was said was done disrespectfully, okay? Go ahead, Org.
My family were butchered in the Holocaust. They died in Poland. I don't have anywhere to go. I never had anywhere to go. I just don't. I wish I had. I said it in the beginning. I wish I had. Go back to Poland. I go back to Poland. Tomorrow there's healthcare, there's businesses, whatever. I can thrive there. I will do it tomorrow, believe me, but I can't. And you can't blame the Jews for the Holocaust. Come on, this is crazy. We were slaughtered. 6 million people were slaughtered. You can't blame it because there were some nefarious actors who were trying to promote some kind of ideal. It is completely crazy and distorting the truth. And I can also say about the N group. I can also say about Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem back before Israel was created. He cooperated with Schmittler. He cooperated with Himmler. He went to the concentration camps. He formed an Islamic brigade, an N-word Islamic brigade. Like, come on, guys. There is history. It is written. People know about this stuff. It is there, and it's for everybody to see. We can't go around and you see, this is what I told you in the beginning. You see where this conversation devolves to? We talk about October 7th and its current conflict, and I need to explain my existence in Israel. This is exactly why I said it in the beginning. This is why this thing is so complex. Why do I need to explain why I exist in Israel and the Zionist project and Israel and whatever and all of this, and then arrive to October 7th and to this current conflict which I want to resolve? This is my 2 cents. I don't know, you guys.
Okay, thanks. Let's pause for 1 second. I want to just say a couple things. I took notes on what ORG said. So he said that his family was slaughtered in the Holocaust, which I can't even imagine what that must be like. So let's give some deference to that life experience. I think that's a fair thing to point to. I think a fair thing to consider alongside of that sensitivity is how many Palestinian Arabs were involved in that. Obviously, anti-Semitism in Europe reached a fever pitch during the late 30s and early 40s, and it was horrible what happened to Jewish people at the hands of the Third Reich. However, I think what Viv brought up, maybe she could have said it differently, that wasn't quite so insensitive, was that there were members of groups that had similar goals. So in other words, if the domestic population wanted to get rid of or move out one particular group as quickly as they could because of their beliefs, let's put it that way, the burgeoning state, this nation state of Israel, needed population. There was a very small number of Jewish population in the beginning of the 1900s. It grew rapidly with immigration, but it still wasn't big enough to populate the state to the extent that was necessary to have it at its most robust nature. So therefore, there were people who coordinated with the Third Reich, like it or not, that their aim was to help deport or immigrate Jewish people from Germany and other European countries to the Palestinian region, Israel, whatever you want to call it. That happened. There was collusion. There was some money that changed hands. Regarding the Mufti, he did have a meeting with, it was very short, by the way, it was a single meeting, and they discussed mutual interests. And what happened is the Mufti had connections in Bosnia, in the region which was called Yugoslavia after World War II. And what he was able to do was to help bolster the militias in Bosnia to allow them to overcome the local government and can continue their idea of ethnic cleansing. That was his role. In addition, he supported the concept of not having Jews go to Palestine. His goal was to keep them out of Palestine. So there were some conversations around these issues, but ultimately the H-man did not keep his end of the deal to the Grand Mufti, and immigration with the Zionist groups that wanted to pay money actually to get people to go to Israel overcame the guy who said, I'll keep my word to you because you're going to help me out in Bosnia. So that's my understanding of that history. As far as existence is concerned, and this is an important point, I can't imagine what it must feel like to feel like my own ability to be alive is like questioned. Like that's got to be a terrible place to be. I'm not really sure how the orientation of that feeling, like as a puzzle piece, fits identically with this. I'm trying to understand your presentation of that puzzle piece. I think that soloing out October 7th, as horrible a day as it was, to try to somehow relate it to one's existence. I don't believe that most Palestinians, not that there couldn't be some, want to do anything about Jewish people in general. They are indifferent to the idea of someone being Jewish, practicing Judaism. They really don't care about that part of it. What they care about most is, and by the way, I know this was in the 88 charter, so you can point to that all day long and say their charter, their charter. First of all, the H group is a minuscule portion of the Palestinian population. It's less than 1/4%. It's teeny. So with that in mind, the question is, do their views extrapolate out to the entirety of population? 3/4 of the existing population in Gaza weren't even alive or didn't vote for the H group when they went into power in 2006. So how can you blame them for espousing the same radical views as was written in the 88 charter? Yes, they were voted into power, but not because of the language in the charter. They were voted into power because of the difference of political movement with the PLO at the time, which they believed was being too conciliatory with the Israelis, just like we're seeing with Oslo. And a lot of Palestinians still believe that's way too a conciliatory approach because it's led to more slow inertia of dispossession of property, degradation of rights, further apartheid, et cetera, notwithstanding the stuff that H Group is doing with the rockets and et cetera, which equally needs to be addressed. So to be fair, that's my take on what was just said. I'm going to give Siglet a chance to jump into, and then we'll go around the horn with the pro-Palestinians. Welcome, Siglet. Nobody interrupt, please. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you, Chief, for letting me in and to raise up my views and my personal views and the objective data that some of the people here, either on purpose, which is evil, either not on purpose, which is brainwashed through the years, and that's why I can kind of understand them, not understand, but be more merciful toward their accusation and lies and wrong facts. So for Vivi, first of all, Vivi, you brought mixed facts, like you brought real facts, but in different, like you put a fact that was in 1936 and you were talking about it like it was in 1942. So first of all, the Jewish organization, so-called, helped Hitler. It was before 36, way before 36, before they knew his real agenda, before they knew about the truth color of Hitler and his friends. So please don't mix the facts and spread lies on purpose or not on purpose. Please be true to the fact. About capo, in every group there are the capo issue. It was horrible. It was horrible. Not acceptable, but I can say that in every group there are some rotten apples, to say the least, yeah? And I want to tell you that my family was diminished from the earth. My father family, including both his parents, they were Orthodox, so they were big family. Every family at that time had at least 7 children. So just to give you the general idea. And my father, the difference between the Palestinian and the Jewish people, like my father, first of all, my father never talked about it. He refused talking about it because he wanted to bring his daughters in a happy environment. He didn't want to put his burden on our shoulders. And even when I insisted, like since I was 15, I was really insisted with my question, he didn't answer, only general answer. Like if I saw documentary show, I asked him, Dad, did it really happen? Like, I couldn't believe. And he said he didn't, he was silent, his face down, he was extremely sad, and he told me it was worse. And I asked him, please tell me about it. And he told me, you don't want to know. So this was his answers. Since I knew him, he even couldn't tell me about his parents, only that he had the best mom in the world. You know, his pain was so severe that he couldn't talk about his parents. So this about my personal experience. Now, about age group, I thought before, and even 2 months after October 7, because I was naive, seriously, I was naive and stupid. I saw that age group is a tiny percent of the population, and I saw that most of the Palestinians are good people. They want to live in peace. They want true peace. And I was wrong. I was blind, unfortunately, and we saw it on October 7, and we see it since then. I see the American pro-Palestinian that I did debate with them, and I heard their perspective. And after hearing their perspective and their opinions, I realized that they don't want peace with us. They want Israel from the river to the sea, as it sounds. They want Jerusalem, they want Haifa, they want to eradicate us. So it's either we, either them. And I'm sorry, with all my humility and my humanity and my love for people, and really, I have Palestinian friends, like personal Palestinian friends. My children in the university, their best friends, believe it or not, are Palestinian. So with my children, I even don't talk about this topic, not to indirect influence them to the wrong side, because they're, you know, I asked them, they told me, oh, he's my best friend, he's a great person. So, you know, I shut my mouth. I don't tell them anything, because I believe they are really great people, my children. I educated them for high morals, and I'm certain that they are choosing their friends.
Please wrap it up in a couple seconds. Just keep on going, but land the plane soon, please.
Okay, so basically that's all what I wanted to say.
Okay, Viv, you were mentioned during that, so in a second I'm going to turn the mic over to you, and then we'll pass it on to, by the way, just this is administrative. There have been a few people trying to enter as guests. I'm not cutting you off. What happens is TikTok, sometimes it just does this on my end, it doesn't let you in. The best thing for you to do if you'd like to be a guest, and I'd love to have you come up, is to exit the TikTok app. Make a note of my username first so you can find me again or follow me. And then exit the TikTok app, go to airplane mode, come off of airplane mode, come back into TikTok, and that usually fixes the problem, okay? I would love to have you up. And then one thing I want to say is, and this is something that's really important for both sides to be aware of. So it's possible that when we come to know something, let's say we heard it from TV, and we heard it from friends, and we heard it from families, we heard it at school. It's good for us to challenge some of those things. So for example, you use the word, if people believe this stuff purposely, they're evil. If they believe it by accident, not on purpose, they're brainwashed. So I think we have to be careful in making that allegation, because I've always learned this. And you also use the word, Sigurd, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just pointing out the language that was used. You also said that somebody was lying. They used mixed facts and they were lying. So it's possible, I'm sure you and I have both said something in our lives where we said something, we thought it was what it was, and then we later found out, oh, it's different than what I thought it was, and then you correct yourself. So in that case, I wouldn't call that what you and I did in that case lying. We would say we misstated a fact that we weren't clear on. We thought we were clear, but then later clarified differently. So that's a fair point. Sometimes when people purposely say mistruths, that's lying, of course. But I always like to ask people first, were you purposely saying that? Or the question I like to ask is, how did you come to believe that? That usually tells somebody how they learned it. I learned about the moon in first grade from Mrs. McDonald. That's how I learned about the moon, just as an example. And then finally, about having friends, I think most Israelis and most Palestinians want the exact same thing. They want peace, they want security, they want to be left alone, they want to live their lives, they don't want somebody attacking them, they don't want to be oppressed, they just want to have a life like anybody else does. That's probably 97%, maybe 98% of people. And then, of course, you have your extremists at the very edge of society, whether they be super conservatives like Ben Gvir, Smotrich, and that whole group, or whether you have the more radical factions of the H group. But again, we want to make an agreement for the lion's share of human beings. And the people on the edges are going to have to find a way to curb their excessive desires on both sides. So I think I'll close with this before I pass the mic to Viv. You said, this is your words, people don't want peace. They want to have the entire land from the river to the sea. They want it all. They want to eradicate us. So if I got that wrong, correct me. Here's what my travels have shown me. I'm just going to share this with you, Sigalit, and you may not believe my sincerity, but hopefully you think I'm being reasonable, because I try to be. Unlike much of the bad press I get, I'm pretty reasonable in terms of how I communicate with other people. From the river to the sea, as far as I understand it, does not mean removal of Jewish people. Now, it might mean the desire to have people who they feel are unreasonably forceful in their efforts to take over more of the land, just like you might think the same of others, that they might not be able to stay because they're too radical, that some of those folks may have to reapply to come in, or whatever the deal is. But for most Jewish people, they want it to go back to where things were in 1905, 1910. They want to share the territory. Now, whatever name it takes, whatever form it takes, if it takes more than one, I don't know how to do the political slicing and dicing, but they just want to have an end result that leads to the peace and the live your own life kind of thing we talked about most people, and nobody has to go per se. So that's not part of the thinking that I've heard. I've probably talked to several hundred people, and I always ask this question. What motivates you? Why did 10/7 happen? What do you want to see happen in the future? Does it matter if somebody's Jewish? All these questions. Never once has anybody ever said that they have a problem with a Jewish person because they're Jewish or practice Judaism. That's never been brought up. They're not trying to eradicate anybody. They literally don't care who lives there, as long as they're peaceful and they can coexist. Whether you practice Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, it doesn't really matter. No one's going to try to force things on anybody, because their religion doesn't even allow them to do such a thing. But it seems that way because of the radical resistance that took the lives of Israelis on 10/7. One of the questions I've asked, and I'll close with this. I know I said I would close earlier. This is the last thing. I asked this question in a live to Coach. People probably know who Coach is if you follow the pro-Israeli audience. And I said, Coach, what if on the 10/7, the only folks that the H group engaged with were military personnel, no hostages, and they just went in and attacked soldiers? How would you feel about the attacks then? And he said, that's a great question, Chip. He said, you know what? I'd feel much differently. Because in fairness, if we do maintain a blockade, or we maintain military boundaries and we control the territory, and they try to break out to change that and they only fight the military, that is legitimate resistance to the thing. But where the line got crossed, and I don't disagree with this point, is when civilians are brought in and purposely harmed under any circumstances, no matter who does it. I personally, and I think most people are opposed to that, and I think that's fair criticism. I think that war crimes committed on both sides, if it's provable through these courts, people should be convicted. And I know that the H group is not a signatory, so their people aren't applicable. That's not fair. But that's the political arrangement that's in place right now. Hopefully, people who committed crimes will be held accountable on any side. Okay, Viv, I'm going to give you a chance, and then we're going to go around the horn and get some more guests in. Go ahead, Viv.
First of all, Chip, I just wanted to say to Org and Siglet, my deepest condolences to what happened to your family in the H-cast. And again, the information that I get, Siglet, when I do my research, it's not done in any way or form or to make anybody look wrong or bad. When I do my research, I took someone that was an Orthodox Jew as my second dad. So the information I get, the research that I've done, and the questions that I've asked, he's taught me more about Zionism than anybody else that I have taught or heard from. Some things that I've researched up, I was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? And it actually dawned on me when I actually was going and doing my research. Everything that he said made sense. So what I was getting from is not someone that's not a Jew or a Jew hater. This is something that you have to understand. And the problem is, the hardest thing is when you're doing research, and this is just human nature, when someone's doing research, you have two ways: to do it with an open mind, or to literally be on my side because my side is right. That is the problem. When I did my research, it wasn't to go do with anybody. My research was how could someone want to do something to a certain people? And don't get me wrong, the H class was not only Jews. It was anyone that was gay. It was anyone that literally didn't look blue-eyed, blonde-haired, or didn't look very white. They were, and there was a lot of gypsies as well, Romanian friends that I know as well, that they had family that was actually unalived. And they said to me as well, some Romanian friends, they like, we had family members that was unalived. Why do they not talk about our loss? Why do they not talk about what happened to us? I didn't know that. So the research that I do, Siglet and org, is not anti-Semitic. It's not against anybody. The way I see it is that and I'm going to call it is not real, not because of disrespecting you, because I believe that that country was made by a few people that wanted a Jewish homeland, and they did it on anybody's back to get what they wanted. The way I see Israelis and the way I see Palestinians are both victims. The indigenous people are victims from the people that were forced because of brutalities that was done to them, to their people, and were running to a safe haven that they were promised to. Because I can understand why they ran to Palestine. If I was getting people and I see my people getting gassed, my family being unalived, of course I am going to run to Is Not Real. I would do that. I totally understand that. And that is why I was trying to get through to the two of you that that country is built on fear. It is built on the blood of many Jewish people. And there are a lot of Jews. If you ask yourself, if your family was in Poland, org, and your family was happy, you'd still be in Poland. The same for Siglet. You'd still be in your country where you were, being happy, enjoying your life. But because, and I'm going to say it honestly, because of the World Zionist Party, and please, Siglet and org, go and look into it. It's not something that's made up. Please go look into it. And the actual sad part is because they didn't have enough of a population, they made sure to do something so horrific that every single Jew would run to the country for a safe haven. And that is what that country is made up on. And now what they are doing is trying to eradicate the indigenous Palestinian people so that you will not live in fear, so that you will be free, because that's what they believe in. And Siglet and org, tomorrow, if they feel that their agenda does not suit, they don't care about your civilians. They don't care about anything. And that is the sad part. The same way what they're doing to the Palestinian people, if you talk up against the homeland, that will be the same way for you as well. So that's what I'm trying to get. What I'm saying is you have to look at history, and from one side, the Palestinian people are literally, and when every Israeli says this, and I speak to several Palestinians, they never say we want to unalive all the Israelis. You will not hear that from any Palestinian person. What they will say over and over again, we want our basic human rights. We want the same freedom, the same healthcare, the same freedom to move, the same being treated like a human being. That is what they want. When they say from the river to the sea, that means being free to move from the river to the sea, not being held up or being unalived or not. They're asking for the basic human rights, not to unalive, because what your government is doing is putting the fear into you. All the Palestinian people want to do is eradicate you. And that is what they keep on doing. And that's this divide that keeps on working so they can do what they want to do. So I hope Siglet and org, you go and do your research and you'll actually understand. And I hope you speak to more Palestinians. And if you would speak to them, you'll understand all they want is their basic human rights, which you all have in Israel, which they don't even have 10% of.
Okay, Viv. By the way, just real quick administratively, those who are trying to get in as guests, I've said this a couple times, I'm not sure what's happening. A lot of people are struggling to get in. What happens on my end is it's like it like times out. It just circles and circles and circles, and eventually you drop down. I'm not actually dropping you. It's automatic with TikTok. So usually what fixes this is if you leave TikTok altogether, like literally close the app, and then go to your internet connection, go to airplane mode, and then hit it again to reset it, and then come back into TikTok. You may want to follow me so you can find the live easier on the way back in. And then come on back up. That fixes it 9 times out of 10. If it doesn't fix it, I recommend you switch your connection type from Wi-Fi to cellular or vice versa. Try it again. If that doesn't work, I don't know what else to say, because that's all I know that works to fix it. I'm not keeping anybody from coming in, because I love all. In fact, the more people we have that are pro-Israeli, the better. Makes for a better conversation, and we can learn something. There is one person that I want to bring up, but I'm very hesitant to do so. His name is King David. King David, I've had you up multiple times, and each time I've asked you, then showed you. The rules of the panel kind of go like this. We give each person a chance to speak. I gave Siglet 7 minutes without stopping, 7 straight minutes to share her point of view, which I thought was fair. And so I'm giving each person a chance to really speak their mind. We get to hear each other's views, which is a good thing. But if we interrupt each other and challenge each other every time we hear something we don't like or agree with, it breaks up the continuity of somebody's thoughts. They can't remember what they wanted to say, et cetera. So I'll bring you up, but the first interruption, I'm going to have to take you down, because it's just not polite. Just give people the same respect that you would want, the golden rule, the whole thing. I'm being as fair as I can to everybody. I'm not limiting the conversation to one side or the other. I'm not muting people. So just take that into account when you come up, okay? Please. Who was next? I didn't get who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Sunshine, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Chip.
Hi.
I sit here and listen to both sides, and there's something that is never brought up. When Israel was given the land, nobody ever talks about who gave it to them. Actually, what happened was, when whatever happened in the Israel countries, the Jewish king, like Vivid said, the Zionist community actually wrote a letter to Lord Rothschild asking for land for his people, and Lord Rothschild, hence what they called him Lord Rothschild. He said, "What will I get in my favor?" And they told him that he would have favor with the kings of the Jews. So Lord Rothschild took that piece of Palestine and gave it to the Zionists. And yes, it was Zionist in the beginning.
Well, real quick, before
failed to tell them that it was already occupied.
Sunshine, this is really important. I'm sorry to stop you, but even when I hear something that I think doesn't sound factually accurate, it's kind of my responsibility to jump in and at least ask you a question. So when you say the Rothschilds gave the land to the Zionists, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that after World War I, the Ottoman Empire fell. The way that the territorial division was given to the winning powers was the British had a mandate over a good portion of the region, including Palestine, referred to as the British Mandate of Palestine. And it was the British who met with Lord Balfour from Britain. He was the one who was sought to create this intent to create a Jewish nation state in historic Palestine, or Israel, whatever you want to call it. And that was the connection for the land. And then there was a partition plan set forth by the British and the United Nations, which we know was rejected, and there turned out to be conflict afterwards. How does what you just said fit into what I just said?
I'm not very good at this, Chip, you know that. But the research that I did, that is what I found out. Now, I'm giving what fact I figured out, but I am interested in hearing everything else. You know what I'm saying? I want to understand how it began, why it's such a fight. Why is it like a stigma? You have Israel. And a lot of times people say it's not real because TikTok likes to flag the word Israel. So in watching both sides and trying to learn and understand where it all began is why I'm here in the room. So that's all really I have to say. I would like to understand what
Chip,
was
can I
behind
explain?
the
Well, Viv,
fact that I've
I
done.
want to give some other people a chance to speak a little bit, and then we'll come back to you for, just keep that in your mind, the explanation. So I want to give King David a chance to jump in. King David, welcome. What would you like to share? I'm going to give you 4 minutes uninterrupted if you want to use it.
Go ahead, skip me for a second. I'll be right back.
You got it. Okay, Viv, why don't you go ahead and explain what you think needs to be explained?
So basically, in Germany, Lord Rothschilds, that is where they built their dynasty. So they set up their whole banking sector, which we now know is the World Bank, which they control. So that was set up in Germany. The Rothschild family wanted to have their own country. And in that time, the British, as we know it, was occupying a lot of countries and they needed finance. So Lord Rothschild literally asked the British, if I am to give you more credit, which was the money that they needed for funding all the occupation and their wars in that time, they asked them, what can you give me? And he said, what you can give me is land, because the only thing that the British had to give them in return for getting credit from the Rothschilds, because they were an extremely wealthy family in Europe, was only land. So what they said, what Baron Balfour said, and they brought this to the cabinet. And if you want to actually go look at the Balfour Declaration, you can actually see where it says that. So they had a meeting in the cabinet, basically in the UK, where they said, look, we need the funding for because the UK was taking over so many countries, they needed money. So they said, what we can do is offer Lord Rothschild a land that will be historical for him. And in return, we will then get the funds that we need. So what happened is Baron Balfour he wrote the letter, which is the Balfour Declaration, where it actually says, this is basically, we are giving you the land of Palestine, if you want to go read it, where we actually spoke about the actual cabinet and it has been given to you. So Lord Rothschild was then given Palestine, and Lord Rothschild also was actually part of funding the World Zionist Party. So if you want to go into it, most of the funding was in their hand. And another thing, if you actually go and look, the Rothschild family actually, when the whole thing started, they actually emigrated to Switzerland. And then from Switzerland, when Israel was actually being formed, they then went and they actually moved to Israel. So just before the HCAS happened, and when they gave the funding to the World Zionist Party, they then moved to Switzerland. And then from there, so the land of Israel is actually a land that was gifted by the British, which was occupying Palestine at that time. So if you want to read the Balfour Declaration, it will clearly say that for.
All right, thanks, Dale. I think Siglet wanted to say something in return, so go ahead, Siglet.
So, Vivi, you mentioned the Orthodox, your friend who is Orthodox. So I will not get into this, but now
You can call him my godfather, but go ahead.
your godfather. Okay, so nowadays some Orthodox that are radical are having their own beliefs, which
Not
I
radical.
disagree.
He is not radical. Please do not make that assumption.
Okay, I don't know who you are talking about, so I cannot believe you. You know, I don't believe 100% to what you say, and you know, you cannot make it blurry. It doesn't work, okay, Vivi? It doesn't work. About
What's blurry? What's blurry? Can you clarify what was blurry?
She mentioned her godfather who is Orthodox. I don't know the man. I don't know his views. I don't know his background. I don't know why he's coming to this conclusion. I just can speculate. And I know this issue, and it's not true. Okay, basically they believe in Mashiach, in something different, and I will not get into it. It's a huge topic.
That is incorrect. Please stop making these
No.
lies. First of all, everything can be seen.
Viv, I tell you what, Viv, what I'm doing is just to let you know. I'm going to show you real quickly. Let me show you what I'm doing. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 sec. Let me flip my camera. So what I do is I'm sitting here with a notepad, and when any of you make points, I'm summarizing what the points were. And then if and when it's appropriate, I jump in and answer questions. So this is what Sigalet just said, blurry, orthodox, etc. So if you want to do that rather than interrupting, and then when it's your turn, you can come back and address the points, that's probably the best way for us to. Go ahead, Sigalet. Please don't interrupt. Thank you so much.
Vivi, you have no clue about Judaism. You don't know anything about Judaism, and I'm not saying it in a disrespectful way, just as a fact. You have no clue, okay? You have no clue. There are many waves or many kind of Jewish religion, reform, less reform, Orthodox, more Orthodox, and each of them has their own beliefs based on certain thing. And I will not get into it because it's a totally different topic. About the I want to tell you that anti-Semitism led us, the Jewish people, run away over 3,000 years. And now when we have our own country, Israel is bothering you guys as well. Now when we can defend ourselves, it's not good for you. So if we are in Europe, it's not good. If we have our country, it's not good. You just want to eradicate us. And please stop with the pretty words, the beautiful words. It's not working on me anymore. Now, about the sentence from the river to the sea, their leader clearly said what do they mean by saying from the river to the sea, cheap. So please don't try to, cheap. Please don't underestimate our intelligence, okay? We know exactly what does it mean from the river to the sea.
I have a question.
That's a fair point. Well, since you mentioned it, real quick. No music, please. No music, please. Thank you so much. Real quick, since Vivian, you were mentioning a couple times about not having a clue about Judaism, so I'm going to give you a chance to respond in just a second. I have to address these last points, though, Sigalet, and obviously you can have whatever take you want to have, and you may be right. I have to tell you, maybe you're right and I'm wrong. Certainly possible. One of the things that I try to do is maintain an intellectual humility, so that if something does come up different, if evidence suggests differently, that I can change that way I'm not married to what I think. It's liberating, actually. But I want to push back on what you said and tell you why I want to push back on it. Again, the evidence, as I've seen it throughout the journey, I've been on this journey for almost 36 years now, and I've talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. I've watched thousands of hours of content. I've read countless books. This has been a big interest of mine. Why? I don't know. It's just like a hobby of mine to learn about this whole subject. I find it fascinating. And geopolitics in general, but this has been one that's been in the front of much of my learning. And the learning that I have is contradictory to what you just said. You're certainly entitled to believe whatever you want to believe because you feel it, you think it's real. I don't disagree. You mentioned earlier the term brainwashing, and we talked about we have to be careful about the use of that term. This is not me saying this, okay? And I'll be quick as I can be. There are many of former Israeli Zionists who are Jewish, who still live in Israel, who speak to their lived experience growing up as far as how life was framed to them in their upbringing. And it kind of goes like this, and I'm going to terribly paraphrase. Everyone's out to get us. Everyone wants to eradicate us. The only solution to us avoiding this, especially with what happened with the Holocaust and never again, is Israel. This one Jewish homeland is so critical to our entire survival as a people that anything and everything must be done to defend it. Now, if that's true, and if I believe that were true, I would never, ever, ever speak a word pro-Palestinian ever. I would be 100% defensive of the Jewish people because I don't want anybody to get harmed, no matter who they are, and completely, taken on like in that manner. That's disgusting to me. As was happening in World War II, it was a total disgrace to humankind what happened. But because I don't believe that, and it's not because I'm doing it for any nefarious reason. The evidence and experience that my life has gone through, I don't see that. But I'm not negating your way of seeing that, because it's your experience and it's your way of thinking about it. But here's a question I want to ask. This is a thought exercise. What if that is not the case, though? And I know it may be hard for you to even go through that thought exercise because you seem to believe it so ardently and so fervently. But this is an important if. If the Palestinians don't want to hurt the Jewish people, maybe there are some whack jobs that do. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that what if most 98% of Palestinians have no desire to hurt Jewish people, just as a thought exercise, and they don't care what religion you practice? Then what comes next if that's the case? Or do you see it that there's no chance in your mind that they couldn't be out, that they're trying to, as you said, eradicate us?
Unfortunately, I really believed that they want peace. They don't want peace. They've been offered many times all kind of ways to peace. They rejected all of it, all of them, even before 67. And they started the war in 48, and after that in 54 and 67 and 73, and now they say that we started, which is untrue. They've been offered peace. We wanted real peace. They didn't want. They wanted the whole Israel for them. Sorry, Israel was Judea. Israel will stay a Jewish country. And since you don't want to live in coexistence with us, I'm sorry. It's either you, either us. So I'm sorry, it's us, okay? We were nice to you. We were nice to you. We offered you during the years all kind of offer. You rejected it because you want Israel for you, okay? It will not happen. So,
okay, we get the thought. Thank you. Real quick. Before you go, Shal, you're going to go next. You've been waiting very patiently, by the way. Thank you. Sorry for the connection issues. Okay, I just want to ask a very simple question. Sigla, this is rhetorical. You don't have to answer it, but I'm putting this out to the audience. So for those of you who haven't done so, I unfortunately did this. It took me a lot of my time, but I've read a painstaking amount of detailed information about the history of the different negotiations for potential peaceful resolutions to this conflict, because it's become a hobby of mine. Now, I know 95%, 99% of people will never do that because who has the time, right? But again, the evidence does not back up the general claim that this is from the Israeli point of view, we've offered them peace X numbers of times, and every time we've done it, they've turned it down. There have been generous offers, and my reading of the peace accords do not back up that assertion. And here's why. None of the eventual outcomes, the number one thing that Palestinians want is full autonomy. They don't want partial peace. They don't want partial occupation. They don't want half measures. They want to have their own place to do their own thing with nobody else controlling their lives. In all of the peace offers that were made, none of them excluded Israeli control over the territory. And therefore, Israel's point was, hey, our security comes before these people's desire to be totally free, because what? They've only shown us over the years that they can't be trusted, right? They're going to attack us. But the Palestinians are saying, listen, if you give us a peaceful resolution that includes complete sovereignty and autonomy, we won't attack you anymore. And therein lies the problem. So I would encourage anybody who wants to challenge themselves to go search online and type in specific details of Israeli-Palestine peace negotiations. And if you can find one instance where there was an offer that included full autonomy and was disagreed to by Palestinians, I'll give you $10,000. That's a pretty good offer. But you won't find it.
Are you ready to pay off?
Chip.
Are you ready
Chip,
to pay
can
off? Hold on 1 second.
Chip.
In 2001.
Hold on. I want to respond to Chip, if that's okay. He said I could go next, correct?
Yeah, go ahead. Just hold that thought. Hold that thought, Federico. Go ahead.
Okay, so Chip, so look, I mean, the outcomes of peace initiatives between Israel and the Palestinians have failed primarily due to sort of pretty much ongoing incitement, if you look back in history, and the violence from Palestinian factions, such as the H Group. I mean, they've openly sought Israel's destruction and stated that, as you mentioned earlier in their charter. I mean, there's been repeated breaches of ceasefires, attacks on Israeli civilians, which undermine complete trust and stability in the region. Furthermore, like Palestinian leadership has often rejected offers for peace that include any form of mutual recognition and security guarantees. I mean, the 2000 Camp David summit and 2008 Annapolis conference, the refusal to acknowledge Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state completely hampers any form of progress. So those actions show a persistent unwillingness to compromise. And I just want to ask you a question. Are you neutral? Are you sitting here as a neutral individual?
Well, the term neutral is a little bit arbitrary, but I'll answer as best I can. I'm someone who tries to objectively observe situations in general, whether it be the Ukraine war, any of the international political situations. But I would say that based on what I learned when I was 21, really shook up my view of this conflict, and it changed the way I thought about it. It shifted my perspective, and the narrative that I had been thinking within changed dramatically. And so I tend to lean towards taking the side of who I believe are the oppressed in any circumstance. And I firmly believe in this case that although there's certainly areas where one can be critical of Palestinian violence, that's fair. Anytime civilians are harmed, I'm against those tactics. But in terms of the total picture, I believe that the ultimate injustice of this particular conflict stems from 1948, and I believe that the Palestinians are the ones that have had injustice put upon them, and therefore I want to see it peacefully resolved with them to have something they can chew on.
Okay, because you're coming from a biased perspective. I mean, you asked a question earlier. You're coming from an incredibly biased perspective, and I presume when you go to marches, you're waving a Palestinian flag, but yet you're not asking the age group to put down their. But then you're not asking the age group.
I do have a Palestinian flag, and I have gone to marches with the flag. You're absolutely right. But I'm not calling for the age group to put down the weapons. You're right. I don't condemn them either. By the way.
Exactly. So where you're coming from is incredibly biased perspective, and you're not taking because you're not asking the age group to put down their weapons.
Why is that biased? Why is that biased?
Why is it biased? Because you're effectively promoting a T group organization by doing exactly that.
Because I'm not calling for them to put their arms down and promoting them.
Yeah, you promote them when you don't ask.
You sure you got the right dictionary? I got a different dictionary that I'm working on.
I can guarantee you that's exactly what message you're sending. You're sending a message to say, hold on a second, I'm going to wave this Palestinian flag, and I'm not going to ask the T group to put down their weapons because they're actually a prescribed T group, and therefore you are promoting a T group. So you are coming from an incredibly biased perspective. Now, if the Palestinians claim that they don't want to harm Jews or interfere with religious practice, the way forward would involve very tangible actions that would build trust and probably demonstrate genuine commitment towards any sort of peaceful coexistence. I mean, first and foremost, they'd have to end incitement and violence, right? By you going there with your flag, waving your flag, and not asking them to put down their weapons, is meaning that you're giving them basically an open card to continue doing what they're doing. And you're calling that resistance, but actually what they're doing is unaliving civilians. Okay, so they have to take an active step to end any incitement against Jews in their media, in their educational materials, in their public statements. Have they done that? Have you asked for them not to do that? I bet you haven't. And also the other thing is they haven't.
I haven't asked either side to eliminate any of its what you might refer to as propagandistic practices.
But you're asking Israel to stop. You're asking Israel to stop defending themselves. You're asking Israel to stop.
No. I never once asked for that. Listen, you're assigning things that I've never done. So please don't say those things unless you have the evidence to back them up.
Well, I haven't seen you sort of say yes. Israel has to go off. It has to rescue its hostages. I haven't seen that, and that's exactly what
why
they're
should I
trying
have
to do.
to say that? Why? Listen, just because I'm not proactively doing things, listen, let me finish, this is important. Just because I'm not proactively doing things that you would like somebody in my shoes who you believe should be seen as objective to do those that way, doesn't mean that I have to in order to maintain some level of objectivity.
I'm not saying you have to. You just haven't demonstrated that you have the ability or the will or the want to do so.
Why is it germane? Why is that germane? Why is that germane to the conflict? I'm not sure I understand. Why is that? And by the way, just so you know, I have called for the hostages to be returned over and over again. I want them returned as soon as possible. I don't think necessarily it's fair to ask the H group to unilaterally release them, though, given the situation in which they find themselves. I'm not promoting it one way or the other, but as far as just an umpire.
Hold on, Chip. Doesn't releasing hostages come with putting down arms?
Well, you can call for that.
So you can't say to me, "Oh, I've asked for the hostages to be released," but then again, you won't call for the H group to put down their arms. That doesn't make
Why
sense.
should I? Why should I call for them to do anything? I don't
What do you mean? Why should I? Because the two go hand in
What I
hand.
don't understand is, hold on, Shino. Real quick, I'm just trying to make sure I clarify what you're saying because I really want to make sure I understand you clearly. Your argument is that because you haven't heard me condemn the H group, you haven't heard me call for them to release the hostages. You haven't heard me call which I just told you I want the hostages to be returned, but I would give a nuance to that, say both sides, because there are people I believe that are in that category on the other side, even though people deny that on that side. And then you're saying that if I don't do those things, that I'm basically supporting further violence by them by not asking them to put down their arms. Is that the argument you're making?
Yes, very much so. That is clear.
How do you substantiate that argument? Like, what do you have to say about what's the reason behind that argument?
Well, the reason behind that argument is based on your ability to be able to tell a prescribed T group organization to put down. Wouldn't you say if look, you're an American, right? Okay.
I am.
Let's say, okay, fine. Let's say a T group came about in America and just gave it a name, and it started promoting T group activities in America. What would you do? Would you say, oh, these are resistance fighters, but nevertheless, let them do what they need to do? Would you carry on doing that?
It would depend on the circumstances in which they were created. Let me give you an example. If the indigenous population of the original North Americans decided at some point in their history to form some sort of counter-establishment group that was trying to vie for their rights, I would support their right to do so. I might not support them directly by saying they should go do something proactively, but I support the concept of resistance within oppressive circumstances for any party.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with diplomatic resistance. I get that. I understand that. But if you are taking T group opportunities and you're using T operatives to get your point across by actually unaliving innocent civilians, you support that.
I don't disagree with the point about calling out the civilian harm. I've been very clear to make that distinction. I do want to make one sort of addition to the conversation, though, and that is you keep making declarative terms of a T group. So I want to just point out a fact, which is you can do with this fact as you choose. And by the way, this is far more than just quote unquote Islamic countries, because I don't know how many countries in the world are Islamic, but there are 193 nation states on the planet right now, of varying sizes and varying political power and military strength. Okay, among them are 35 nation states, mostly Western countries, that classify the H group, whether it be the political party or any of its militant capability, as a T organization. They're designated formally that way. That means that 158 other nation states do not. Now, I've been told I'm a bad American because my country and other countries in our Western alliance does declare them that way, and therefore, by me not agreeing with that I'm not being a good citizen. I promote terrorism, all this other stuff. I'm just pointing out that fact. That is a fact.
Are you a proud American citizen?
That's 18% of the world population agrees with your assessment of the group. 82% does not.
Are you? No, you can't. That's an intangible.
To get ahead of your question, I'm a human being living on the earth, and I see myself in that capacity first and foremost.
Are you a proud American citizen?
I see myself as a human being living on the earth.
Is he a proud American citizen? He's a vet. He's a vet. So I would shut your mouth, number one. He's a vet.
Hold on, Nadi. Hold on. I can answer the way I want. It's okay, Nadi. We're letting people finish their answers here and not interrupting, so no offense to you. It's just a format thing. Okay, so to answer your question, I don't feel necessarily pride. I feel a lot of discomfort with regard to my American identity, and here's why. I served in the armed forces doing what I thought was my civic duty when I was younger, but the more that I've learned about what role that I played as a part of the military was used for a different purpose than was stated publicly by my government, which has been part of our history since the beginning. There's also a lot of things to be negative about as far as American history, a lot of negative, but there's also a lot of things to be grateful for. I'm very grateful for the benefits that accrue to me. But there's a difference between being grateful for the things that I have and being proud about the nation state's behavior from the governmental. I'm proud to be among great people. I'm proud to be a part of a culture that I enjoy. I'm proud of my family. I think they're good people. But I'm not proud of what our government has done and the nation state's behavior on the international stage and domestically, given our history.
Okay, fine,
Chip,
fair enough.
hold on,
But from the
Chip,
Constitution,
one second.
from
I
the
have a
American
question for you.
Constitution.
It's been going on with the question. I have a question for you. Okay, you were saying
I
why
just
don't
wanted
the
to
H
finish
group
my
put
point.
their weapons down?
Thank you, Chip.
Okay. My question to you is, since the IDF was placed on the blacklist in the United Nations along with ISIS and Boko Haram, why don't the IDF put their weapon down and surrender? Because they are considered T group.
Well, I'll tell you why that is. The first reason is because there's no recognition from the other side of Israel's right to exist. Number one. I mean, as soon as you acknowledge Israel's right to exist as
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the
as
question.
a Jewish state.
That
I'm
wasn't the
telling you
question.
what.
No,
Yeah,
the
it's
question
about them
was. The
putting
question
down their
was.
weapons.
Listen carefully. Listen
There has-
carefully. I'm gonna repeat the question. Hold on.
I heard
I'm
your
gonna repeat the question.
I'm answering the question.
You said that Israel H group has to put the weapon down because they're T group. Now I'm asking you, why don't you believe that the Israeli armed forces should put their weapon down and surrender, since they were placed on the United Nations blacklist along with ISIS and Boko Haram? There is only 3 organizations on the blacklist of the United Nations. One of them Israel, ISIS, and Boko Haram, not H group. So what is your response to that? Why the IDF should not put their weapon down and surrender as a T group?
Israel's not going to put their weapons down if they are going to have constant attacks on their borders.
Are considered T.
By whom? By whom?
United Nations.
How and where? And give me the
there is a
wording.
blacklist.
The
The
exact
United
wording.
Nations. The United Nations have a list to put T group on it, and there is 3 groups on it. One of them is IDF. The other one is Boko Haram, and the third one is ISIS, and that is in the United Nations. In H group is not one of them.
Can I just say
Look,
one thing?
all
real
I
quickly
can,
before you-
all I can say is that first of all, like Israel is not considered a T organization by the United Nations. Okay, Israel is recognized as a sovereign state and a member of the United Nations, and that's been since 1949. Okay, it has the right to exist. It has the right to defend itself against threats, and the designation of T group organizations is primarily reserved for non-state actors, my friend. So who engage in activities such as kidnapping.
Why are they on the list? Do you agree they are on the list? Like right now, if you go on Google and Google the United Nations blacklist for T organization, 3 names will pop up. ISIS,
Because they're bought and
IDF,
sold. That's why.
ISIS, IDF, and Boko Haram, not H group. So who do you want me to believe, you or the United Nations?
Well, you can believe whoever you want. I mean, you know, the blacklist is specifically an entity for related to harming children in conflict zones, but
Exactly.
it is
T
not
organization. T
No,
organization.
it's not.
Who harms
Who
harms the children for political reason?
It's not considered.
Who harms
a
children
group.
for political reason?
Yeah, but you
What is
got the wording
definition?
wrong.
What is the definition of
No,
terrorism?
no, no. You can't change. You can't change the
I'm
definition
not
for your
changing
own
anything.
narrative.
I'm not changing
You
anything. The
are. No,
definition
no, no. But
is
you've claimed.
no, 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 no,
It's
no,
not. You've
no.
claimed it to be something it isn't. You've claimed it to be something it isn't. It might be on the blacklist, but it's not a T group. It's a big difference.
I googled it. There's no nobody says that that the IDF is a terror organization. This is lies.
Correct. Exactly. It's a lie. I mean, this is the problem. This is
Just
another
checked it.
fallacy.
Just checked it now.
Another lie. Yeah. Israel, and by the way, I'll just tell you something that Israel actually disputes the complete designation. The Israel Defense Force operates under very strict ethical guidelines, and it is designed to minimize civilian casualties. So the UN can do whatever it's want. And by the way, I'll just have you know something else, that there's a lady by the name of Francesca Albanese who is working for the UN, a rapporteur, who's just been found to be doing a huge amount of anti-Semitic collaboration and anti-Israel collaboration with many people, ex-UN workers, to try and put the Israel on so-called blacklists. And this is a current investigation that's currently ongoing. So we'll see how that pans out. Okay.
I want to say something about the existence of Israel and who recognizes it. So this is a very clever use of language here. So under the 1993 Oslo Accords, the Palestinian Authority, as even Arafat before then, but even the Palestinian Authority recognized Israel's existence, but not its, quote, right to exist. That's a really important differentiation. But to say that the Palestinians, that no one recognizes Israel, is not true. In fact, 3/5 of the population live in the West Bank. 2/5 live inside of Gaza. Among those who support the H group, just to be clear, this is, again, one of the things I've noticed over and over and over. I've had probably more interaction with people who are pro-Israel than probably any other pro-Palestinian TikTok person. I've been on hundreds of hours of pro-Israeli lives. I've had hundreds of hours of guests on my panel. I wish I could say the respect was reciprocal between my visits there and here, but it is what it is. But what I've heard is that there's this general extrapolation that goes on between the H group's beliefs and actions and the entirety of the Palestinian people, both in the region as well as in the diaspora, which I think is completely unfair. And yes, it's fair to point out the brutal nature of the attacks on 10/7. Even if you want to say that they, quote, started the conflict in general, you can make those claims. But to claim that everybody in Palestine thinks or behaves that way is just not indicative of the reality or the facts or the evidence on the ground. So I would hope that you'd be willing to make that differentiation. In addition, what I just mentioned there, that as much as other Westerners like to designate them as T groups, 82% of the world does not agree with that assessment. So 35 nations out of 193 don't designate the H group as a political entity, a T organization. So it's convenient that when they're the ones doing the active resistance in Palestine, they're automatically put in that bucket of bad guys. But when Israel's placed in that same bucket vis-a-vis its harming of children and unaliving civilians, it's somehow, because it's a state actor, it's inapplicable. I mean, you can't play it both ways. You got to either have one standard and you're all in the bucket, or the same standard and none of you are in the bucket.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Haji. Yeah, go ahead, Haji. Welcome, Haji. And then we'll do Nadia.
So if there's a group that commits T activities, does that not make them a T organization? Is there a specific criteria that the group needs to meet?
Well, I don't know the
to be able
answer
to
to
be
that.
designated like that? Or-
That's a very good question, by the way. I don't know the criteria through which these other nation states make that determination. Here's what I think they differentiate from. H is a political party. So H is a political entity that was voted into power in 2006. Now, H also has a militant arm, which was called other things before it was H, and has incorporated members from other resistance factions and militant groups into what became the militant arm of H. So H is not looked at from a political party standpoint as a T org. However, some or all of their militants, in the course of conducting its military operations or its attacks, have committed atrocities which some people consider to be T-rism. So that's my guess. Is they're separating out the political entity as it administers Gaza from the militant arm and its infrequent but violent acts.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and one more question. Do you guys believe that Israel has the right to exist from a historic point or from the United Nations resolution point?
Oh, both points.
Both. So can you name me?
Historical,
Can you?
biblical,
Can
and
you?
from a United Nation.
Okay, biblical or historical? I don't see no proof anywhere. Just having a castle in north of Palestine that is called the Jewish Castle. There is a Jewish quarter in Beirut, Lebanon. There is a Jewish quarter in
Are you in the
Jerusalem.
Matrix?
No, I'm just asking you a question. I'm seeking information from you. Maybe you know something that I don't know. But I don't. I've been googling to find any Jewish artifact museum in Israel. There is none. I have not seen any historical indication of the existence of the Kingdom of Israel or anything related to it before, because I've been digging really hard. I can't find it. The only claim is you guys have is King Solomon Temple, and you guys been digging underneath the Aqsa Mosque for the past 50 years, and yet haven't found anything. You know, you can claim they were destroyed. They can claim, but at least you gotta find a couple of items, something, and yet there is nothing. Everything that Israel claimed to be historical is modern made. It's something that was.
What are you talking
Prove
about?
me
What are you
wrong.
talking
Prove me
about?
wrong. Can you name me? Can you name me a museum? Can you name me a one historical building?
The shrine of the book, the second temple.
No, books are written. I want physical. I want something that I can see and touch. Like if. Guys, hold on a second. It's getting a little bit out of hand again. So let's be clear. Federico's asking a question about some issue. Finish your question, Federico, and then let's say should I? Sorry, my eyesight. Is it should I, Gadot, and then Ord can answer, and then we'll go to Nadia. Okay? So go ahead and ask the question, Federico. Yeah. The thing is, in Lebanon, we keep digging right now. Like we're building a building, we find artifacts from the Phoenicians, and we save them or whatever. But in Israel, it's been 60 years, almost 70, and yet to be found anything that can say, hey, that monument is the King Solomon Castle, or this monument used to be from the Kingdom of Israel, or that anything. Like they haven't found. You go to Italy, there is the catacombs, there is a lot of places. Anywhere you go in any country on earth, there is a footsteps of 2,000, 3,000 years that is there. How is it these things are not in Israel? This is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I mean, if you actually look at in the history and the museum of it, you'll actually see there's the City of David excavations. Those are archaeological excavations in Jerusalem. They've uncovered significant finds from the period of King David, including fortifications, water tunnels, administrative buildings. There's loads of supporting biblical accounts of
Nothing
those,
online.
those
Like nothing.
reigns.
Can you type it down? Can you type it down in the comments so everybody can look it up?
Go and look it up.
Let's
City
type
of David excavation.
Yeah,
Go
the
and have a
coins,
look,
King David.
okay?
The coins were proven to be faked.
Yeah. There's the Western Wall. Have you heard of the Kotel? Okay. Well, hold
The
on
who?
a second. Have you heard of the Western Wall, the Kotel? Have you heard of the Kotel, the Western
Yeah,
Wall?
but this is
As a
the
remnant
problem
of
with
our
the
second
Western
temple.
Wall.
Hello.
Exactly. This is
Probably
what
the
I'm trying to get you to, and this is what I'm trying to
Okay.
get
Have
you
you
to.
heard of?
That
Have you heard of?
you
Have you
have
heard
been.
of?
Hold
Have you
on,
heard of Masada?
hold on. This wall.
I'm answering
This
your
wall.
question. Here.
This wall. No, I'm finishing my my thought. You know, this wall. There is an excavation going underneath the Aqsa Mosque for the past 60 years. So you have not
Hold on a
found
second.
anything
The West.
related
The,
to
uh,
it.
Hello. The Western Wall is a remnant of the Second Temple, which was destroyed in 70
We don't know
CE.
that.
Okay.
We don't know that. We don't know that because there is not the only thing left is the wall. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Everything was destroyed.
I can't help you with your selective memory, but there's also
No,
Masada.
it's not.
We've got.
Nothing.
Have you heard of
Nope.
Masada in Israel?
Yeah,
Have you heard
and
of
it's been
Masada?
proven that it's not real. It's not like it was made up
What
story.
an ancient fortress that I've actually been to and visited myself, where Jewish rebels made their last stand against Romans.
It's something that
in
was
73 CE.
modernized.
So
It
now you're
was
trying to
reconstructed. It was reconstructed based
Oh
on.
my God.
No, I'm telling what I know. I may be wrong. Like I said, I may be wrong, but from my research that I made, these were reconstructed recently with.
Are you going to tell me the same thing about Tel Megiddo? Are you going to tell me the same thing about Tel Megiddo in Armageddon. Have you heard of that? In northern Israel.
Yeah, I've heard. I've
You know,
heard. Like I said,
oh, have
all
you?
these,
Oh,
all these claims, all these claims. Why are you like interrupting me? All these claims has
because
been
you told me that
because
there
these
was
are
nothing
they are
from
built.
historical
They
Jewish
are
evidence.
built. Here you go. You guys don't take any criticism. Like you can say
No, you're only in
Palestine
bad
is
faith.
is
It's bad
Israel, and I
faith.
have to take it. And now when I'm questioning a
No, you're
couple of
doing it in
things,
bad
you
faith. You're
Hold
calling
on,
all of us
one
liars.
second, 1 minute,
Bad
people.
faith.
Nobody can. If you carry on
Bad
like this,
faith.
nobody
Just bad
can hear
faith.
what anybody's saying. So please just talk one at a time, and then
Yeah,
at
can we
least
give
we
Nadia a
can
chance?
understand.
Nadia hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Let's give Nadia a chance and we'll come back. Go ahead, Nadia.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm going to go back a little bit. First of all, I'm coming from a position of thinking both people have the right to exist there. Okay, so I'm coming from a very, what I believe to be a very balanced perspective. Here's one thing that I'm recognizing very clearly, though. As a therapist, I can recognize tactics of gaslighting and invalidating someone, which is a low blow when you don't have valid points to make. You invalidate others, or you put others down, or you gaslight them. So the previous lady that was here that ran away when I said I was going to come up, her name was Shalalet. She made a very inappropriate statement to Vicky, basically invalidating her godfather's belief system. Okay, that's a problem to me. And then Gadot made the invalidating statement to Chip that somehow his patriotism was being questioned. Do you love your country? As a vet, as someone who served for his country, I do believe he does love his country because he actually risked his life. So my point with all of this is to say, not to point fingers here or to place judgment. My point is I'm seeing a common thread with, especially with atheist Zionists. I am seeing a common thread of entitlement, abuse, emotional manipulation, and invalidation as a therapist. I am seeing this as clear as day. And this is the problem with this war. It is a genocide. That is what is happening right now. And instead of arguing about it in a mature, logistical way as to how both people can coexist with one another, I'm seeing this common pattern of Zionists constantly acting entitled. And it makes me very angry when people act entitled. And I'm going to point it out every single time I see it. I'm going to call a spade a spade. I had relatives in the Holocaust. They were Roma, they were Turkish, they were not Jewish. But I do respect the Jewish people, and I do respect what happened in the Holocaust. So please stop invalidating one another and keep the conversation productive and mature.
Thanks, Nadia. By the way, if there's somebody who's willing to rotate off, I have some people in the queue, and I just want
I
to
am
drop
waiting.
anybody.
Can I just say one thing?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
Just
please.
one thing. No, seriously, I'm pretty tired and I'm going to sleep. But we don't have a problem with criticism, and this entitlement thing. It's out of this world. Everybody feels entitled. It's my country. Of course, I'm entitled to live here, and that's it. Goodbye. Have a good night. This has been very unproductive. I hope all of you guys live
you
in peace.
call
The
it your country, it's
Palestinians
not.
live in peace. The Palestinians will live in peace. The Israelis will live in peace, and we can all have peace here. You guys don't want peace. I want peace. You guys are not from Israel. You guys want us to suffer and to continue this conflict because you guys then will have something to talk.
Hey
We are from
guys,
Israel.
how are you
We
guys
suffer
doing?
here in this conflict. You guys don't. This is
But
our
all it
conflict.
starts
You
with
guys are
you.
not.
ORG,
All right,
let me just say
hold
something
on,
before you leave.
That was like punching somebody as you go out the door. So let me just share this. For your org, I don't want to threaten your existence. I hate the fact that you feel like you have to justify your existence, because I don't feel you have to in any way, shape, or form. I don't believe 99.995% of Palestinians have any issue with you. They could care less, quite frankly. They're not thinking about you. They're thinking about their own predicament, like most of us do every day. So the ultra sensitivity that many people share, and you sound like you're one among them, is misplaced. It's drummed into people over many decades. And not that it isn't legitimate to have a trauma related to what happened in the 40s. I can't even relate, so I can't even speak to that. But it's not fair for you to take that trauma and project it onto Palestinians as if they all hate you. That's not fair.
Thank you.
Okay?
If Org is still watching, the change starts with you. So you spread the word to your people and be like, no, I don't think Israelis hate,
Palestinians hate Israelis and they want them unalived, or vice versa. I'm sure both of you want to live in peace, but where does the change start? Who starts it? People like you all, you know? You go and talk to your family and educate them. Education is power. And a lot of us don't educate ourselves. We just listen to the media and, oh, this hearsay and so. We don't get facts. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
hello everybody.
Hey
Yeah, I
guys.
mean, I just wanted to look, Chip. I just wanted to end off with this because I'm going to leave in a minute. Okay,
Okay.
I've got to go, but thank you. And
Mhm.
Nadia, no offense, I understand where you're coming from a therapy perspective. But look, the events of October the 7th, kind of for Israel, marked a pretty large-scale, coordinated assault by the H group. I would say that bears, as an American citizen for you, that bears pretty significant parallels to the sort of September 11th attacks in the US. Okay, and that surprise attack targeted Israeli civilians and military personnel. We all know what it resulted in: major casualties and destructions. And similar to 9/11, it unified America against the T word, the big T word. And October the 7th kind of reinforced Israel's resolve to pretty much defend itself, as you can imagine. And I have to say that Israel's response, including targeted military operations to dismantle the H group's capabilities, is there to enhance national security more than anything else. Because at the end of the day, we're all going to land up wanting peace with each other, because that's the real goal, isn't it? And I guess if you want to take that comparison and just put it in your own personal and national psyche, then maybe we can look at the necessity for decisive action in the future against the big T word. And I'll end on that. So thank you very much.
All right, real quick. I want to just respond to
Against the IDF?
Real quick, hold on, Freedom. Hold on, guys. One sec. So there was one word that was used in that ending statement, and you can stay if you want and respond to this if you want to. Is it pronounced Shaddai? I hope I'm not saying it wrong. I don't want to butcher your name. Shaddai said.
Shtay Gadot.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry if my pronunciations aren't as good as I would like them to be. But Shaddai Gadot said that there was the IDF's targeted response. So language matters a lot. That was a phrasing of the response that was very sort of, it was putting it into one category. It was categorizing it as targeted. Now, if it were strictly and very disciplined targeted response, which I believe would have been appropriate given what happened on 10/7, I think going after the militants, very legitimate military operation. However, and herein lies the problem, we're getting report after report after report of differences now. And not just, from El Arabiya or Al Jazeera or stuff like this, but from within Israel itself, from soldiers themselves who have served in Gaza, who are admitting now publicly, hey, I was bored and so I shot. And command had no problem with it. Basically, whatever was in front of us was fair game. This is not targeted. Now, there's also the ICC and the ICJ, the different criminal courts that are looking into the intent and whether or not it was done in a targeted fashion, whether it was done with callous disregard, or whether it was done with some other type of more malicious intent. That's being adjudicated right now. I happen to believe, just on my military experience, that much of it, as much as 2/3 to 3/4 of all of the activity that's taking place in Gaza, has been based on destruction of property and callously going after civilians. Now, that's my take. I could be wrong. Maybe the ICJ will come back and say, they didn't do anything wrong, Chip, you're an idiot, you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, fair enough. If that's what comes back, I will embrace that and speak to it. I would be highly shocked if that's what comes back our way after these things go through. And again,
Okay.
even if the ICJ does come back with that, let's assume the best case scenario for Israel, which is their hands are clean. They're not deemed to be at all of just the optics alone of this, which is photographs and video coming back from the theater, and the accusations and the admissions and all the other evidence that people have, is put Israel in a very bad light. It's woken people up to a fact that I learned about in 1989, and now people in 2024 have gotten a taste of it, but with much more visual information from things like social media. What do you want to say?
Well,
Shab?
all I want to say to that is, put it this way: Israel takes pretty extensive measures, and being a military man yourself, if that's what you are, You know that the extensive measures that they've taken to warn civilians, no other army does that, of impending strikes, using leaflets, phone calls, roof knocking. You know the scoop. You never did that as a military man. Did they do that in Iraq when they went into Iraq?
Well, I
after
wasn't
9/11?
in the
No, they
air. I
didn't.
wasn't in the Air Force, so I can't speak to what our Air Force did.
Okay, so all I can say is that Israel's commitment to defending their citizens will have to do what it needs to do when they need to do it in order to get their hostages back. Number one, and number two, in terms of actually the military intelligence that goes into identifying and striking the H infrastructure, uses very precise military weapons and such. And if you're going to take the information that you receive directly from the H group, then that's your problem, nobody else's.
2,000-pound bombs are precise attacks. 2,000-pound
well,
bombs.
I mean, I don't
They're
understand
precise.
how. One sec, Chip. Do you remember before October 7, that was the issue with the big H in Lebanon, the two tents that the H group crossed onto the Lebanese occupied territory, and they put two tents. It took Israel 6 months of political runaround, and they couldn't take out these two tents. I don't understand how this army is going to defend its own people. Like, I don't get it.
One thing that strikes me in this TikTok lives, I mean, there's a lot of people like this last guy come up, with all respect to him. There's opposition in Israel to what's going on. The Haaretz newspaper, as such, the Haaretz newspaper is an Israeli newspaper. The guys who run it are all Jews, all nationalist Jews. They are not anti-Israel. And they've exposed this thing, this October 7th thing. They said the Israeli army was sleeping on it, that Bibi has actually financed it. This is an Israeli paper, not the British paper or any other paper. This opposition is there, and people are not quoting them. People are not quoting them. And everybody knows that Bibi has done this, whatever he's done, because he's fighting for his own survival. If this war stops, he'll be arrested for all his corruption. Everybody knows that. He's been fighting that. This is his personal stuff. And he's been doing this for the last, God knows, 30 years. 30 years he's been doing this. Saying point blank, that is not personal for him. There's videos of him saying how he danced around the West, how he made a fool of the American presidents, stuff like that. And many people have said that Bibi is the obstacle. Even Biden has said Bibi is the obstacle to peace in Israel, and in that region. Bibi has to, get rid of Bibi to, sort that matter out. And then we have relatives in Israel also. And a lot of people in Israel we have met and we have spoken to. And they have said that the current problem is with the settlers. These mad fellows have gone there and they are causing huge problems, the settlers in Israel. They are not liked by the proper Israelis, the people who have been there for a long time. They think, the proper Israelis think these are a bunch of mad fellows. My family was on the bus in Israel. These guys got into the bus and told my family, get up. We are saying, they had all this, all the costumes on. This, we are a chosen people, this, that. They said, you get up and leave the seat. But my family is a bit of those people who lived there, they're a bit of fighters. They fought back and told them, go to hell and shut him out and get out from here, and, told them off in different languages and all. And then the people in the bus supported our side. My relatives, I said, no, you're right. These people are just a very privileged lot, think they're very privileged lot, think they own this place, and they are causing all the problems, all the friction they are causing. And then again, there was a report of some of our friends who went to the Wailing Wall, and these guys did the same thing in the Wailing Wall. They said, you can't come here, you're not dressed properly, and blah blah blah, and just caused a big harassment. And again, the people over there said, no, it's these people, that the settlers or these mad chaps who are doing all this nonsense. And the third evidence we have is of the Armenian Quarter. What's going on in the Armenian Quarter in Jerusalem? They've been over there, the Armenian church, and I'm an Armenian. The Armenian church has been there for about 2,000 years, little less than 2,000 years. The Armenians have been there, the Armenian church. And they have a plot of land where they're very sort of, it's a little bit of a diplomatic enclave, and, it's always been there, and no one has attacked them. But recently, the settlers have gone in and taken over part of the property by force, and threatened them. And it's all on the news. There's videos on Facebook videos and everything. And our church has complained bitterly. I said, look at these guys come here and, grabbed our property, and they given it to some chap, some Israeli fellow. He's a builder. He's going to make hotels and all on the church land. on the church land, which were taken by force, and it's again the settlers. And people are saying, the Armenians said we've lived away in peace for almost 2,000 years. We never had this problem, and now these guys have come here, and they're causing a problem. So, these I don't know these people who are coming up on TikTok. Most of them don't even know what's going on. Sort of, they have a one-sided view. Yeah, that's it. I think I have said enough.
Okay, Freedom Fighter, did you want to come in and say anything?
Hey guys, how's everything doing?
thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, they left already, but I just wanted to let them know, like, these pro-Zios, that Palestinian Jews, Christians, and Muslims were living side by side in the past. They never had a problem. They were living peacefully. It wasn't until the Zios came and took over and changed that land from Palestine into Israel, and they started unaliving the Palestinians and taking over their homes, and treating the Palestinians as third-class citizens, controlling every aspect in their life, which was like food, water, when they could go to jobs, whenever they want, they could just take their homes and give it to, any European or American Israeli settler, and that's the main problem here. Like right now, the Palestinians don't have a problem with the Jews, or it's not about religion. They try to make it about religion, but it's not about religion, because you had Palestinian Jews that were living side by side peacefully with the Palestinians, and you even see like thousands of Jewish people out there protesting, and they're saying that this is not in their name, and they have nothing to do with Zionism. They know that Zionism, it's based on prejudice and racist beliefs. These Zionists that are controlling the government, they don't even allow a Palestinian to marry like an Israeli. They don't allow the same rights for the Israelis and Palestinians alike. They're not even allowed to have their own airports, or buy their own food that they want, or the drink, or they control every aspect in their life. So if you have one side oppressing the other side, just think about it. If I come and take over your home, and I unalive parts of your family and take some of them to jail, and tell you, oh, God gave me this land and I'm God's chosen one, and get out of your house, what is your response? Are you just going to stay there and do nothing, or resist? So that's what I think the H group, and believe the H group is. It's a resistance. They're fighting for their equal rights. They want to be treated as human beings, not as subhumans. You even see people in the government calling the Palestinians as animals, and they're calling out to flatten Gaza, and there's no innocent children in Gaza. We see it. Thank God for social media. We're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in 2024, and we see what's right and what's wrong, and we see what the Israeli government has been doing for the past decades, and they plan to do it. If you guys go search up something called the Greater Israel Plan, which was written in 1918, they plan to carry on. That's why they don't even have borders. They plan to carry on taking over more and more land. That's why they're attacking Lebanon. And they plan to take over 7 Middle Eastern countries. This is not me saying this. This is something that was written in 1918. And Netanyahu, he had the map, and he showed everyone that they are going to carry on this plan. They're always going to bring October 7 up. They're always going to bring the H group up. But it was never about the H group and October 7th. And, it's always been their plan to take over Middle Eastern countries and control the Middle East. And sadly, we see, our governments, our tax money as an American, they charge me tax for a bottle of water. And me seeing this, I can't just stay silent, because if we're silent, we're giving them this money. We're allowing them to do this. And this is just wrong. Today is the Palestinians. Tomorrow it could be our families. Our governments are controlled by Zionists. they say that we have freedom of speech and freedom, like free rights, but why can't we say what we want to say? Why, when we post something or try to like show the people what's going on, they remove that post and they they try to silence us? You know, we're talking, we're not saying anything, we're not hurting anybody, we're just stating all the facts and exposing the crimes that have been going on for the past 76 years. And I'm sorry, like, you claim to be for peace. How would you want peace? You gotta have peace for both sides, not only one side. Like, don't try to play that you're the victim and, oh, the Palestinians or the Arabs don't like you. If the Palestinians and Arabs didn't like you, they could have gone rid of you before Israel became Israel. They could have took you down in 1948, but they have no problem with you. And the biggest proof is the Arabs. They didn't even make a move, because they know if they make a move right now, even though they know that the Palestinians have been oppressed for the past decades, if they make a move now, they know that it's going to be a World War III, and they don't want that to happen. Like, don't try to say that Arabs don't want peace. No, Arabs have been silent for the past decades, but now you have been unaliving like over 40,000 Palestinians in less than a year, and you want the people to stay silent and do nothing? Like, all they're asking for is equal rights. They're resisting the occupation and oppression that you guys are making them go through. Like, these resistance that you call the H group are mostly orphans. They have no homes. You guys have second homes in Europe and in America and other parts of the country, but they have nowhere to go. Where do you want them to go? And thank you, Chip, for saying that. They always say Israel doesn't have the right to exist, but you guys already exist. But the question is, do you deserve to exist? That's the main question. You've been treating the Palestinians like shit, so sorry to use this language. Yeah. But yeah, I gotta use this language. Do you deserve to exist? You're mistreating the Palestinians, not only Muslims, but Jews too. We all see how you spit at them and how you've unalived the Palestinian Christians and how you treat the black people there. And it's just, sad.
Yeah, freedom.
Can I ask a question real quick?
They do have a right to exist, but in Europe.
Hold on. I'll pass the mic. Hold on one sec. I just want to say one thing, and that is, the question is, will the behavior of the Israeli government, its military, and if you want to call it the Zionist ideology that may drive some of that behavior, will that persist? Is it sustainable? And my answer would be, given that there's been nothing but unrest, nothing but chaos, war, conflict, you can blame it on whoever you want, but that reality is that neighborhood has had problems ever since this big change took place. And it didn't have these same problems prior to that change taking place. I think that's an indisputable reality. The question is, can there be something that gets restored closer to what we saw? I don't believe it will under this mindset and this current drive towards what someone mentioned earlier, which is called Eretz Israel or Greater Israel. And you can say what you want, but it sure looks like from outer space, if you just drew blue for one and red for the other, the red's getting smaller, the blue's getting bigger, right? So however else you want to talk about it, it is what it is. Okay, go ahead, Afghan.
Yeah, sorry, Chip, to cut you guys off. Yeah, you see, the thing is, Palestinian Christians, Muslims, and Jews have been living in peace and harmony side by side for centuries. So, it's not a matter of religion. It's not a religious matter. It's, this racist Zionist ideology that must be eradicated. And in my opinion, they must take a DNA test. And if you are not a Canaanite descendant, you need to go back the hell to Europe, because Israelis are not interested in peace. All they want to do, I've seen since 2006, the first time I've watched YouTube, video after video after video of Israelis brainwashing their kids at such an early age that, we must eradicate the Palestinians. I mean, there's a ton of videos of Bezalel Smotrich, Yoav Galant, and all these scumbags. All they want to do is, their main goal is to eradicate the Palestinians. And so that Jared Kushner and his, Wall Street buddies can, build their beachfront properties and, to steal all of Gaza's resources. That's it. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I mean, the world, we must send a world military that needs to restrain these Israelis. If our Palestinian brothers and sisters are human animals, then I say that Israelis are sub-animals.
Don't ask them
Okay, wait.
why.
Can I say a couple of things real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. First of all, just by the way, I'm a Muslim, African American. I live in the United States, so I don't really have like a say in this conflict. I'm not from like the Levant or anything like that. However, a couple of things. First of all, when people say that they lived in peace like for all of history, like on this land, weren't like Jews considered like dhimmis under the Ottoman Empire?
Know that the golden era for the Jews were in the Andalus under the Ottoman Empire? Have you
It
ever
was not
heard?
the
Have
Golden
you?
Age was in the Iberian Peninsula. That was
Yeah,
not under the Ottoman
and
Empire, I don't
and
think.
it was under the Ottoman
It
Empire.
was
Don't
under the
don't
Ottoman
yeah,
Empire. That is
don't
correct.
think, get information.
That
Thinking
is
is not
correct.
like
And
information.
also don't forget
Then
that when
Vivi,
the ro- ro- when the
Vivi,
sorry
yeah, 1
Federico.
second. It's okay, it's okay. Haji, if they were
Yeah.
so oppressed by the Muslims in the Middle East and they were so prosecuted, how is it that they chose to come to Palestine instead of going somewhere else? Like, why would they choose a place that they had been oppressed and to go, like, after going through the Holocaust, why would you want to
Well,
go to a land that you've been prosecuted in already before?
okay. So from a historical point of view, I'm pretty sure that Christians persecuted Jews more than Muslims, and it turns out that Europe tends to be more Christian, and the Middle East tends to be more Muslim. Like if you talk about like the Spanish Inquisition and stuff like that, obviously the Christians persecuted the Jews significantly more than the Muslims. That doesn't mean that the Muslims were perfect. Or I don't want to say the Muslims. That doesn't mean that the Ottoman Empire is like perfect by any means.
Sorry, can I just intercede there, Haji? I just want to correct you there. When the Roman Catholics were actually unaliving the Jews, the Ottoman Empire was the only empire that was keeping them safe. So I just want to make that clear. That is why you will find a lot of Moroccan Jews that will tell you the same. You'll find a lot of Jews all over the Ottoman Empire that will actually inform you of that. And that is why, and a lot of people come up and say, oh, but when you look at the Jews, they were paying a different tax than the other Muslims were paying. It wasn't only the Jews, it was the Christians as well. So anyone in the Ottoman Empire, if you are not Muslim, you had to pay an extra tax. And the reason why you paid an extra tax is not because you were non-Muslim. This is because when you are Muslim, you have to give other charities. Like there's other things that you have to give, like zakat, which is basically you have to give as a Muslim. Whereas if you are not Muslim, you don't need to do that. So the Ottoman Empire, to be fair for everyone on the land, because you don't pay extra taxes or extra charity like the Muslims do, they then added an extra tax for people that were non-Muslim. So the Muslims are not saying, oh, but why are we paying so much? So just to literally put that in place, the Ottoman Empire literally saved a lot of the Jews.
Okay, yes, I fully acknowledge that. Okay,
jizya,
a couple of things. Yes.
Let's finish this subject first.
Okay, first of all, the jizya
Let's
was
finish
is for people that did not serve in the military, right?
Up, one at a time. Okay, the difference is the zakat and the hummus. It means that adds up to a Muslim of about a 10%, which is 5% mandatory and the other 5% is optional.
Guys, Federico, listen, these are very fascinating. Oh, this is very fascinating, but guys, what is it about the jizya that requires people to murder children with 500-pound bombs?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to address the point that said that Christians and Jews and Muslims.
Let's put the jizya in the let's put this in the rearview mirror. Let's talk about current events and why are 15,000 plus children being blown from bit by bit so their bodies stick to walls with no head on top. Let's talk about that.
I want
Yeah,
to
I didn't
introduce
bring up
a
the
very
museum. Okay.
interesting topic.
Wait,
Haji,
actually,
can
can
you
I
let me
can I ask
speak?
you a question, Chip, real quick? Actually.
Haji, can you let me
Um.
speak? I want to put a very interesting topic in. Okay. When
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Saladin during the Crusades, he fought against the Christian whatever. When Saladin conquered Jerusalem, the Christian monuments, Sepulchre and all the other places, birth of Jesus, death of Jesus, all that, Saladin handed the keys to Muslim families and told them, "You people are here to guard these places, these Christian places." And that tradition is carried on until today. In the morning, the Muslim family comes with these large keys, ancient keys, and it's all on videos on YouTube. You can see it. And they open the gates of the church, the doors of the church, and in the evening, this Muslim family comes back. Then this has been going on for 1,000 years almost, or whatever the timeline is. And they come back in the evening and they lock the church. They have protected the church. The Muslims have protected the church. And compare that to the barbarity that is going on now. Compare that, where these barbarians are, dropping stuff from the air, 40,000 tons of it. 40,000, demolished everything. Universities, schools, hospitals, I mean, you name it, they've destroyed everything.
And also one of the oldest churches was actually kaboomed as well. And
Yes.
what breaks my heart is that I actually had a nun, and she was very close to my heart. She actually moved back to that part of the world, and I wish she didn't, but it's where she came from. That was a country, but she obviously had to take Israeli citizenship to do so as well. But when I hear that a nun is literally trying to save another nun from an actual church courtyard, and literally get sniped. Both of them get sniped, one trying to help the other one. I mean, you cannot tell me, if you see a nun, literally the way that they are dressed, that you can say that was a T. Like, how do you go and actually snipe someone trying to save someone else's life? Never mind that, all the kids and everything else. So coming up here and talking about jizya or tax like that, for the atrocities that's happening, I don't care what
I did not bring up
religion you are.
jizya, to be clear. I didn't bring that up.
Yeah, but you were talking about calling them demis or something like that.
Okay,
Which
can I
is
explain to you why I said that?
what you should be asking the question is, what makes a people actually do that to another people and having no
Okay.
repercussions, feeling no remorse? Because the only thing I don't see from any Israeli is, all I hear is about 7th of October. I've never heard an Israeli come up here and say, my heart goes out for the people that are being unalived. I don't know where these people are going to run to. I fear if I had my child running from kabooms every day. I don't hear that. All I hear about is we need to be the people existing. They are existing. The people that's being wiped out now are the Palestinians. But no one's talking about that. It's more about we need to exist. But what about the Palestinian people? Do they not need to exist?
Yeah,
Okay,
because they're
can I
not
just
so
rephrase like what I was
Compared
going
to
to
the
say, because I think people
savagery,
misunderstood my.
I can guarantee you
Okay.
guys one thing, that God would not, choose the Israeli terrors, if you guys know what I mean, the T group, I call them Terror West. So God would not choose those types of people to be his chosen people, They're not. They're chosen demons by the devil himself. That's why the American dollar is printed by the Rothschild Zionists. That's why when it says, in God we trust, which God? It's the Antichrist, And it says Novo Ordo Seclorum, which is New Worldly Order, okay? So, their project is not complete until the Antichrist returns. And they
Okay.
are worshiping the Antichrist.
Okay.
So, because
Also, can I just rephrase what I meant to say like earlier? Because I think people misunderstood it. Okay, first of all, people in the chat that are saying I'm not Muslim. First of all, look at my name. My name is literally a Muslim name. Okay, number two, what I meant to say is that I feel like the people mentioning that under the Ottoman Empire that everything was perfect, or try to are trying to debunk the existence of ancient Israel, I think that that is a distraction from what's actually happening today. I think the conversation should be more regarding administrative detention or the settlements are expanding in Area C, or like actual laws are actually happening in like today, like in Israel today. I think that trying to ask Jews to prove that ancient Israel existed without like using the Torah or whatever and trying to get artifacts, I think that that's a huge distraction personally.
Yeah, they're just hiding behind the Torah.
No. Hold on. This is a statement that I made. Why you think it's a huge distraction? Is it why don't you consider it? Because they've been digging under the Aqsa Mosque for the past 60 years
Exactly.
to prove that the King Solomon kingdom was built. The Aqsa was built on top of the King Solomon temple, but yet in 60 years they have been like under the Aqsa Mosque is being literally emptied out, and they have not found one piece of evidence. Why do you think that's a distraction when it's a questionable thing? And
Okay, so here's my answer to that. Okay, first of all, I'm not a historian. I'm not well versed in the like artifacts that are found specifically like that. But I'm pretty sure most historians agree that stuff like the Mishnah Stela or whatever like that, or the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Temple Mount or like whatever, that most historians agree that there were Jewish people on this land around 1400 BCE.
Nobody denied that. Nobody said that. We all said, we all said
Denied
that
there was Jews.
up
The
until
problem is not with Jews. It's
Oh wait, then I'm confused. What you guys like? Why you
Real
guys are
quick, I
bringing
got to
it
say
up?
this really quickly, guys. Sorry to jump in. There were some comments made by Afghan a few moments ago about devil this, and I don't always, when I hear people say things, I don't always jump in, but I want to make it clear that just because somebody says something on one of my panels doesn't mean I agree with it. Just to be very clear, because someone in the comments was saying that I'm condoning anti-Semitism. I don't know if what was said was anti-Semitic, but I don't agree with what was said. I don't have the data to back it up. If the person has the data to back it up, we can do a separate segment where the person can bring the evidence. But absent evidence on things like that, you can say there's allegedly, then fill in the blank. But if you're saying with certainty, you got to bring the evidence. Okay, is that fair? Okay.
Yes, that's fair enough, Chip. But what
just wanted
evidence
to
is
add
there?
in something.
Hold on a second. What evidence is there that the Zionist terrorists are God's chosen people? They are not, because they are committing atrocities. I mean, no 5-year-old, no baby, or no children should have to, have like I don't know what's that word. Like they should be able to sleep at night. They're just 2,000-pound rocks are just being dropped from the sky and just destroying houses, destroying look at even the poor animals. Look how they're living. The donkeys, cats.
It's terrible.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to just throw in, compared to the savagery that is going on, mostly from one side, you take the examples that are very much relevant around Christmas and all that. The Protestant Christian priest in Jerusalem and in other parts of that place, the Catholic priests, and say the Armenians, they were all offered that, please leave and come away from there and, leave this place, let it all, and they refused. They said, no, we're going to stay with the bishop, the very famous bishop chap. They refused. They said, no, we're going to stay with our people. We're not going to leave our people. And compare that bravery, that courage, that, immense character, compare that with all the savagery that's going on. Absolutely. I mean, they're going to be the example for, for future generations. They'll be taught, future generations will be taught about this bishop who refused to leave his flock. He said, I'm going to stay back over here and stay with my flock no matter what's happening over here. And the priest also. Those are the kind of stories that are going to go on. Not these stories of, kabooming from the air and all this nonsense. Those stories are, people are going to forget those stories. But these character building stories are going to be remembered.
We have two guests. We have two guests that haven't spoken yet, though. Is it okay, Afghan, if we give them a chance and we'll come back to you?
Of course.
Okay. We have Gail and we have Haneen. So go ahead, Gail, and then Haneen will be next.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I had a few points that I want. They might not be relevant anymore because the conversation's changed, but what it comes down to is people are always going to have their own beliefs, and we can't change that. What we need to do, though, is look to the future. We need to be looking at building bridges, finding common ground, and the Israeli Palestinian conflict is not going to be solved easily, but a lot of the conversations are not helpful that you hear on lives. And what is really disturbing to me is there are a lot of people who seem to think history started on October the 7th. Anyway, what we do need to acknowledge is that the Zionism is founded on a very racist sort of belief, well, if you can call it that. But I don't think, from what I've heard, there is a lot of gaslighting from Zionists, and I don't actually believe that they are viewed as they view themselves. There seems to be a lot of superiority, especially when it comes to talking about the Palestinians. They talk about our safety, and we need to have a right to exist, and it's our country and our land. But they never ever put themselves in Palestinian shoes. It doesn't matter if they believe their ancestors were there thousands of years. What matters is that, I believe anyway, what matters is the Nakba happened, their land, there was terrorism, there was terrible acts committed by extreme Zionists to actually found the state of Israel. And it must all be seen realistically and truthfully. It's about acknowledging the others and the others' point of view and what they went through. The Jews have been through a lot, but why should the Palestinians pay for that? Why are the Palestinians, even by American Zionists, view, they kind of like collateral damage for us, creating this Zionist Israeli state that can help be our outpost in the Middle East, and we'll help this country thrive. And we've got a lot of course, Jews have been very successful in business in the past, and they have got a lot of interests in keeping Israel going. And I don't think Israel is gonna go anywhere, to be honest. But what I am trying to say is, until they acknowledge Palestinians as equal, try and give them equal rights, I actually think a one-state solution is the way to go. I think there needs to be reparations. I think people who've lost their land, like the grandparents being turfed out of their houses, the government needs to actually pay them money. Land needs to be returned. Illegal settlements need to go. I mean, to say that Israelis want peace is simply untrue. There's been so many, if you look at maps, there's been so many outposts built since the 7th of October. There's been illegal roads put in. There's been, they've actually accelerated the rate of the building of these illegal settlements and there's been more land grabbing. I mean, if you truly wanted peace, you would not act like that. And also,
well, the people, though, a lot of the people do, though. A lot of these citizens want peace. It's the government and the hardliners who prevent it from happening.
The citizens are you talking about the citizens in Israel or America?
Yeah, I've talked to tons of Israeli citizens who all want peace. They want to have peace, but generally they want it on their terms. They want the other side to behave.
Yes, I know. And it's not viewing the other as equal. That's my point. And you won't get peace until you do view that their rights to their land and their freedom of movement and their right of return is given the same sort of importance and emphasis. And that's what I'm seeing that is preventing, I think, things being sorted, because one side has been seen as their opinions, their safety, their wishes matter far more than the indigenous people, which you have to admit for a start, not even admitting that they sort of belong to that area when DNA points to that they are, and also that I believe that, denying the Nakba and things, and the thing is, who cares if they were there thousands of years ago? They're entitled to that belief, but the thing is, people were displaced to form Israel, and that has to be addressed through reparations, through giving equal rights. There's going to be a lot of healing, and also they need to stop with this superior ideology, which I hear. There is a lot of people who are very extreme, and didn't they say they did a survey and 80% of Israelis saying they weren't using enough force in Gaza? So I was quite surprised, Chip, that you actually thought that a lot of Israelis wanted peace, because the ones I've heard on TikTok anyway seem to not view themselves as equals to Palestinians, but superior.
Well, again, wanting peace and being able to be reasonably pragmatic to meet the other side's demands for their needs is not the same thing. But they don't want to have all-out war, because they don't want to have to run off to shelters and this kind of stuff too. Because imagine living like that. That's got to be no fun to have to go to a shelter with your child 3 times a week because you hear sirens going off or whatever the hell it is. So I think they want to be free from those troublesome, situations. But are they willing to do the thing that's necessary to achieve it? I think some would. I think most probably wouldn't, because they believe the story they're told growing up. And they want what they want, like you said, because it's sort of an entitlement and sort of, I call it arrogance, entitled, arrogant, sort of supremacy type of thinking, which is really sad. Haneen hasn't had a chance to go yet. Let me let Haneen go, and then we'll come back to you, Afghan.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, the Nakba was the displacement, the ethnically cleansing of Palestinian. It was not a war. You can't refer to it as a war because the Palestinians were, they didn't have an army, and yeah, the same thing applies today. What's happening in Gaza is not a war. And I do hear a lot of these Israelis that come on these panels call it Nakba 2.0, which is very genocidal of y'all. And yeah, I don't, when it comes to the future, I don't believe we'll ever have peace with people that call themselves Israeli. It's common sense. If you call yourself Israeli, which Israel is a T-state that's occupying Palestine and oppressing the Palestinian people, that within itself will never have peace with people like that. For the people that say we're not going harder, be grateful we're not going harder on Gaza, we're taking it slow. Yeah, people like that will never have peace with. There is children being unalived due to starvation in Gaza. There is babies being unalived and not having heads but diapers on them. There is tents being boom-boomed like today in Khan Yunis. Over 100 innocent civilians were boom-boomed in Khan Yunis. And in their tents were boom-boomed while they were sitting in their tents. And the defense forces that came to rescue them were also unalived. People praying in a mosque were also unalived today in Gaza. A relative, in-law of mine, was also unalived today in the camps. They're holding the Palestinians, men in the camps. He was one of them that unfortunately lost his life today. So yeah, I honestly have nothing to say. Israel shouldn't exist. If they're going to act like a Yahtzee state, they do not have the right to exist. They're still expanding into the West Bank. Currently today, they're still demolishing homes in the West Bank so they can expand their borders that they never had and will never have. Yeah, and for those who say Israel's here to stay and we will never, y'all will never get rid of Israel. The same way y'all got it is the same way y'all lose it, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I want to address that point.
Do you support?
Before you go, Haj, one sec, before you go to that question. So I want to address 2 points that were brought up in the comments. So one comment was go to the HCOS museum if you want to see what a G, and then call it a G-side. In other words, your small loss of people has nothing to do in comparison. I want you to remember this point. If you flip the script right now, and let's say that 15,000 Israeli Jewish children had died so far because of a response to some sort of conflict, and civilian buildings were coming down, and people were losing their lives at record numbers who didn't seem to be involved in any of the fighting. Do you think the Israeli population and members like in the comments would say it wasn't a G? They would say it was a G-side. They'd say it was the second coming of the H-cost is what they would say. So to deny the fact that this is a G-side simply because it's not happening directly to your side, and to say never again and then not let it apply to others, is again just part of this same arrogant, indifferent, selfish, self-serving, entitled attitude that people find so unpleasant. And that's the best way I can put it. And again, get your thinking straight. Apply the same standards. Apply the same standards across the board to be fair. Now, as far as the existence and the perpetuation of this state that's referred to as Israel right now, listen, I don't know what's going to happen exactly, but I do know this. I know that the government, the leadership of the quote-unquote Arab nations, the neighborhood of nations, the people there do not support Israel. Even if their governments strike up these temporary deals, as somebody said, they're not worth the paper and the ink they're printed on. They basically might as well be toilet paper deals, because as soon as the people decide to rise up and change their leadership, those deals are gone, or if they can get a change of leadership some other way. Secondly, if the United States backing up Israel changes, if that situation changes because of governmental change or because of military interdiction, I will guarantee you this: there will be physical force used to stop what Israel's doing. It may not get rid of Israel, but it will act as a countervailing force to what Israel's doing. Now, eventually, if people had their way, I believe they'd want to change the nation state, not get rid of the people. Don't conflate the two. Wanting to change the political arrangements that are in place and stop what the aggressive, offensive, oppressive policies of the state of Israel doesn't mean getting rid of the Israeli population. Okay, let me say that one more time. Changing the political structure of an entity, just like when the Ottomans came in, they didn't unalive everybody. They controlled and taxed the population, right? That's what everybody does. Some people come in and they completely slaughter people. That's not what the Ottomans did. If the situation gets restored from the river to the sea, it doesn't mean that they're going to unalive the Jewish people. It means they're going to reestablish a different political framework. People can return to their original homes, which I think they have a right to if it's fair. And there can be democracy where one group doesn't have less rights than the other, where everyone has equal rights under the law. And hopefully there can be peace among them. But to say that something doesn't deserve that is absurd. Why don't, if you deserve it, why don't someone else deserve that?
If I may, I just need to. I'm so sorry. I need to mention something here about Sudan. Following this thing, the statement that was just mentioned, that this is not an edge cause because you haven't seen the museum. I am from Sudan. The dictator that we had, Omar al-Bashir, slaughtered 350,000 people in Darfur. And when he was brought on these charges in front of the ICC, he went out on TV and he said, "Where are you getting these numbers? They were only 10,000. When someone says that, oh, this is not an edge cost because it's not I remember this moment. I remember when I saw this, when I was watching him on TV and he said that, no. It wasn't, where are you getting these numbers? It's just 10,000. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of things. Now, when it comes to that, I'm sorry, just two more points, and I'm gonna let go of the mic. I can't even talk right now. But here is the thing. When I'm so sorry, I lost my train of thought. But like, it's just painful when you see such statements. It doesn't matter. The brown, black people, it just doesn't matter. They're not counted the same way. Now, the last thing, there was a poll in January, I think, or as in December, when the death toll reached the 20,000s. It was a poll done in the Israeli public. And they said, do you think that the IOF went too far? Do you know how many people said yes? Less than 2%. Less than 2% after 20,000 people were killed. 8,000 of them at that time were kids. So don't say it's the politicians and the things. No, No, there is something deeply wrong there. There is something extremely wrong there.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to add to what y'all said, you and Chip. Chip, when I say Israel doesn't have the right to exist, I don't mean it as like the Jewish people, because we all know that Jewish people were there and they prior to 1948, and they were Jewish Palestinians. And any Jew in general, I have nothing against Jews or Judaism or anything like that. Yeah, I have nothing against any religion. The problem is the Zionism, the ideology, and it's going too far and it's taking lives. And people are going to use Judaism as their human shield. People are going to victimize themselves with the H-cost when they have no relatives or family from the H-cost. People are going to call themselves Jews today in time when they're not Jews, and try to victimize and play the Jewish card. Like, no, if you have no ties to that land, like, honestly, just stop. At this point, stop. Because I'm Palestinian. My parents are Palestinian. My grandparents are Palestinian. My bloodline is based off that area. And for people to come in and say we don't have the right to exist and they should do more in Gaza, I don't know, like, what am I supposed to tell them? Like, honestly, I have nothing else to say.
The problem
Okay,
is,
wait. I want to say real quick. Okay, wait. To be clear, okay,
I was
I
just-
support some sort of ceasefire, to the current thing that's going on, and I do not want the status quo, like how things were governed on October 6th, for example. I do not want that to continue. However, I do not think that like directly going to like a one-state solution would be like beneficial, because like the stats just show that these two sides just don't like each other. Like, Pew Research Center came out with a study that showed about like percent of the Israeli population like was supportive of the siege of Gaza. And after, I'm pretty sure stats show that inside the Gaza Strip, around 80% of the population agreed or were indifferent to the October 7th attacks. So I think that if you put these two populations in the same area, whichever side has like the majority would end up marginalizing the other side. No, that's a question, I guess, for you, Chip.
Let me ask you.
had a full representation.
Why would you assume that people
That's
would
your
vote based on their race and not based on their programs or their judgments or their fairness? Why would you assume that just because I'm
not assuming
have a
anything. I'm looking
certain
at the statistics.
No, but why would you say they will marginalize? This didn't happen till now to have a statistic about it. You're just saying that whoever is going to be more is going to oppress the other. Why would you assume that?
Well, I'm just looking at the stats and it shows that they support
are
October
very
7th, so I'd
distant.
assume that... Is that not a good assumption?
But
I want to tell you something. You said one state solution is not a good idea, but they were living under one state when it was Palestine before it became Israel, until they changed it and it became Israel, and they started spreading. They made it a two-state solution, which they think right now that Gaza it has their own state or whatever, but they're controlling everything. They're controlling like their water, their food, every single thing that the Palestinians. Like the basic rights that the Palestinians need, the Israelis are controlling that. So a two-state solution wouldn't work either, because if they would say it's a two-state solution, that's what they have right now. But if you just look at it, you'll see that Israel is controlling everything there.
I wanted to
Okay,
ask
okay,
you-
I probably want a
Guys,
temporary
guys,
two-state
guys,
solution
please,
after
one
it to
second.
phase into a
Haji,
one-state solution,
Haji,
where
Haji.
there's deradicalization going on both
Haji.
sides
Haji,
before they
I got a
migrate
question for you,
populations
Haji.
together.
How much you think you are informed on the issue? Like, what do you think your knowledge of the issue is? How far are you? Are you on just begin to understand it? You've been following it for a long time. It's something that
this is pretty new to me. I've been on lives on both sides trying to educate myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would advise you before you come, because I see, some people call you not a Muslim. You shouldn't take that personal. No one is allowed to tell you you're not a Muslim or anything. But I advise you before you come up on a panel, because most of the people that come on a panel, they are pretty informed.
I mean, I know the
in their
general
own.
structure of the conflict. I'm not just like some clueless guy that's saying random stuff.
Yeah, 1 second. Most of us has made intensive researches or lived it in a personal matter, or like, you know, I'm 50 years old. I don't know how old are you. I personally lived the whole issue since the beginning until today, and I advise you to go look for watch documentary. Have you watched Tantura before?
Tantura, no.
Okay,
I know the structure of the conflict.
Watch
I haven't read any
Tantura,
books or any movies or documentaries yet.
watch the Breaking the Silence. This is, I'm giving you one that is on the Israeli side, and the other, actually, both of them are made by the Israeli. Tantura is made by Israeli. Breaking the Silence is made by the Israeli. And there is a few documentary out there that it can give you broader vision on the issue. I would say, I'm not going to say 100%, but on a 50% of the information you get on TikTok, I'm not going to say it's incorrect, but you should double check. And
I don't get any. Is there anything I said that was incorrect?
No. What I'm trying to tell you, because you're trying to see it as from what I heard, like from the words you said, I made the assumption that you are trying to be as peaceful as you can be. You're trying to be as fair as you can be. But we are on a point of life that right now you cannot be on the fence. Like, you have to understand that there is injustice, especially because you're Muslim, and Islam call us to stand with the oppressed, not with the oppressor. Because one day you're gonna face God like a Muslim, and God is gonna ask you why.
I didn't stand on either. I never came up here saying I was pro-Israel. What I was saying is I think that we should be talking about what's actually happening today, and not talking about how peaceful the Ottoman Empire was, because I do not think the Ottoman Empire was peaceful. I'm pretty sure like 2 years before.
Yeah, but you didn't know that the golden era of the Jews were under the Ottoman Empire.
I knew that. No, I did know that, but that does not mean that it was perfect. That's like comparing slavery to Jim Crow. Just because Jim Crow is better than slavery doesn't mean that Jim Crow is good.
Why? 1 second. Why did they call it golden era if it wasn't perfect?
Because there's people like Maimonides. There's lots of advancements in Jewish philosophy and Jewish literature. That's why.
Dude, this has nothing to do with being Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, okay? It has everything.
You just mentioned the Jewish golden age.
Okay,
I just responded to that. Sorry?
This has nothing to do with, I don't care what religion you practice. Let me just tell you one thing. We must eradicate the Zionist, racist ideology, okay? And I'm being very kind here. We must give a one-way ticket to all these European Israelis, like Netanyahu. He is, his parents were from Poland, okay? And, his real name is, Benjamin Milikowski. So all of these scumbags, they have changed their names to make it sound more Middle Eastern. They are not from that part of the world. They must be sent back to Europe. And then after that, I know you guys might think that this is, extremism, but I honestly think because since they nastied the land, we must purify the land. We're not gonna, I'm against unaliving people, but Israelis must be sent back. We're gonna send them back peacefully, back to where they came from, and then we're gonna demolish all the houses in Israel because they have
Chip.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Chip, I'm sorry if I was screaming, stuff like that.
Hold on,
I apologize for that.
Let me speak. Okay, listen, the live just got flagged for hate speech. You cannot say things like that on a TikTok live. Whoever that person is who came on here and spoke, I forget his name right now. If you can't control yourself and not say things like that, you cannot talk about those kind of things that way on a TikTok live. You just can't do it, man. If you want to write a book, publish it through nickfuentes.com, do your thing, man. And it's not for me, but don't do it here. You're going to get me kicked off the platform. Now, I do not agree with any ethnic cleansing efforts by any group ever. I don't care if it's to restore what you believe is fair. I think it's unfair because people have been born there. That wasn't their fault. They just happened to have been born there in the last couple generations. So just like you wouldn't want it to happen to you, you can't wish that on somebody else either. That's terrible. Okay? Now, if there are people who can't assimilate into a group of people that, in terms of like right now, if where I live in America, let's say there was a radical group that just couldn't deal with one group or the other, and they had to go out and try to get rid of them. They're not going to be able to stay. They're either going to go to jail or they're going to get deported or some combination of the two, right? But if somebody's willing to stay and be reasonable and be peaceful and be harmonious and work within a democracy, is it going to be perfect? No. But is that person reasonable to stay? Of course they should be. Otherwise, you're just as bad as the people that did that to you. Okay? So don't bring that garbage on here. Okay? I don't appreciate it.
Yes, I
Haji,
agree.
hi. Sorry, Clip. I just want to go back what Haji said about people like it's two and they won't be able to live together. Now, Haji, you have to understand, I've never heard Palestinians saying, they wouldn't accept a one-state solution. So I don't know where you're getting that information from. The reason why Palestinians are saying a one-state solution is because if it was a one-state solution, what's happening now in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank wouldn't be happening in Israel if it was on their doorstep or if it was amongst them. The reason why we say one state is because when Israel feels like they want to go and mow the lawn, which is literally what they call when they go and unalive poor Palestinians, they call it mowing the lawn. So if you have a certain amount of people that you want to get rid of, the perfect way to get rid of them is always if you keep them in one specific area. Like this, your own people won't be unalived, they won't be affected. So if it's a one-state solution, same equal rights, same human rights for all. It's not about what you want or what somebody wants. It's about being fair. So the only reason why Israel feels happy to have a two-state solution is that the poor Palestinian people can be sitting ducks, and when they feel like mowing the lawn, they can go mow the lawn. Now, these are not Israeli citizens I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Israeli government, because I don't think, and I have to say that not all Israelis are happy with what's happening on the other side. Someone made a statement earlier on that all Israelis are happy with what's happening on the other side. And no, it's not, because they are Israelis. But if they do talk out, you have to understand that they will be either thrown into jail, or they will be called a traitor, or they will be spat on in their community. So it's a lot of people don't understand. There's Israelis that literally are silenced, just like we are silenced here on TikTok. They are silenced as well. They cannot say what they want to say, because if they do, they will have repercussions. So the reason why we're saying one state, so that everyone has the same human rights, everyone, there's nobody that's going to be oppressed. And if someone does oppress someone else, or someone does do something, they'll be locked up. There will be a law. Not where you put one people in one separate strip and unalive them, kaboom them when you feel like it, and then just lock them up left, right, and central. So when you come up here and say that, oh, it's because the two of them can't live together, it's got to do with having actual human rights for everyone else, like in any other country.
Oh, Chip, keep
Awesome.
staring at the
I agree
camera
with
like
you.
that.
I agree that the utopia
I'm
should
about
be a
to nut
one-state
all over the
solution
place. I'm about to
where everybody has
sperm
equal
all over my
rights.
camera. Oh, I'm about to nut. I'm about to nut. Oh my God, Chips. Oh yeah, keep staring at me like that. Oh.
That sounds like a very
those
sick individual.
facts that you said.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I just want to say, okay, I agree with everything you say. A utopia, perfect state where everybody has perfect rights. What? Yeah, okay, so I perfectly agree with your supposition. One state where everybody has equal rights, of course, is the best thing that ever, right? However, for me, I do not see how that's realistic, because the evidence that I've been shown is that the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip elected H group, and the Israelis in Israel proper elected the Likud party, which I'm pretty sure is the most far-right party that can be elected. I know it's a coalition government, but Netanyahu has been elected, like 5 times now? And on top of that, the statistics that I've been presented are that around 80% of the Israelis support the siege on the Gaza Strip, and around 80% of the Palestinians support October 7th or are indifferent to it. So because of that, I do not see how putting two populations that do not like each other, putting them in the same like area would end well. I just do not. You have to show me the evidence for that at least. Yeah.
Yeah, Haji,
by
Haji, do you
creating
call?
one state?
One second, Gali. Haji, do you call Nelson Mandela as a T?
Yes, I know he was considered T by the United States. I'm not
Do you
saying
call
that each
him?
group is a T. I never
But
said
this
that.
is the same. This is the same concept we're talking about. You know, there was a land called Palestine, where Jews, Muslim, and Christian lived in peace and harmony up until 1948, where the state
Okay,
of
maybe I'm
Israel
getting my
was
history
established.
incorrect because I do
Okay.
not. How are they living like peacefully? How?
What do you mean? How they were living in
Under who?
peace? Under
Under who?
Came to running from the Holocaust to Palestine were refugees from that party there in Europe. They came as refugees, and they were living
Okay,
there
awesome.
under the Ottoman Empire.
Which empire had them living with the same
Ottoman
rights?
Empire.
Which empire was it?
Ottoman Empire.
Didn't the Ottoman Empire like G-side like the Assyrians and the Armenians?
But yeah, but not the Jews.
Listen, hold on.
How is that relevant?
One second.
Because, yeah, obviously because there are no Jews like
One second. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example of Iranian regime right now. Okay, the Iranian regime when it forced when it came into power, they prosecuted Muslim Sunni, Muslim Shia, and Jews, but they did not prosecute them because of their religion. They got prosecuted because of their ties to the previous regime. So there is a big difference when there is a conflict of interest, conflict of politics versus an ethnic cleansing. Okay? So if you are here in the United States and you go oppose the government and then you pick up an arm, obviously the police is gonna come, is gonna surround your house, and if you fire a bullet, you're gonna be exterminated. That is simple. But
is that what happened with the Assyrians and the Armenians? Unless like
they had a conflict with the Ottomans. Okay, they had a conflict with the Ottomans. I'm not saying that the Ottomans were right. I think the Armenian had every right to resist, and the Assyrians have every right to resist. Okay, so but if the resistance wasn't successful, it does not mean that they were wrong. They were right. They still right up until today. But when you pick up an arm,
so that's peaceful, equal rights under the Ottoman Empire.
Here we go. We go again. We're talking about the Jews in Palestine, in the land of Palestine. They lived along with the Christians, the Muslims, in peace and harmony. And when the Jews came on the boat, that they were turned down from the United States and Britain, these are the most supportive country of this Zionist state of today. I don't know why you turn them down and now you love them so much. But beyond that point, when they came to Palestine, they had holding banners saying, "Don't crush our dreams," and the Palestinians welcomed them in. See?
Okay, so under the Ottoman Empire, they lived peacefully. Okay, I'll go study that more. Maybe I'm misinformed.
And that's why they called it the golden era for the Jews under the Ottoman Empire. And even right now, you're gonna hear a lot of story telling you that Muslim Brotherhood are the enemy of Israel. But look at Turkey. Turkey is a country run by the Muslim Brotherhood, and they are the best ally of Israel. So don't believe everything you hear. Check the facts. And
if you tell me that there's full equal rights for all religions under the Ottoman Empire, then I just do not know my history at all. I've studied the wrong thing.
Haji, I want to ask you a question.
Do you think that the Christians was oppressed under the Ottoman Empire?
The Armenians and Assyrians were Christians, so I do not think that they were treated rightfully. No,
they were in Armenia. They were in Palestine, but in other places on earth where the Ottomans had control. They controlled most of Eastern Europe too, not only the Middle East, for like 800 years. Okay, so if they were that vicious and they weren't equally, Christianity would not exist up until today. Judaism would not exist up until today.
Just because you don't G-side a population doesn't mean that you're giving them full rights. African Americans in the United States were treated badly during Jim Crow. That doesn't mean that, and they're still here today. 13% of the population of the United States is African American, and the population has actually gone up over time.
Hold on, I have a question for Haji, because Haji is no longer. I don't feel he's no longer on the fence. Okay, Haji, do you believe that the Palestinian have the right to their own land from the river to the sea? Because no one
Yes, I
gave the
support
British.
freedom for Palestinians. Yes, of course.
Okay, and do you believe that the Jews should live in Palestine equally with the Palestinian? Not
Of
in a
course,
state,
yes.
not in a state.
I
It was
oppose the
given.
Israeli state. Yes, I oppose. Yeah, I talked
Okay.
like earlier. I said we should be talking about administrative detention. We should be talking about the settlements in the West Bank. We should be talking about the details of the current war. Not trying to delegitimize. Not trying to say that everything was dolly perfect under the Ottoman Empire. That's all I was saying.
Okay, how do you?
Didn't say that.
Sorry.
But I'm telling you, sorry. I just want to ask Haji. Haji, who committed the Holocaust?
The Germans and the.
Okay, why are the Palestinians paying the price then?
I never. They shouldn't be paying the price. I disagree with that.
Freedom fighter, just to emphasize on your point, now it's edited in the internet, but if you go and dig deeper, Benjamin Netanyahu, I am a Sudanese person, Benjamin Netanyahu was born in Durman in Sudan, the capital. They had no problem living with us Muslims. Go and Google it. If you dig deep enough in the internet, you're going to find it.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now that Palestinians never had a problem with the Jews. They are the ones that welcomed them when they were refugees. But now, why are they paying the price? That's what I'm trying to make sense of. It doesn't make sense. So I want you guys to make it make sense, because how, like right now, I don't want to bring up like the past history. It's just like similar to what happened to the Native Americans when they welcomed the Europeans, and in the end, you know, they were unalived. So this is what I think it's similar to right now. Like they did something good, and in the end, what these refugees did is that they returned the favor by unaliving them and taking their homes. So how are you like? It's not fair to me.
Wait, what have I said that's anti-Palestinian? I just want to make that clear.
But
No,
Haji, what I can't understand is that how you cannot see that these people have been mistreated in every single possible way, tortured, arrested. I mean, the things
I
that
I
do.
just brought up administrative detention multiple times.
Can I just finish,
He
Haji?
hasn't denied that.
There's not one thing that I've heard from your mouth actually saying, I feel remorse for the Palestinian people. I feel the pain that they've been going through so much for so long, that they have literally been treated worse than what I would treat animals. I mean, would you love to live in a society where you sleeping with your family? You born there, your grandfather's born there, your great grandmother's born there. That's the only country that you know. You're sleeping in your bed. You don't do anything, no tea activity, nothing. You're sleeping in your bed. Some soldier comes in like 3 o'clock in the morning, knocks on your door, literally questions you, takes pictures of you, questions your mom and dad. Your mother's crying, hoping that her husband won't be locked up, her son won't be locked up. And then they literally just say, okay, thanks, that's all we wanted to know, and then walk away. And your mom is sitting for days, weeks. Your dad is praying every day that he will be not locked up, because if he gets locked up, he probably will be unalived, or he will be coming out with broken bones, or he literally won't see his family again. I don't think any of us actually understands what these people have been going through. I cannot fathom. I don't think I would be able to live one day what the Palestinians have been going through. But no one talks about this. Go and read up about mapping. This is what IDF soldiers do. It's called mapping. They literally go to Palestinian homes in the morning hours, wake up, take pictures who's in the family home, and then when they leave, they just stay up and they laugh about it. And then you know what? They go back to their commander. They say, yeah, we did our mapping. This is what they do. This is how they keep Palestinians in fear, as in check. That's how they keep Palestinians in bay, by literally putting fear into those people. And if you try to literally retaliate, or you like something, or a Facebook post, imagine you actually see a Facebook post and you go and you say, and you go and like the post, and then you get locked up for the amount of people that like the post, and you get that amount of years. Like, please explain to me, how can anybody feel that this is okay? And then literally
What
up
do you think my
until now,
position on the conflict is?
over thousands of people are literally being unalived. As we speak, they are being kaboomed. Like, they
I
come
never
out and
supported
they say,
that.
they
I
literally
don't know why
say
you're
it's
telling me this.
the IDF goes and says, we feel like we're in a video game. We just unalive people. They feel like it's a video game. Do you actually understand the craziness of this? Someone unaliving people and saying, I feel like it's in a video game, and they're getting away with it, and there's nothing we can do except voice our opinion here. And then you say, oh, I don't know, maybe because they can't get together. I don't know. And each time what makes
That
me
is not
so
what I said. That is
crazy
good. That's
is that they
first of all, mischaracterization of my position.
people come on here on panels and they say, what about the Israelis? They want to eradicate us. The only people I see eradicated at the moment are Palestinians. I don't see any Israelis being eradicated.
I don't think you understand my
But-
position.
But you literally just said, I can't see how these people are going to live together. Why don't you
He
say...
doesn't see a solution. It doesn't mean that he's not pro-Palestinian nor pro-Zionist.
Yeah, okay. To be clear, I've donated like lots of money to like trying to help people in Gaza get to across like the Egyptian border and get to safety, okay? First of all, okay, second of all, like literally what I've said over and over and over again is stop talking about how the Ottoman Empire or how perfect the Ottoman Empire is and talking about the problems that are actually happening today in Israel. I've said multiple times, talk about administrative detention, talk about what's happening in the West Bank, and talk about the siege in Gaza, but do not try to put down what the Jews went through in previous centuries. That's literally all I said.
I don't think they're trying to put down what the Jews did.
I don't think
No, I
anyone
hear
is
people
putting
say
anything
like,
down.
they dug under Al-Aqsa Mosque and they didn't find anything. Like trying to
First of
delegitimize
all, you
their
have
ties
to
to land. I think that's
understand-
ridiculous.
You have to understand the only thing that Israelis are saying their ownership to that land is because they've been there 3,000 years ago. So Federico's point of view and what he's trying to get through, if a people are on the land 3,000, 4,000 years ago, you will find artifacts of those people. So what Federico was trying to
From
say
3,000 years
is, if
from
you
3,000
are
years ago, it's
saying-
easy to find
if
artifacts.
You are say,
3,000 years ago.
Sorry, with the
Yeah,
Egyptians,
one
you have
second,
the,
Vicky,
you
Vicky.
have the with the
One second,
pharaohs,
one second.
you
You
have
see,
the hieroglyphics.
in Lebanon, they were the Phoenicians, and up until today, when we dig to build up a building, we find artifacts. In Egypt, it's been 4,000 years, okay, and they up until today, when they dig, they find artifacts. How is it that the only country that has been turned upside down up until today, no artifacts? That's the question. Simple.
Wait, what is the okay, I honestly I think I'm super undereducated on the subject, okay? Because wait,
Like
what is the
Pharaoh.
Western Wall? What is
I'll just give you an example, right? We all know the pharaohs. If you go to the pharaohs, you can go see the tombs, you can see the hieroglyphics, and even if you go into Egyptian studies, which I even actually didn't know, and as I said, I love my godfather because he taught me so much. If you go actually into the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians, they actually have hieroglyphics talking about the Palestinian people, and it actually says the palates. If you want to go read about it, please read about the hieroglyphics talking about the Palestinian people. What he's trying to say is, and what is quite clear, any country has a culture and it has a language. You go to Lebanon, you have Lebanese food, you have their culture, they have a certain Arabic dialect. If I hear someone talking a certain Arabic, I can say this person is from Morocco, they're from Lebanon, they're from Syria, from the way of their dialect. Just like with Palestinians, when you listen to their dialect of their Arabic, you can hear their dialect is very different to Egypt as well as Jordan. If you go to Morocco, you listen to the Arabic dialect, it will be very different from someone from Libya. So what Federico is trying to say in simple terms is that if you have a country, you will have history, you will have a culture, and you will have a certain language. Like if I hear someone from America with an American
Is
accent,
Hebrew not a
I will
language?
know this person is from America. But what he's trying to say is Palestinian people have the culture, they have the language, they have their dances, there's even Palestinian food. Israel does not have any of the three. So what he's trying to put through is that Palestinian people, if you're indigenous to a land, you will have that criteria. Like if you're from America, you will have certain things that are American. I will see the way that you dress, I will hear your accent. Israel doesn't have any of that.
America's a
That's
nationality,
what
not
you
an
have to.
ethnicity.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused because I know Jews in South Africa. I know Jews all over the country. It has nothing to do with your religion. It's like me saying I am Christian, but I am Christian from Jerusalem. That is
I
literally
hope
what
when
you
we
are
say, I hope you
saying.
realize when we say Jewish, we mean the ethnicity,
I
not
don't
the religion,
understand
right?
why are you mixing a country
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
with Judaism?
Judaism is ethnicity, is not a religion. Is that what you said?
It's an ethno-religion, is it not?
How can you
Okay,
how
so please explain to me because what you're saying is not making sense. So I
Okay.
know like for instance, my godfather was born in Germany. Okay, with the age class, he moved to South Africa. Okay, he will always see himself as German Jew, whether you like it or not. So then,
Awesome.
if
Yes,
he goes,
perfect.
if he
That makes
goes
perfect.
somewhere
How is that
else,
confusing?
he will. So he doesn't say to himself when he wakes up, "I'm Israeli." Do you understand? So
Yeah,
saying
that's
that
a
a
nationality.
country. Hold on, saying a country has to do with an actual religion, it's literally does not make sense. And I don't know why everyone goes with this. Because if you're born in a certain country, like if I'm born in America, I'm American. If I'm born in Germany, I'm German. If I'm born in Ireland, I'm Irish, etc. I cannot say because I am Jewish, that's my country. And I don't understand why nobody gets this. For the Jews that were born in Palestine, they are Palestinian Jews. They have the right to be there. And that's okay, no problem. But you cannot come on a land, kick out other people that's indigenous to the land and say, you know what, because I'm Jewish, I have more right over here than you. Just, buzz off. And I have the right to tell you what to eat. I have the right to blockade you. I have the right to unalive you. I have the right to torture you. It is just crazy. And I can't understand how nobody understands this. Why is it the only country? I can turn Jewish tomorrow. Now, obviously, it will take me 2 years because there's a lot of stuff that I have to go through. But I choose not to do so because that's not a religion for me personally. Not attacking Jews, but that's just me. But on the other hand, I can turn tomorrow after 2 years, become a Jewish, and then move to Israel. Whereas someone that I know that's Palestinian has his key to his house, literally got kicked out in 19, well, he's really, really old, probably won't make it, inshallah, to go back to see his home. I can turn it over like 2 years, be Jewish, and my poor Palestinian person that I've known for years, who I can see is Palestinian, who gives me Palestinian food, who shows me Palestinian dances. He can't go, but I can go. Please make
Did I
sense of
ever
that
say I
because
supported
that
the right
doesn't
of
make
return
sense to me.
for all Jews? I never said that. I don't know why
That is,
you're like making it seem like I support these things.
I'm not talking to you, Angie. I am saying in general. What I am trying to say is the ideology of Israel is really crazy. And I can't see how nobody gets this. Because
I agree with that, but
I know if I go to America and I want American citizenship, I will have to prove why am I going to be in America? Is it my grandfather was American? My grandmother was American? My mother was American? My father was American? I'd have to choose that. And then I'd have to reside in America
Well, to
or
be clear, to
marry
become
an
an American citizen, you just have to
become an
prove that you're going to
American
contribute to
citizen.
society.
Can you just let me finish? That's in every single country. If you're going to be there, you have to choose why is your foot in that country? What is your ties to that land? That is every single country. I cannot understand why Israel is the only country in the world. You don't have to prove anything that you are indigenous to a land. You just have to be a Jew. Please explain to me. And why is it they have that right over the indigenous people? Please explain that to me. If anyone in the panel can, because I've been trying to figure it out for years and I just can't.
Okay,
It's
let me be clear. I disagree with the unequal right of return for Jews only. I completely disagree with that. I think that every single country that is at least democratic and secular should have all people that are entering the country have to go through the same criteria to become citizens. Okay, I should make that clear because I'm American and I think that that is a core idea of being, like, I guess, American. Anyways, I think that what you are presupposing is that Jewish people are not indigenous to the land. I think it's what you're presupposing, and that's where I disagree. Because what I've seen,
Sorry,
they
can
are
can
indigenous.
I just address Haji there?
Ethiopia.
Sorry, can I just address Haji? Haji, what I am trying to say is, okay, if there are Palestinian people that are Jewish, Muslim, Christian, atheist, I don't care what religion they are, they can be there. If they can prove their grandfather, their grandmother, their great grandfather lived there, then they can be there, like in any other country. But you cannot tell me someone from Eastern Europe, right? So someone from Poland, just an example, someone from Poland, living in Poland, born in Poland, his whole family's from Poland, and then I get onto a ship, and let's say I go to America, example, can I come to America and say, you know what, Haji, I decided that 100 years ago, in Poland, we have this hieroglyphics that, we had this milk in Poland, and I have ties to this land in America, and Haji, I'm gonna kick you out of your house. I don't care you born there. That's not my business. I have proof, and I have Polish papers to prove that I was here 100 years ago. And I need you to leave your house, so you just need to leave. And I'll come back at 5:30. If you haven't left your house, I will come and unalive you. It's your choice. Would you be okay with that?
Of course not. Okay, wait. So from your
then-
understanding, what's the difference between ethnicity and nationality? From your understanding.
Okay. From my understanding, right? From any understanding in any world or any immigration system, when you go to a country, okay, I cannot go to America in the morning and just say I want American citizenship. Number one, I'm not born in America. Number two, I have no family that was in America. I have no ties to America. I'm not I don't have any indigenous or indigeneity to America. So if I want to go there, I literally have to go and literally go according to the immigration system of America, which is to show why am I going to be there. I cannot just go and just live there. So American citizenship,
exactly. Yes, I
any
agree.
other citizenship in the country, you have to do that. Am I right or wrong, Aji? If I come to America, I
Yes,
have to
100%.
apply to
Yeah,
that.
so-
Okay. So I cannot come to America and say, you know what, 3,000 years ago, because in South Africa we have the cradle of humankind started in South Africa. So when I was looking up my Bantu genes and I went all the way up, I actually found that my slave father was here 3,000 years ago. So I deserve to be here. So I want my American citizenship. What do you think would happen if I did that, Haji? What do you think would happen at the immigration court if I did that?
Yes, I agree. I've said that I want equal chances for everybody to become citizen. Yeah, no matter where you're from or no matter what your background is, everybody should go through the same process, right?
Exactly. But now you are telling me about Jews being somewhere when I am talking about someone having an actual indigeneity to a land. Do you understand? Like, I cannot go somewhere else unless I go and I choose. If I go and do what I was telling you I'm going to go do, I would be deported. So you have to understand, in 1948, there were a lot of people, and God forbid, I feel for them. They had to go through the most horrible things from the HCAS, and I get that, and I do sympathize with them. But they are refugees in someone else's country. So you cannot come take over someone else's country and then say it's mine. Nobody can do that. So I don't know why
I
are we making
100%
it
agree.
that
Awesome.
Israelis
Looks
have
like
the
we
right
agree on
to
most of the
do
things.
that. It's very simple. If you want to go look at it, that is what it is. There's nothing about, don't come tell me about genetics and DNA and all of that. I don't give a shit. At the end of
Thank
the
you.
day,
I'm not bringing that
if
up.
you-
The people like
if you-
Federico are.
if you-
They're
if
saying
you
that
are
doesn't
born there,
exist.
your grandfather's born there, your great-grandfather's born there.
Not disagreeing.
100% be there. But like what I can't fathom is that what these people are doing is wiping out the indigenous people, and we're still questioning why they
Wait,
resisted.
do you care about being indigenous or not? Because you keep on bringing it up, then you say it doesn't matter. Like, does it matter to be indigenous or not?
When I say indigenous to a place, I am saying you have to have to a land a claim. You cannot, if these Jews came and they lived peacefully with the Palestinians, we would not be here. There would be no problem. But the problem
Yes.
is
Wait, so does being indigenous matter or not? Yes or no?
indigenous from which way? If you're going to tell me that the Jews were there 3,000 years
Hold
ago,
on, hold on,
we
hold on.
are
I got
talking in a
that.
circle.
I got that. Yeah, indigenous matter a lot.
Of course it matters.
It does
I mean,
matter?
I just
It
asked
does.
you
It
a
does matter.
question.
Just give me a second. Yes, it does matter.
100%
Okay,
matters.
so are any Jewish people whatsoever indigenous to the land? Yes or no?
Some of them, yeah.
Some of them would
Which
be.
ones? The ones that stayed, or the ones that only the ones that stayed?
I mean,
Or
hold on, guys. Let me take that. Okay.
yeah,
The indigenous people to the land, whoever left, they left. They want to come back. They're welcome to come back, but not in a manner where you come and claim the country is yours because your ancestor. Now, let me ask you a question. What comes first, Judaism?
wait, so being
or-
indigenous does not matter then?
Wait. It does matter. It does matter. Now I'm gonna get you to it.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. What came first, Christianity or Judaism?
Judaism.
Okay. So when Christianity come after the Judaism and the people that lived in the Holy Land, and some of them, yeah. So the people that converted from Judaism to Christianity, did they lose their indigeneity in the land?
I'm not an expert in ethnicity, but I'm pretty sure if you completely change cultures, you lose your indigeneity.
No. You lose the right to the land you're living in. If I lived in Palestine.
Oh no, you don't.
Okay,
you don't lose.
So I don't lose my indigeneity if I was Jew and I convert to Christianity, right?
You do not.
I don't.
Yeah, you do not lose your right to live in the land. No, that's a
Thank you very much. But I don't lose even my indigeneity, right? I'm still indigenous to the land.
Yes, I mean, I think I miss. I think I don't. Okay, yes, that's a yes. Yeah.
Okay. So after Christianity, Islam came, and some of the Christians and the Jews that lived in that land took Islam as a religion. Did I, the one that chose to be a Muslim, lose my indigeneity to the land?
No. Okay. Wait. To be clear, the
Okay,
Palestinians
here
are
we
of
go,
course
here we
indigenous
go,
to the
here we
land. I'm
go.
not.
Here we go. We didn't lose. So now you want to tell me that a guy that was born in Poland that tried to convert it to Judaism have the right to the land that I live in as a Muslim more than I do?
If he converted to Judaism, then I disagree with his claim to be
Let's say his
ethnically
parents.
Jew.
Let's say his great grandfather converted, and now
Yeah,
he
no,
was
he's
born
not.
Jew.
Unless that great grandfather lived in Judea, then no, he does not have the right. No, he
Okay,
doesn't.
so how do you explain
If they
all
converted
these
at any
people?
point,
Okay,
yeah, of
so
course. Yeah.
how do you explain all these people that got on the ship and came all the way to Palestine claim to be indigenous to the land? That's my question.
Because
when
from
hold on,
my
hold on,
understanding, I don't think they
let
converted.
me complete my sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they came to Palestine, there was Jews in Palestine. And if you listen to the first female prime minister of Israel, that she said it on a video, that she said that from 1921 until 1948, I was Jew Palestinian. I carried a Palestinian passport. And when they asked her, what do you call Palestine? She's like, the East Bank, the West Bank was Palestine. So this is what I don't understand you when you're trying to justify indigeneity to somebody like you said you're a Muslim, right?
I do not think being indigenous to the land is a factor to you
Are you
from
Muslim?
the
Are you
land.
Muslim? Are you a Muslim? Right? You said
Yes,
you're
I am.
Muslim.
Yeah.
So just because
Yes.
you're a Muslim born in America, can you go to Saudi Arabia right now and say, "Hey, I'm a Muslim. That land is mine"?
Being Muslim is a religion, not an ethnicity.
And being Jewish is a religion. I don't understand. If you want to tell me Judaism is ethnicity, then Islam is ethnicity too, and Christianity
From
is
my
an ethnicity.
understanding, Judaism is an ethno-religion.
How like God, did God
It can't
anywhere
be an
said?
ethno-religion.
One second. Did God anywhere in the Holy Bible or book say your ethnicity is Judaism and religion is Judaism or something like you heard it from somebody? Where did you get that information from?
I'm
Like
not. I'm
your
not well versed. I'm
understanding.
not well versed in the
Okay, so
Torah, in
don't.
the Old
Like, I'll be
Testament.
honest
Or
with you. Since you came up on this panel, all you've been is you as a Muslim, but you're running Zionist rhetorics.
Exactly.
no, okay, wait. So quoting administrative detention, saying that I disagree with the status quo, saying that I'm calling for a ceasefire is Zionist rhetoric.
A
You're calling it
permanent
Judaism. You're
ceasefire.
calling.
Sorry,
You,
one
yeah, you're
second. A
calling
permanent
Judaism.
ceasefire or ceasefire? Because
Permanent ceasefire.
and a
Yeah, I've
ceasefire.
called for permanent. Like ever since I've been on this app, I've called for a permanent ceasefire.
At the same
No,
time,
you said
you're
some type.
advocating. Hold on,
No,
guys.
hold on.
I've
You said
got 1
some
minute.
type of ceasefire. You never mentioned a permanent
Let's
ceasefire.
finish.
You
Let's finish.
hypocrite.
Okay, I meant
Guys,
I
let's
meant
finish
a
one
permanent
point at a
ceasefire,
time.
but
You see, we're
but
jumping
what
from
but
one drug.
where
Hey, guys, let's finish the ethnicity first because that is something that we're going back every 5 minutes. Okay? So, you agree that religion is religion and an ethnicity is an ethnicity, right? It
Okay,
cannot
I mean,
be.
I
It
mean,
cannot
I mean,
be.
I'm just gonna have to do more research because I've been told the complete opposite. I've been told
Told by
that
who?
Judaism is ethnicity and a religion,
who? By
and that
who
is
you were
separate.
told?
And it's just
You were
happens
told
to be
by
confusing that they have the same name.
where?
That's what I've been
What
told.
is your
So
source?
maybe
Who told you?
It's
Who told you that?
impossible.
Who told you that? Like who? Somebody must have
like
told you. You
literally
said, "I've
every
been
single
told."
person that I've talked to, like Chip, do you think? I don't know if Chip is here. I want his opinion.
He's here. He's
Like
listening.
I'm pretty sure being Jew is
I'm
also
here.
ethnicity.
It's an ethnicity and a religion.
Yeah, see, I'm not just saying random stuff. Like people tell me this on both sides.
We
So
can
how
claim. We
can
can
you
claim the
be?
same.
How can you have ancestors from Ethiopia and have a very, very dark skin color, yet say and look nothing like a Middle Eastern person and be ethnically from Israel?
Those people
That
converted
doesn't
to
make
Judaism.
sense. It's
Those people
actually,
were converts. They weren't from Judea.
yes,
Okay,
but
I don't think
so
anybody claims
so
that.
they're not an ethnicity then. It's not an ethnicity. An
So those people
ethnicity.
are just Jewish by religion, not Jewish by
Yes,
ethnicity.
that's what I
Yes,
was trying to say.
exactly,
Yeah,
There's
those people
people
in
all over
Ethiopia,
the
but not the
world.
Ashkenazi Jews.
There's
Ashkenazi
Russian
Jew
Jewish
is hold on,
converts.
hold on. You said Ashkenazi Jews are ethnically Jews.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
No,
I'm not an expert. Chip, am I
Yeah.
wrong? Are Ashkenazi
no,
Jews not ethnically Jewish?
no. A few of them reverted. A
they're
few of
from
them
Europe.
have reverted. Not all.
Have
Ashkenazi
you?
are
Not
Khazari.
all of them.
They
A
are
lot of them.
Khazari
A lot of
converts.
them. A lot of them reverted to Judaism. Please go read it up. This is not my words. Like my
Wait, if they revert
godfather.
to Judaism, how come would they take DNA test? It shows Ashkenazi, not Polish.
See, the
Because
DNA don't
because
give you
how
DNA
DNA
ethnicity.
works.
again.
It's
Ashkenazi.
because oh.
Okay, if you want to talk about DNA has markers. Okay, a lot of people go back to DNA. DNA has certain markers. I can have DNA and it will say I'm part Ashkenazi or whatever. That doesn't mean that I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. That's what you don't understand.
Yeah.
DNA works on markers. A lot of people, when you take a DNA test, it doesn't mean that makes you an Ashkenazi Jew. It just means on your actual DNA markers, you had something that was similar. It could have been thousands of years ago, but that doesn't make you an Ashkenazi Jew. So people have to understand the genetics of DNA. It does not prove your actual indigenous to an actual land, unless you're talking about, I don't know, years ago, whatever, that there's a certain marker. DNA are markers of a certain what's in your chromosome. That's what it is. But
So why do
again,
Ashkenazi Jews have different markers than Polish
again,
people?
again,
So I
who said that?
can
Where did you come
explain
up with
that. So
Wait, what? Okay, okay. If there's if there's two white people, one person takes a
so
test
I
and is
can
Polish,
explain that
the
if
other
you
person
let me
takes a test and is
talk.
Ashkenazi. If they're just Polish, why did it say Ashkenazi, just not Polish? Like that doesn't make sense to me.
Wait, let me
Do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe I'm saying it incorrectly, but
didn't I hear
Well,
that Israelis are not allowed to
usually,
do DNA tests?
no, but plus usually DNA doesn't give you a
aren't they like
religion.
forced
It gives
to
you,
do
it
DNA
gives
tests?
you, hey,
I think they're not
No,
allowed
they're not
to.
allowed
No,
to.
they're not
usually
allowed to. It's
religion,
actually illegal. It's
yeah,
illegal in
religion
Israel to
doesn't
do
come
a
up in a
DNA
DNA
test.
test. But let me ask Haji one thing.
So now DNA
Haji,
does matter, but
Haji,
before it
Haji,
didn't. Like
no. I said it matters. It does not give you a religion. It gives you where you from. It gives you the
Hi, Jim.
I
language.
just asked Chip if
Can I give you an
being a Jew is an ethnicity. He said
example?
yes. It's
They
not me.
claim
That's
that.
Chip saying it.
Can I give you an
Lebanon.
example of why I don't believe, you think someone who maybe has a small percentage of Ashkenazi Jew belongs to the Middle East? Well, that is totally incorrect because,
Well, if it's a
for
small
instance,
percentage, that means probably someone who just married or converted. I'm talking about people that are 99% Ashkenazi Jewish, right?
well, there's hardly
I'm
anyone,
pretty,
to
I'm,
be honest. Have you not looked at the studies? They're actually people say they're pure Jewish, Ashkenazi Jewish. They just take a DNA test. They find that they're like German, Polish with a tiny percentage. And that's
Exactly.
like a
They're
common
mostly Eastern
theme among
European.
them. They say, oh, I thought I was Jewish. Well, according to this, I'm not. The huge majority
Exactly.
of my ancestors are from Eastern Europe. And
Exactly.
okay, the
yeah,
people that I've
so
spoken
I'm
to
just
have
saying,
shown DNA
like,
tests that show
for
otherwise.
me,
But
I've got ancestors in northern England, and I came from a part where there's a lot of sort of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, and there was actually quite a few Viking raids, right? So I have probably, because I know people who came from the same area, found that they have a small percentage of so-called Viking DNA, and they don't go around then saying, "Oh, I belong in Norway. I need to go there and live there because I've got like a Norwegian ancestor." So that it just does not make sense at all to use
okay,
a
if
small
most Ashkenazi
percentage
Jews are
of
80% Polish and 20% Ashkenazi, then I disagree with that. But most of the people that I've asked
can you give
have
me
at
the
least
source for
80% or
that
more.
study, please? Because that's not what I've seen at all. Can you please give me the source
Oh,
for
I
that
haven't.
study?
No, I haven't looked at a study.
Shows
Just ask
that
actual Jews.
they're doing
I have
precisely
plenty of
that.
Jewish friends. I just asked them for their DNA.
Have you seen the
I
actual
haven't.
thing? Because usually it's broken down into many different
Yeah, one.
countries and
Okay,
ethnicities
but
and things
Haji,
again,
like that. It's
Haji,
quite
Haji,
complicated.
you can look up one thing.
we
Benjamin Netanyahu's son DNA test was leaked, and you can Google it
Oh,
and
really?
find it. Yeah, you can
Interesting.
Google it and find it and see what it says. I'm not gonna
All right,
tell you
I'll
what
make
it
sure to
says.
do that.
Google it. Yeah,
But
Google
why
it.
are we? Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Again, we going back to stage one. Again, if you're born in Poland, you're Polish. You're not Israeli. You are Polish. So why
That's
are
a
we
nationality,
like
not an ethnicity. I was born in the United States of
again,
America, but I'm still black.
again? Why are we coming back to the same thing? Why are you giving a certain amount of people the rights over other people? There's Christians, there's Muslims, there's atheists, there's so many religions. Why does one religion have the right to be ethno? What crap is this? I'm sorry to say it in this way, but I'm very sorry. If you're Polish, if you're born in Poland, you Polish. If you're born in Palestine, you Palestinian. You're born
Okay,
in
wait, I'm
Ireland, you
black and I live
Irish.
in the United States of
What
America.
the
Am I no
heck?
longer African?
If you are born in America, you are
Yeah.
American. Your
So I'm not black.
parents, your
So I'm
parents.
not.
Can I
Yeah.
What does your
listen?
skin
Why?
color have to do with
Why are you
anything?
bringing in? Why are you bringing in skin color? I look
Right.
white, but
That's
I
a
classify
race.
myself.
Because that's a.
Hold
That's a
on,
race.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
That's
hold
Okay,
on.
a
sorry,
race.
Senegalese. Okay,
Can I?
Senegalese. Okay,
Yeah,
Senegalese.
hold on,
Senegalese.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So hold on. Do I look South African to you?
What that? I don't
Do
know.
I
Sure.
look?
No.
Do I look South African to you? Yes or no?
I'm
It's a
pretty sure
simple
South
question.
Africans have like a gradient of people, but
No,
no.
but I'm
I guess
asking
is
an
what you want me
honest
to answer.
question because
No,
honestly,
I guess no. You do not know.
okay, you guess no,
but I am. One of my parents are South African. My other parent is Irish. Are you going to tell me I'm not South African?
There you go.
So
That's my point.
Please explain to me, why is one religion having the right to have their own country? Nobody can answer me this question. If you are
I don't
Jew
agree with
in
that either. That's not what
America,
I'm saying.
you are Jewish American. If you are Jew in Palestine, you are Palestinian Jew. If you are a Jew in Iraq, you are an Iraqi Jew. If you are a Jew in Morocco, you're a Moroccan Jew. You don't wake up and say, I'm an Israeli Jew. That's what I don't understand, Haji. And it's not making sense to me. These people
Okay, do you know the
have
country Senegal? Do you know
decided-
what country? Do
These
you know the country
people-
Senegal?
Listen, these people have
you know what
made
Senegal is?
a country for themselves. Do you understand? It's called
Yes, I disagree with that.
Zionism,
I've said that like
which
1,000
means-
times.
Which means a Jewish homeland, for the people. But the Jewish homeland they decided to step on was Palestine, and now they are unaliving the indigenous people. So
I
don't
agree
come
with you,
on here-
1,000%.
Don't come
I agree
on
with you.
and
Yes,
tell me
yes.
here, oh, they about their. I couldn't give a crap about their DNA. I give a crap where you were born, where your ancestors were born. That's where you have the right to be.
Where your
And if
ancestors
you
were
want
born,
to
that's
go- and
that's your
if you want to
ethnicity.
go to another country, you go as a refugee, or you work there, and you go the immigration way. Why couldn't
I
these
agree,
people
yes,
go
yes.
and live in Palestine and go according as the immigration Palestinian system? But no, we don't want that. We want our own homeland, and to hell with the Palestinians, and to hell with their human rights, and we'll blockade them, unalive them. And you know why we can? Because we have all the money and we own everything, and everyone just has to be okay with that. So I just
I
want
also
to say
disagree
to
with that.
anybody,
Awesome. I also disagree with
all
that.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say is I don't believe in ethno-religion bull, whatever you want to call it. I believe there are
Aren't
Jews
Coptic
all
Christians
over the
also
world.
ethno-religion?
Can you let me finish? I believe there are Jews over the world. I love them. Wherever you are born, that's what your country is. I will never say I'm from somewhere else. You have to be proud where you are from. These people
So
are
being
going
indigenous does not matter then.
they've gone and hijacked someone's country. Why? Because they have the money and they can. And that is why they're doing what they can do, because they own everything and they have all the money. And that's why there's no celebrity. There's no one that is talking up in any human rights. You know why? Because they will lose their job, or they will be blackmailed or unalive. That is what is happening. And that is why we are where we are, because money is everything and money controls everything. The Palestinian people don't have the power and the money. And that is why we are seeing what's going on. Not because of ethnicity or whatever. These people have the money, the power, and they are using it, and that is what they are doing. And they will unalive anybody or anything. And JFK was unalived, unfortunately, because he wanted to get rid of AIPAC. And that is what is happening. Anyone tries to get rid of the Zionist entity, they will be blackmailed, or they will be unalived, or they will be fired. That is what happens. And that's what happened to the lady in Harvard, because she was talking up for the Palestinian people. She was a director for years. What happened? She spoke up for the Palestinian people. She said the age group is a resistance group. She got fired after 2 weeks. Why? Because they blackmailed her. So anyone that comes up here and comes and tells me about ethno-religion, ethno-this, I don't care. You're born in the country, you follow the immigration system, that's where you are. Homeland this, homeland that, I don't care. And I feel sorry for the Israeli people, because they are all victims in this whole thing. They were forced out of where they were living so that there could be a Jewish homeland, which is what they are lied to. They are being told you will be unalived everywhere. The H-cast will happen. This is the only safe place that you will be. But the poor people are hiding in bunkers because they are scared of their lives. And this is what they're doing. They're teaching their poor people every year after year. They teach them about the H-cast. This is what will happen if we don't have the homeland. This is what will happen if we don't have the homeland. And this is what those poor people have to go. That's why when you speak to an Israeli, they keep on saying the same thing. If we leave here, we will be unalive. These people have been indoctrinated. They have had the most worst torture, all from the Zionist entity. The World Zionist Party has done this. They wanted a homeland, they got the homeland, and they took people, put them in a horrible thing to be unalived. And that's where we are today. And All I want to
Okay,
say
so
is,
ethnicity does not
I
matter. So
hope,
indigeneity does not matter.
I hope that the
what I got from
Israeli
that.
people, I hope the Israeli people get a government like we had in South Africa. We had an apartheid government. When we got rid of them, we got rid of apartheid. We became one country with the same basic human rights for everyone, and there was no resistance to all. And the poor Israeli people will never have peace until they let go of a government that understands the Palestinians have the right to exist, and so do they have the right to exist. And the Palestinians do not want to eradicate the Israelis. All they want is their basic human rights, like all of us have, where we can travel, have dreams, have work, have a normal life for our kids. That's all they are asking for. And when they ask for that and they put up their arms and try and get their basic human rights, they are called T's. And if nobody can understand that, then I have no hope. And I'm sorry for the Israelis. They were living happily in Europe, but the World Zionist Party made sure to do such a bad thing so they can run to the Palestinian land and tell them this is the only safe place for you. And we do not hate the Jews. We love the Jews. And I hope that they can actually listen to us. The Zionists are using those poor people to literally make them so scared that this is the only place they'll be safe. And if they don't, they'll be an H-cast again. The Palestinian people do not hate the Israelis. They just want their basic human rights. Chip, thanks for having me on here.
Okay, Veve, wait, last thing.
all of you.
Okay, one last thing I want to say, okay, real quick, okay. Since you don't care about indigeneity, then you can take that up with Federico because he says that indigeneity matters. Okay, so you guys can argue on that. And in terms of Judaism being an ethnicity and a religion, you guys can both argue with Chip because Chip said that they're both ethnicity and a religion. I'm not I'm not well educated. You guys can debate between each other, but yeah, okay,
Indigeneity
awesome.
matter when you're on the land. Okay.
Wait, so that's just nationality. That's not indigeneity.
No. Hold on. It seems that you don't understand, okay, that not because even if you were indigenous, you can come back to the land, but you cannot come up here and kick out the people that are living in the house. And just because you're indigenous to the land, it means you can kick everybody out. That's my point. If you're indigenous, but you don't come in by force. You don't come and kick out the people, the real indigenous people, the people that have been living on their own indigenous land, to kick them out and take their place because once upon a time you were indigenous to the land. That was my point. And let me ask you a
awesome.
question.
We agree. Awesome. You convinced me. I agree with you guys. Thank you for having me up. I'll make sure to do more research before I come next time. Thank you for having me, Chip.
Do you believe anti-Zionist is an anti-Semitic?
No, not necessarily.
No, so you can criticize Zionism.
You can criticize Israel, of course, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to know. What do you think about the law?
People,
What do you
okay.
think about-
I
what
hope
do
you guys
what do
have
you
seen
think
me on
about the
lives,
law?
debating Zionists all the time. I go on PG's live all the time and debate what's happening today. I just try not to go into the past and discuss the Ottoman Empire and all that stuff. I don't think that's important. I think what's important is what's the people that are dying, getting unalive today. Okay.
I actually think. Oh, sorry. I actually think that what we should be focusing on is how to dismantle AIPAC and the Zionist propaganda that's in the USA, because that's all that's propping up the country. Without it, it would be like South Africa. The Israeli supremacy government would be dismantled, and it would be equal rights for all, and it would be elections and democracy, and yes, you can come back to your land. Yes, if you're Palestinian, you can move freely from the West Bank to Gaza Strip, anywhere you want, So we should be talking big picture about dealing with the root of the problem, which is the way that the Palestinians are treated and subjugated in their own land and oppressed, and actually treated horrifically. I mean, the amount of war crimes and disgusting things that happen to them. Gosh, they have a right to hate, those people in Israel, like you said. But to move forward, it's America that's supporting this country, and it's fake. It's fake, and it wouldn't survive without America and the rich Zionists and AIPAC. So that's where we need to attack. Attack, as I mean, not attack, as I mean protest, sanction, demand the government do something. And why the hell is Netanyahu after going to the USA to speak in Congress. That is absolutely disgusting. The rest of the world can see what he's doing, and that we just can't believe that could happen. It just shows how corrupted the government is. They're working for Israel, not for the people of the USA. And until that is addressed and the USA people wake up, protest in mass, civil disobedience, demand sanctions on Israel, demand that they get the health care, that they get the subsidized education, not the Israeli people, nothing's going to change. I'm sorry, but to me, you need a mass movement, and it has to start. I mean, how many millions of people live in America? I don't even know. But man, they've got the people. There's power in numbers. I mean, look at the French Revolution. A small amount of people had a lot of money and power, but it was at the end of the day, it was the peasants who overcame it all. Why are people so passive these days? Why are American citizens so passive that they'd let Netanyahu come to their country? I mean, they should be. If I was in the USA, I'd travel across states to be outside Washington, D.C. with that filthy piece of scum, no better than Hitler, going to speak in the country. It's absolutely abhorrent. It's disgusting. Just makes me angry. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
So angry. I'm so angry for every single Palestinian in this
I
world.
agree, Gail. I feel like the country is controlled. Like, we might have, they might tell us that we have freedom, but to be honest, our governments are controlled by Zionists. They're basically taking our tax dollars and committing these atrocities and wars all around the world. And like you said, unless the people, I've lost hope in our governments, but I still have hope in the people. We have to rise and say enough is enough. We should use our tax dollars to help America become better, not to gain more enemies. I've had a lot of debates with Americans, and I asked them, you are an American, you're an American, why do you support Israel? And they're like, oh, because Israel is our biggest ally. And then I'm like, how is this ally benefiting, what are you gaining from this ally?
The biggest ally because of USS Liberty 1967, remember? That's why it's our biggest ally.
Yes, but this ally is really gaining us more enemies, and it's making America look bad. We're not really benefiting from Israel, but we're actually making the Middle East angrier at America. And, we're gaining more enemies. So right now you might say, there's a lot of T groups or whatever. Why are these T groups, gathering? Because why? Because you go out there to the Middle East and you start booming them and taking over their homes and everything. So what do you want them to smile at you and do nothing? Seriously, our governments have to stop supporting wars all around the world. We have to focus on our own country and deal with our health system, with our education. Students in Israel are getting free medical and medications and free education, while we have to pay, and we struggle to pay our rents, believe it or not. It's not fair when you think about it, not even to Americans.
Yeah, if you can take, my personal take is, let's say I make $60,000 a year. So I would rather have 50% of my income going to American citizens. And I oppose, let's say, for example, if you can take an American penny and split it into 1,000 pieces, I'm against giving them 1,000th of a penny to Israel. They do not deserve it.
Well, it's not given. Well, that's the problem. You guys think we're giving. We're not giving. They're taking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not that we're giving. I don't know. Not a single American that agrees to give to Israel any penny. Yeah. But what they do is they give it 10. They take $100 and they give 10 to a congressman and their school.
Yeah,
as long as the congressman made $10, who cares about the rest?
Exactly.
But
this is coming to an end. This is you guys. Everything. goes up and it has to fly back down, and it looks
Every
like
tyrannical government always falls, you know?
yeah. So, and that's history and that's reality. And if you guys look at the Palestinian issue, by now, after 70 years of oppression and all of that, should have been buried. Not even like even school in Arabic countries, they're removing the map of Palestine and they're putting the map of Israel on the map. And believe it or not, the Palestinian issue today is stronger than it ever been since 1948 up until today, and that is thanks to October the 7th. Whether they like it, it was a good act, it wasn't a good act, you agree with it or you don't agree with it, but October 7th brought the Palestinian issue back on the top of the table. And all these 70 years of work of burying the Palestinian issues and taking it was for nothing.
You know why? It's because, you know, when people go back to the Palestinian issue, it's because when Israel is affected. But the Palestinians, they've been, you know, under oppression, and they've been, you know, the Israelis have been unaliving them for decades. Nobody has brought it up, sadly, like for 76 years. That's why you see them really, really strong and they still have hope in them. It's because they weren't living like a freely, normally, happily life. They were always under oppression. They were always treated like, you know, and, you know, when you go through hardship, it kind of makes you a stronger person. They are strong because they have been going through this for decades now. And their grandparents have been going through this too. So that's like...
They're God chosen people. That's what it is. The people on the Palestinians of the ancient Palestine and the present Palestinians, these are the real chosen people. Not the one that was born in Poland or you know, the Palestinian. No, it doesn't matter what religion are you converted from Judaism to Islam or Christianity, you still, and usually God sacrifice his own people to wake up the world. And if he's sacrificing the Palestinians right now, look how many souls has been awakened around the world. Look how many people right now know right from wrong. And we've been for the past 100 years blinded. And all it takes is one day, October 7th, to awaken up all these souls. And God cannot choose bad people to make the people realize the truth. These are his people, these are his chosen people, and that's why he chose the Palestinians to awaken the world up.
Brother Federico, you know, about 6 weeks ago, I watched his video on TikTok. It was, you know, someone was interviewing this Palestinian. Like, dude, right there in front of his demolished building, they're asking him, like, how you're doing, and then he just raises his hands, like, to the sky and says that, you know, Alhamdulillah. You know, like, this is a true Palestinian, you know? This is what Palestinians, they are, you know, just like Anthony Bourdain, he said that everything is made in China, and what do you call it? Courage is made in Palestine, you know?
Exactly. I mean, look at these people. They have top technology, the most advanced weapon in the world. Every single Western world and Middle Eastern country is working for them for their advantage. And they're fighting man with flip-flop and under siege in a 22-mile by 22. For everybody that doesn't know, Gaza is 22-mile long and 5-mile wide. And they have dropped over 18 tons of ammunition on it in the past 9 months. And they have not achieved one single goal. Besides whatever they say.
Decade and a half just to clear the rubble, you know?
Yeah. Not only they said they're gonna eradicate Hamas, never happened. They're gonna free the soldiers, never happened. We're gonna flood the tunnel, never happened. We're gonna occupy Gaza, never happened. We're gonna every little thing they said, it didn't happen, and it's not gonna happen. You know why? Because even though these IDF soldiers and with all the equipment they have and all of that, although they are on the ground, but inside of them, in their bottom subconscious, they know that they are fighting the wrong fight. And the Palestinians resist and stand tall, and they take all of that for one simple reason, because they know they are fighting for the just cause. And that is all it takes. It doesn't matter how much equipment you have. It doesn't matter how much technology. It doesn't matter anything. If you know you're right, you stand for your rights.
And I just want to talk about, and a lot of people don't talk about this, but there's a lot of young Israelis that are actually not wanting to go to the IDF because they feel what's happening in Palestine is wrong. A lot of them are being literally thrown in jail, and if you listen to them, and that's why I say there's a lot of Israeli people, and I don't think that we talk about it, but there's a lot of Israeli people that are not happy with what's going on, but they are silenced just like we being silenced as well, and they're not happy with the situation, but there's nothing that they can do, because if they do talk up, they will be detained, they will get death threats, their families will be literally thrown out of society as being shameful and traitors. And this is a sad thing. If you look at when they did the first hostage release, there was a woman and her child that were both captive with the age group, and she came out and she said the truth of how they treated her, how the age group couldn't even, when they shook her hand, they put a towel, because they didn't want to touch her hand, because they are so practiced and fearing people. And it saddens me when I hear, the things that they say that they've done, because when you listen to the hostages that came out at the beginning, and if you hear the way she spoke, her and her family had so many death threats. They've been through so much, and a lot of us don't talk out for these people. They literally are being treated so badly in their own communities, because they came out on social media, they did a broadcast, and they literally said what happened. Her daughter does gymnastics, and the age group actually asked her, like, does she want to, help her to do some exercises because of what she does? Imagine someone, if they saying these people are so horrid and they hate them so much, can you imagine actually asking a child and knowing that this child does gymnastics? Like, you really going to worry about that child, what's going through, if they're really talking about the age group and portraying them the way that they actually do. So, it's just that I honestly, and this is what I feel, there's so many Israelis, and when you indoctrinated, and I'm just looking from the Israeli side, if you indoctrinated, this is the only safe place that you have. This is the only place that you're going to be safe. That one day there'll be another H-cast and you'll have nowhere to go and you'll be gassed. This is what these people believe. So they put in their minds, the Palestinians want to unalive us. So before they unalive us, we have to unalive them. And this is what they keep on telling them day in and day out from the time that they're in school. Every single year they get taught about the H-cast. This is what our people went through. This is why we have this homeland. And that is why they feel that's the only place where they need to be safe. So the question we also have to ask ourselves from the other side, why are they, like, how are these people going to change that indoctrination, feeling that because they always feel like the whole world hates them. And that, somewhere along the line, we're all going to do some conspiracy and we're going to do another H-cast. Like, how do we stop these people from thinking like that? Because the Palestinian people are the most hospitable people, and if you speak to any Palestinian, they will never say, oh, we want to unalive all the Israelis. I've spoken to people, they've lost their children, they've lost their husbands, they've lost their mothers, their fathers, and all they say, we just want a normal life. And when I hear that,
Maybe. You know what about the indoctrination? I think it's a personal choice, because now we are in a time of era where all information is available, And if you wanna see the reality, you can literally clearly see it. It's a denial they live. I don't call it indoctrination anymore because we have the option to see. We could every one of us could be radicalized in Islam, but we're not. Why is that? Because we are rational. We can tell right from wrong.
You
But
know,
these people, yeah,
you
these
know,
people don't want to see the right
you
from
know,
wrong.
you know, Federico, right? Like my mom's Christian, okay, and you know, she has in her mind, no matter what I tell her, no matter what I say, she has in her mind that that's the home, you know, that's the Jewish homeland. And she's not Jewish. She, like, literally, my godfather, like, literally argues with my mother. Can you imagine a rabbi arguing with someone that's not Jewish, saying that that is not true? And you know, you only see indoctrination, Federico. I've seen indoctrination when I look at my mother. You know, my mother's a practicing Christian. I mean, way practicing. I mean, I might as well, she doesn't drink, she doesn't smoke. You know, she's never been to a nightclub, none of that. Like, she's really, really practicing and all that. But she has, and when I spoke to my godfather, Rabbi, and I spoke to him, and he said to me, and I didn't know this, but in South Africa, there was actually during the Zionist movement, they were giving a lot of money to churches, and these churches had to preach about the homeland of Israel. And this was every single church in South Africa. And you'll find a lot of South African Christians that will tell you that. And it is, no matter what you tell them, black and white, they will tell you the same thing. Because they went to church, Federico, and every single Sunday, they would talk about when Moses came through and the sea parted, and then he brought them to the promised land. And I can't take that out from my mom's head. I just can't. Because this was every single Sunday. And these churches were getting thousands. And a lot of people, I didn't know about this, but, you know, and thank God, for my rabbi godfather, because he's given me so much information. You know, he literally has done so much and has learned me so much. But indoctrination, it's not, I mean, someone can tell you it's blue, you know, and it's just crazy. And a lot of people don't understand this, but indoctrination is a long journey. Like, you literally have to get therapy and people have to sit you down. It's not as black as white as we say, oh, you see people unalived or all that. It goes deeper than that.
Well, it starts at preschool. They've even shown it.
Exactly.
So, hold on. Who on this panel speaks Arabic?
I speak Arabic. Coach.
Okay, I'm just gonna prove one point, and then I'm gonna.
All right, you wait for somebody to finish
Because
talking.
I just
then
wanted
you
to
can-
make one
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
because I'm going to go and let someone else speak and create a space, create a box. I don't know if Chip's around to invite anyone up, but I just wanted to say, I've been on these lives for a while, and I know of several Israelis who consider themselves moderate, but the minute you say to them, imagine if your children were in Palestine, they say, don't speak about my children. I'm not going to consider that. The minute you say, how would you feel if you were 1948 and had your house and you were told to leave, and you had no choice? They just refuse to put themselves in Palestinian shoes. And until they are able to do that, to see the reality, to be totally honest, to treat the Palestinians as equals, you're not going to get anywhere. Because this person was actually Jewish, but she was non-practicing. She was an atheist Jew who lived in Israel. But she said she wanted peace, but yet she would get and that she loved her country, and that they had to defend themselves and would go back to the Holocaust and use that as a reason. But the minute you said, imagine if you were in the place of the Palestinians, she got defensive and angry and accused you of attacking her. So that's just an interesting point.
If you don't mind, that's a very
Beautiful.
good point, because this is something that the age group realized. and they realized that there is a deep disparity there, and it's something that when I came to realize it, it was really painful. They realized that their lives doesn't matter, and this is why when some of the hostages went out and they said that, when bombs were there, some of the H group members were jumping on top of the hostages just to protect them, because they knew that these lives matter more than their own lives. Not only that, on top of that, they realized that they have been dying for the past 75 years and no one was taking any notice of that. They realized that once they went off with these paragliders and things, and they started taking hostages and unaliving people, that only then these lives will matter, which is a very, 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 very dark place to be in. And you have to be really pushed a bad corner so that
do you mind if I just ask you the two questions I want to ask?
I'm coming to you, Firas. Firas, can you please, let's hear from Coach.
Yeah, I just, whoever speaks Arabic, I just want to ask you two questions.
I speak Arabic.
Wonderful. Can you complete the following sentence for me? Itbaqal.
Again?
Say that again.
Itbaq al Yahud. That's the sentence. Now we'll do number two.
Who said that to begin with?
The Palestinians when I'm in Israel.
Well,
next. Wait, hold on. That's not a question. That's not a question. It means unalive the Jew. So now I'm going to ask you the second question, and everybody here who's Palestinian, speaks Arabic, should know this one. Khaybar.
Yeah.
What do you say after that? What do you say after that? What comes next? What comes next? What comes next? Hold on, tell me what comes next.
Khaybar, ya Yahud.
Oh, okay. Now tell me the story of Khaybar. Now tell me the story of Khaybar. What did Muhammad do to the Jews?
Before you come up,
what did Muhammad do to the Jews?
What did the Jews do to Muhammad for the Muhammad to
retaliate? What did Muhammad do to the Jews? Did he unalive and make them pull down their pants, look at their weenuses, and
No, that's not right.
It is.
Coach,
you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Your anti-Semitism runs thousands of years deep.
Somewhere else.
Coach, Muhammad's family was Jews. Why?
Guys. So I know Coach and I know each other very well. Coach, now you know that when I come up on your lives, I get shit on. People call me names. They crap down my throat. They don't let me talk. They, mention my Twitter feed. They call me anti-Semite. None of that's happening to you right now. However, what I'd like you to do is this. Come up and make your point, and make the synthesis of your point, the thesis of your point. For example, I believe that most Palestinians tend to want to kill Jews, and here's why. Here are two statements made by this point and that point, and here's how I think it applies to all Palestinians. Okay, that's a fair way to do your point. But to come up and say, answer me this, translate this, that's not a good way to have a conversation. Okay, so I'll let you go ahead and go unabated. You can make your point. I'll give you a minute or two. Take your time. Nobody interrupt Coach, and then when you're done, we'll let somebody respond.
Can we respond to the Khaybar thing? Or not?
Hold on. Let him make his full point, and then we'll respond. Okay, go ahead, Coach.
Yep, absolutely. So everybody knows what those two phrases mean. Why do you all know that if you speak Arabic? Because it's commonly said. And why is it? Because you guys have been indoctrinated for the better part of 1,500 years to want to either unalive the Jew or do what they did in Khaybar. And then when you had the building of the, God, how am I forgetting the name of it? Al-Aqsa, on top of our Temple Mount, you have further used that to try and express that the evil Jews are going to destroy your beautiful Al-Aqsa, and it is pushed throughout the Arab world and the Muslim world more broadly. And that is why on every single panel that I host or go to, I am always asked, what are you going to do to Al-Aqsa? Why do you need to build the third temple? And this is propaganda that has been pushed for 1,000 years, a millennia, to make you guys hate us, to make you guys fear us, to make you fearful that we're going to do something big and crazy to your precious Al-Aqsa when all we've ever done is build you mosques within Israel and protect Al-Aqsa. Now, you guys can go cry about it. I don't really have much else to say, but this idea that the Palestinians are so welcoming and accommodating is bullshit, and you know it. Have a great day,
Okay,
guys.
thank you so much. Now,
That
I need
was
to respond to this
not
cyber thing. I'm so
Firas.
sorry. Just give me a second, please. Because
He dropped.
no,
This guy,
no problem. No
yeah,
problem.
no.
We are
This
not
guy
even
comes
talking
out,
to him. There is
yeah.
no problem. We are not talking to him.
You-
There are other
it's,
educated people who are sitting
yeah,
in this panel that we would like to engage with them in a good discussion, not a gotcha discussion.
yeah.
And this is why we need to represent ourselves and talk
That's
about
why
our
he ran.
religion. No,
That's why he ran. He's not
let him
interested in
run.
your answer.
Now, there is no problem for him running. He wasn't even the targeted audience. I have been listening for this discussion for the past, I think, 7 or 8 hours. And I've been loving it, the amount of intellectual honesty here. And some people are saying that I am not educated about this topic. Let me go and educate myself. These are people worth that we tell them about our history and our culture and learn from them as well. This is an excellent thing. Thank you so much that he just triggered this point and then he served his purpose and then he left, which is a good thing. Now, Khaybar, there was a treaty during the time of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, with the Jews that there will be no conflict between them, and they broke that treaty, and they broke it with whom? With other Arabs, which are the people in Quraysh, and that was the trigger for that war. Now that battle, it was known as a battle. Now, to simplify the Muslim identity as just knowing this phrase, and we are just running with our
What did
flip-flops.
Muhammad do to Safiya?
Safiya, he married her, and she was one of
Yeah,
the
he
most.
unalived her family.
He married her, and she was
No, he
one of the
unalived her
most
family.
taking in that battle. Yes. Now at that time, by the way, the rules of wars at that time
Brother, can
is
you
different than the
continue
rules
the
of.
story of Khaybar? Don't let him deflect on continue
Yeah,
the
just
story. What happened
now,
with Khaybar?
now,
Yeah.
and the point that I'm trying to make, forget about
Nice.
that. Now, that historical event, you can go and read about it. That's not a problem there. My issue is to think that that people who are as educated enough in this day and age, when we have this internet, and here is the thing: we are 130 people in this platform now. We are, despite our geographical distance, time zones, cultures, ethnicities, languages, we are choosing to be with one another here and to engage in this discussion. This is a choice. To think that someone can just brainwash you in this day and age is just unfathomable. You can't. That's not even doable. Now, for us as Muslims, we know our pains, we know our problems, we know our history. Now, does he tell you that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "Man aada minkum dhimmiyan faqad aadani"? Man aada minkum dhimmiyan faqad aadani. Whoever hurts anyone from the people of the book, it's as if he have hurt me myself. Does he mention that, or he just mentions Khaybar, Khaybar ya Yahud? Did he say that when you go to the land of Egypt at that time?
Yes, why are you lying?
Yeah, you know
You done,
what?
Firas?
Just can you please not just? I lost a couple of IQ points listening to the previous guy. Now I don't have much IQ points to lose on such basic discussions with you. I'm not lying. You know, you can go and check all of these things, and I'll say them in Arabic and I'll say them in English so that you can use your preference to go and Google them and look for them. We know our history and we know our culture. We have treaties. We live with. We are ordered by our deen, by our religion, to live a peaceful life with the people of the book.
Well,
In the Quran,
Let
it
me
says
know when
in
you're
the
done,
Quran.
Firas, so I can allow someone else to speak.
hold on. لا يأخذكم الله بالذين لم يحاربوكم في الدين أن تودوهم وتقسطوا إليهم. Allah prefers that people who did not fight you because of your religion, that you would love them and exchange gifts with them. Why is that mentioned? Why is it Khaybar, Khaybar ya Yahud? Why is it that one battle that happened 1600 years ago should define what we are doing now while we have the Ottoman Empire for 600 years. Proof, and even before that, during the Islamic times of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and the Khulafa, we had like homogeneous living with one another, with other religious groups, and we were okay with that. It's just that one battle that defines us.
No,
Now, if
no.
this is not
With what?
propaganda, I don't know what is propaganda. So,
Also, let's not forget that
land
we
your
were
plane,
attacked in
Firas, land your
Khaybar,
plane.
in the Battle of Khaybar.
Read what
We were
Imam Abu
attacked.
Okay,
Bakr
guys,
said.
let
I
unknown
wanted to
speak.
tell
Imam
you
Abu
guys
Bakr said
something
to
that
fight
One
Jews
second,
and Christians
let
to
unknown
Can I say
speak.
something real quick, Federico? I know I've been off the line
Yeah.
for quite a while. So I heard what Coach had to say, and a couple things popped into my head that I wanted to pass along, see if you all kind of saw the same things. So he said, "You people," and I guess he's assuming that every single person that's on the panel is Arab. I don't know if everybody is or not. I'm not. And then secondly, he said that people have been indoctrinated for 1,100 years. I think he said that people to hate Jews and to fear Jews. Now I would make the argument it's the exact opposite. So let me give you an example of what I mean. So again, this is not me saying this. This is people who grew up in households that were talking in this manner to their children as they grew up, and talked to them about the importance of Israel and the role that it plays in protecting the Jewish people from harm. There was somebody earlier on the panel today that said, and he had 3 letters, I forget his letters, but he kept saying, why do I have to defend my right to exist? Why do I constantly ask? Listen, that is fear. That is fear. And I believe that most people, and listen, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that most people who believe in the pro-Israeli narrative, the one that sort of embraces the Z team and decides that, this is the path forward, and is so inexorably linked to the safety of the Jewish people, that they think that everyone's after them. That's the paranoia.
100%.
And I've never once heard a Palestinian say to me, "Hey Chip, I sure can't wait to go get those Yehuda." I've never heard those words out of somebody's mouth. You know what I have heard? We'd like to get justice because at some point in our lifetimes, we cannot stand living under occupation and oppression. It's getting too much to bear. I've heard that a lot.
Chip. They don't see this as justice. They see it as revenge.
I agree with that as far as October 7th, the response to that. No, there's no doubt about that. That's clear from the behavior.
By the way, just
Firas, you lied
just
as
on
well.
that point, Chip, by the way, the support of the US, the support of US for the existence of...
Just real quick, Firas, we got to share the mic at some point too, just to let you know, okay? So
I'm
finish
so
up.
sorry about that, sorry.
All right, I know what you gotta say.
I agree with Chip totally. This is not about religion. They're always going to make it about religion, and they're always going to make it about October 7th, and they're always going to tell you that they are indigenous to the land and bring up history, when it's more than that. It's more about equal rights. Like, they don't want to see that this is about oppression. The Israelis are oppressing the Palestinians and treating them like shit, like third-class citizens, and they're not giving them equal rights. It's not about religion. And all of us pro-Palestinians here, that guy that just left, he said that it's all about the mosque or whatever. We didn't even mention the mosque. We're just talking about how the Palestinians are treated, and they want equal rights. As long as there's oppression going on, you're always going to have resistance, and you're always going to have freedom fighters out there fighting for their equal rights and fighting to be freely and treated equally.
Why don't you blame the hate group then in Gaza?
He mentioned the Aqsa Mosque. That
Yeah, but we never mentioned it. Did we say something about
it's
that?
good. It's good that he mentioned it because they've been digging under the mosque for the past 70 years to find any artifacts that belongs to the Kingdom of Solomon, and they haven't found anything. So he mentions that the mosque that is built on the rubble of King Solomon's temple, but he doesn't mention that in 70 years of digging under that mosque, they haven't found anything related to the King Solomon temple. But we want to give unknown a piece to speak, then I think we go to Dean.
Okay.
Why does King Solomon belong to them? He was mentioned in all the 3 Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, but
King Solomon's a Jew. King Solomon is Jewish. He's Jewish.
King Solomon is Jewish. That's what you
not
say.
a
Right, but can you
Muslim.
speak up that we can barely hear you? No, we can barely hear you. Speak up a little bit and say what you gotta say.
Yeah, King Solomon was a Jew. He wasn't Muslim or Christian. That's why.
Can you speak up? We can't really hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I heard you, man.
Yeah. And Firas, you lied as well, because Sophia didn't marry Muhammad. He took her as a slave girl after unaliving her whole family at Haibar. So I don't know what you're talking about. He took her and she just willingly married him.
That's what you're saying, right?
That's what he said. He said
That's
he
what you're saying.
He married her, and not only that, he used to serve her. He used to serve her, by the way. And
Guys, please stop talking about on top of each other. The guy is saying something. Let him finish. Although we know he's making up stuff, but we have to listen to him. We listen to him, and then we can reply.
At Battle of Khaybar, it was between Jewish people and Muslims in the Banu Qurayshi tribe, right? Muhammad.
Who won that? Who won that war?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Who won the war?
I don't care. I don't care who won it. Doesn't matter.
The Muslim won the war.
Oh, so what? It doesn't matter.
Did they win the war?
Yeah. And what did Muhammad do?
Okay, so they won the war, right? Okay.
What did Muhammad do to Sophia's family?
You tell me what the IDF did to Hind in Gaza a couple of days ago.
Oh my God!
You know whose Hind is? Do you know her?
All right, guys. Let me tell you something really straight and narrow here. When it comes
First, hold on 1 second. Unknown, you were saying what is it about the Battle of Khaybar? It's very important who won. The Zionists did not win. Okay.
Okay. The Zionists didn't win. Okay.
Ali ibn Abi Talib. Ali, the son of Abi Talib. You know, that's why you guys are butthurt, because he unalived Haris wa Marhab al-Khaybari. You know Haris and Marhab?
Single-handed,
yeah.
Lana upon Ali and Omar and Abu Bakr and Uthman. Piece of shit.
No, just Imam Ali alayhi salam, he unalived those two. Marhab wa Haris al-Khaybari.
I dropped him because he's insulting our religion, basically. That's
Federico, let's also not
if he can remain respectful, let's hear him out.
1 second, brother. Hold on, 1 second. Let's also not forget.
No, Afghan, I've been waiting patiently for this whole time, man. Let me get something straight against this. But you guys are going to use religion as a talking point.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This isn't the Knesset, okay?
Everybody, chill out for a sec, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak their piece. Okay, that's fair. Afghan, I want to ask you nicely. I know we had our little ruffle earlier. Just make sure we keep it in places where it's not going to affect the live. That's all I ask. I'm not trying to moderate your speech. It's just that's TikTok. And then as far as Dean is concerned, Dean, listen, don't set us straight. Just share your point of view with whatever it is, and we'll certainly let you say your piece. Don't interrupt him. And then when you're finished, let us know you're done. Try to take less than 3 or 4 minutes if you can, and then we'll respond accordingly if you're willing to stay up and have a conversation. Okay, is that fair? Okay, please go ahead.
Brother, if I could get 30 seconds, I wouldn't need 3 or 4 minutes. I keep getting interrupted. Here's the deal. This is what it comes down to. You don't need to convince the general people that a religion is right or wrong, or who's the right, who's the religion. Religion, you can't prove to me God exists or God doesn't exist. But what you can prove to me is that, dropping ordinance on children is wrong. It's bad. That's not okay. That is wrong. So I mean, you can go on and saying that, this is a thing that's been going on for hundreds of years. When I was first rationalized, and I remember saying that to a Palestinian, saying, oh man, this has been going on for hundreds of years over religion. And he said, brother, it's not that complicated. He said, take 1 hour. It didn't take me an hour. It took me 20 minutes on the internet to find out what was really going on for 75 plus years of apartheid. So all I'm saying is that you can sit here and argue till the cows come home about whose God is who and whose religion is what and who's the first, the Abraham, the best, the righteous, the bottom line is what's happening is wrong. What's happening is wrong. It needs to stop. That's all. That's all.
Right on. I agree with you, man. That's a good point. Yeah. So did you want to go, Afghan? Did you have something you wanted to say? I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Free Palestine, by the way. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, in the Battle of Khaybar, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Ali the son of Abi Talib, he single-handedly. He also, by the way, let's not forget that, he tried very hard to convince Marhab that, hey, we're all from the descendants of the prophets. We don't need to fight each other. You guys are way closer to us than Bani Quraysh, than the Quraysh. So than the Quraysh tribe, because they were, we consider them al-kafirun because, they're, I mean, because of idolatry. I mean, I don't care which god you worship, but I'm just talking about back then we were fighting idolatry. And, the Quraysh, they're hypocrites, So, he tried to convince them that, we can always solve things in a peaceful manner. We don't need to fight. But then Madhab, he said, never. He's like, what, you want me to become a Muslim? Like, that'll never happen. But, Imam Ali alayhi salam just want to tell him like, hey, your way and our way, it leads to the same path, So we don't need to make this about religion. But no, he just wanted to fight. So, that was that. And the coach, he just ran away because, when you ask him like who won, he doesn't want to tell you who won because he said it doesn't matter who won. No, it does matter who won.
Yeah, I wish Coach would have
Chair,
stayed up. That would have been good. Yeah, I would have enjoyed talking with him. Yeah, what's up?
thank you, everybody. Enjoyed talking to you, and thank you, Chip, for having me. It's been a good conversation, and thank you.
Okay, please come back. Yeah, it'd be good
Goodbye.
having you. Thank you very much, Gail.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish
Thank
Coach
you,
would have stayed up.
Gail. Thank you. You're amazing.
Yeah, good woman. Good person. I wished Coach would have stayed up. I've been in Coach's lives quite a bit. I would say, in fairness to him, he probably at least tells people not to be mean as far as personally. But boy, I tell you, some of these lives, man, it's like literally going into a viper's pit. It's really that bad. And if you couldn't tell today, I've had 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 different people come up who had different views, and every single person got treated with respect and decency and had a chance to speak their views. And that's just the better way to be as a human being, I think, and it just goes to speak to, again, how one behaves in life. It says a lot about how you are in terms of what's going on between your ears, right? So disrespecting people and dismissing them and being mean to them, I think is the wrong way to do things, I don't know. That's just me.
Brother Chip, I just wanted to apologize about earlier. And also, my whole point is that, these people, they're not interested in peace. The Israelis are, but the government is a right-wing, racist, Zionist. They just, all they want to do. I mean, how many times have we seen Ben Gavir and Bezalel Smotrich, Yoav Gallant, talk about ethnically cleansing the Palestinians, They are not interested in peace.
All the time.
And how can you have your future, your descendants to, to exist with the Palestinians when you are constantly, brainwashing them and telling them that, these are the monsters. The Palestinians are the monsters. They want to eradicate us. So we have to eradicate them before they try to eradicate us, But I've never heard one Palestinian ever, whether it was in person or on the lives, say that they want to eradicate the Jews. Because it has nothing to do with religion.
And can I add, I can't remember her name, Emily. She's a blonde woman, an American. She does a lot of videos, and she talks about how she went to Israel a long time ago. I think maybe like 10 years ago or something. And she interviewed a lot of Israelis on the street. And she made a very valid point. She said, why don't people really interview Israelis much? They're not really on the news. They're not interviewed. And she showed her videos, and it was because of the rhetoric that really comes from Israeli society, that stems from this indoctrination that they've had their entire lives. Because I've watched a lot of videos of prior Zionist Jews who have now like radicalized and are pro-Palestine, and they talk about the indoctrination that they received. A lot of creators on here are making videos about their experiences as Jewish youth in the United States. It is insane. Like I think Israelism or there's a bunch of documentaries that have come up, but they talk about a lot of the like trauma-based sort of indoctrination that they are receiving. And if I'm being honest, I see a lot of similarities with that and us in the United States, of how we grew up, like viewing other people outside of the United States as seeing that, Chip, earlier you were talking about the Pledge of Allegiance. When I share that with people who are not American about how we had to get up and say that every single day, like if that's not indoctrination, I don't know what is. And we were brought up with Hollywood telling us that we had to fear brown people, telling us what we had to aspire to was to assimilate into quote unquote American culture. And so these type of indoctrinations that are fear-based is what is making like the situation, the status quo, just continue right now, because it's just making them scared. And I think scare tactics are some of the most successful tactics as we're seeing now, because even though what's happening, it doesn't matter what they see on TV, on the app. Like it seems like a lot of these Zionists, there hasn't been, like we were talking about earlier, the napalm girl for them. There hasn't been that tipping point in which they're going to start believing that, maybe what's happening to Palestinian people is wrong, and that their quote unquote safety is not worth like hundreds of thousands of unalived Palestinians and millions of displaced Palestinians. And I think going back to these arguments of ancient arguments of who wrote this book and who promised this land and all that, all of that, that type of talk, it's not relevant to the modern, society that we should aspire to live in, which is equality for all. So that was just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, those are good points. Getting back to the fear, which I think is an excellent point. Living in fear is a very bad way to live. You're not really focused on your intent. You're kind of withdrawing from life rather than pushing forward in life. And I can understand the fear of rocket fire. I'm not demeaning people for that. I'm talking about in a general sense that everybody hates you, like everyone's out to get you. It's a very, very, very narrow, controlling way of trying to look at your life. And again, if that's your viewpoint in the world, then everyone's your adversary. And there's never going to be peace with anybody because they're all out to get you. So you better do what you have to survive yourself or else. And that's what I believe drives a lot of the thinking that we're seeing, unfortunately. And listen, most Palestinians could give a crap if you're Jewish, if you're Armenian. They don't give a shit. It's like somebody said in the TikTok video, who gives a shit if you're Jewish? It doesn't matter. Stop doing the barbarity. And the reason why people get angry at others is not so much because of just what or who they are. It's because what they might do to them. And when someone does something shitty to you, you generally don't like it. And I would argue that the only reason that Palestinians care even a bit about what's going on and the people who are doing it to them just so happen to be Jewish. But what they're doing is the problem, not who is doing it as the problem. That makes sense.
Exactly. Another thing, Chip, is that, all the atrocities that the ITF is committing, so that's why they're scared that Palestinians are going to do that to them. It's because for example, last week I was on, I forget which live it was. I think it was PG's live. They're saying that, that the H group raped a 13-year-old female, Israeli. But no, that's, then you ask them for evidence. They don't give you that evidence. It's because that's exactly what they do to tens of thousands of Palestinians. I mean, look, there's 10,000 hostages.
A girl is raped and you ask for evidence like this.
And also,
bring it back up. Hold on, we got somebody. Real quick, just so everybody know, the way the panel works is we can repeat this just in case. We give each other a couple of minutes to speak uninterrupted. And if you disagree with something, like I keep a notepad, or you can do it on your own, because you can switch apps and it won't take you off the panel. It just puts you in coffee break. But if you want to make some notes on your notepad while you're listening, you can still hear the live while you're in notepad. Take some notes, and then you can bounce back and forth when it's your turn. We'll let you bounce back and forth to your notepad app to check your notes. But please don't interrupt people, because that's rude, for one. And two, it messes up someone else's train of thinking, which means they don't finish their point, which means not everybody can remember exactly where they were as far as a thought when you interrupt them. Go ahead, Afghan. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to start doing exactly what you said, having a notepad and writing it. That's the best way, And so what was I telling you?
See, there we go. That's a good example right there.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll let the next person go.
Okay, that sounds fair. Who was next in line? Was it Maya? Or is it Austin? Go ahead, Maya. Then we'll let Austin go next. Or Audie.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Maya.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so what was the topic? I just joined the live, so I missed Afghan's
Okay, I
point.
tell you what. Let's do this. You can, if you hang tight for a second, you'll get a better feel. Let's let it continue for a few minutes. We'll let you come up when you have a chance to get a better feel.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Audie, if you're ready. Thanks, Maya. We'll see you soon. Audie, what's
Hi,
on your mind?
hi, Chip. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So you're giving us 2 minutes to rant for a second.
Well,
Is
it's
that
not.
it?
It doesn't have to be. If you want to ask somebody a question, or if you want to go a little longer, that's fine. Just make whatever point you want to make.
Reconsider it.
It's a little flexible. Yeah.
Okay, so I am an old, I guess, OG activist for Palestine. I was part of the Mavi Marmara, and in
Oh, can you tell people what
Cairo.
that was? That ship from Turkey? Can you explain it? What it was?
So that was one of the flotillas that was, it's debatable to say, the success story.
Great
9
white
people.
kids are the future of humanity. You're all talking.
Wow.
That was really ridiculous. Somebody said, please bring that person up, so I did, and then they start off with this white supremacy bullshit. Please, none of that kind of stuff on the panel. Listen, if you believe that, that's your deal. I'm not going to tell you what to think, but in terms of what comes out of your mouth on a panel like this isn't the place to put that kind of stuff out there. There are places you can go to, Nick Fuentes and other places, and you can talk about that stuff if you want to have that back and forth, but that's not something that, first of all, it's not good to talk that way, but more importantly, for this live here, you get the whole live taken down. It's selfish for you to ruin it, and we can't record it. We can't put it up there on YouTube. Don't be a dick, as they say. Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. The Mavi was a flotilla that unfortunately was raided and boarded, violating maritime law. And there were 9 people who were, unalived. I want to be respectful. And it was a very horrific experience. I was not on board. I had gotten not word that something was going to happen, but someone had backed out, and it made me nervous because they were my connection. So I didn't go. And then the next day I was watching it and couldn't believe what happened. So it was a very awful event. Then also I was in Tunisia during the Arab Spring. And what brings me to your panel today is to talk, hopefully, about Americans and this incredible opportunity that we have in 2024 to consider Palestine and what Palestinians have opened our eyes to. So my belief is that Palestinians are not the occupied ones. We are the occupied ones because we have allowed this. They're free. They know. We are the ones that have to shirk the shackles of colonialism and supremacy and all of that disgusting behavior that we know is beyond us now. Reason has come of age. We can treat people better. So with that said, I wanted to hopefully maybe bring to people's attention a candidate that's running that would completely divest from the war, but from It's Not Real in particular from day one. Their name is Jasmine Sherman, and their policies are on jasminesherman.com. And my hope is that people who are supporting Palestine and who understand what's happening with the G-side in Palestine will find themselves to just strictly vote for BDS. We need to get BDS under wraps and just pull the money out from this racket. And that's all I wanted to say. And I thank you.
Sure, Audie. Thanks for coming on. You're welcome to stay if you'd like to. And there's Jasmine Sherman. Someone, I think they're non-binary, so they use they, them pronouns in case you're going to refer to Jasmine. She doesn't go by she, her, just to be clear, which is what most of us would be kind of used to in normal language. Or I shouldn't say normal. I'd say the most familiar ways of doing it. But then there's also another candidate named Jill Stein. If you're not familiar with who Jill Stein is, she also takes a very critical position towards Israel. She doesn't want to fund these foreign wars. I don't know what her stance is regarding BDS, but I would imagine she supports such things. So that's another candidate that's running. I'm not trying to take away from Jasmine, but I'm also not taking away from Jill because I thought I'd mention her. She's the Green Party nominee. I'm not sure which party. What is Jasmine running as a party, or what's she running under? Or what is
Well,
they? What are they running under? I'm sorry, I screwed up there. There you go.
if I could just comment. So part of how I got familiar with Jasmine was watching, and I had been following Jill Stein quite a bit, but when we failed with Bernie, I don't know, I've just been much more critical. I'm even looking at, like, one state solution. I've gone past 2-state solution. I'm tired of this. Like, we need equality. So with that said, I've become much more, you could say radical. And Jill Stein did not do well when they debated with Jasmine. They did very badly. Now that I've become familiar with the situation, there is some bad stuff happening behind the scenes. For example, there is no BDS with Jill. There is only, as she says, diplomacy. And that's what I don't believe is possible anymore. I don't believe diplomacy has worked. I think that was our Biden. That was what Hillary tried to say too. We don't need a Hillary 2.0, right? But Jasmine won the debate with, I believe it was the free, and they all debated, and Jasmine won. But what happened was Jill Stein told Jasmine, quote unquote, that Jasmine wasn't the right color for the Green Party. And then yes.
I don't think that's true.
It is.
Are you serious? That's the last thing I think Jill Stein
I'm not
would ever
joking.
say.
I do not lie. I would never, ever, ever say something so malicious about someone if it was not.
But there are other candidates in my city. There was a Green Party candidate who ran for mayor who was African American. I mean, why would that be? I don't know if Jasmine's color. Is she black or is she a different color? Was she a different shade of skin?
She's black, but I don't think that
Oh, sorry.
was
They, this is they black.
necessarily.
I'm sorry. I keep screwing up the pronoun. I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
I'm sorry. They. Yeah, my apologies. I know better. I don't necessarily know that Jill. I don't know how Jill Stein meant it. I would have to talk to Jill Stein. But that's aside from all of that, because that's kind of ugly. To me,
That's shocking. Boy, that's not surprising. That would be shocking.
It's true.
Where did she say this? Was it during the debate, or is this?
Debate. It was after the debate in presence of some of the people who are campaigning with Jasmine.
So was this recorded somewhere, or?
I don't know if it was recorded or not. I don't know. I know that they're not. Jasmine's not really wanting to go down to the gutter. But that said, they did win officially the debate. So the debate should be, and the policy should be what is the premise for everyone, voting. And if we are truly looking at Palestine and looking at, this situation, then we have to look at what is going to BDS immediately, because that is truly what we've been working for 20 years. So that is Jasmine. That's not Jill Stein. And yes, I do believe it is true. There's also the part of Jill Stein taking some of the talking points of Black Swan election. It is a Black Swan election. We do have only 4 states to ratify the popular vote. We can do this with the student uprisings. We really, truly have the power now. We can do anything we want. We just got to do it. We got to do it. Not Jill Stein, not Jasmine. We need to support the candidate we feel with the best policies and vote values, not fear. But it is up to us. Every single person needs to be on the street like you are right now, Chip. Happy walking along. And I'm going to just end there.
Yeah, but Auntie, I ask you gently because a lot of people are looking at Jill Stein right now. So I ask you gently, if something is not recorded and something that you cannot bring out to show us, you make these claims become bigger and bigger, and instead of unifying our fronts, we're dividing our fronts. We want a third party.
Let's talk about it. So if the policies are going to be what we value, and I think I was really, calm about that. And I would not maliciously spread rumors. I'm not into that. I'm actually from Jewish heritage, and Lashon Haron is the worst possible crime a person can commit, which is falsifying a testimony of someone else. It is what kills people. So, and I don't have apathy, to anyone, not even Jill Stein. But here's the point. The policies that Jasmine are talking about are better than Jill Stein. And Jill Stein knows this. Jill Stein has actively gone out against Jasmine, has silenced Jasmine, And this is not a joke. I'm not kidding. And yes, we should be unified. But why would we not unify behind a candidate that is actually providing a better policy, providing already for the last year a running mate with actual policies? Jill Stein doesn't have that.
Yeah, I would take that argument much more than telling me that she called the other candidate a name or another. So you tell me about policy, you tell me about projection, you tell me about all of this stuff, I will take it with no questions asked. But when it comes to, because TikTok is very sensitive when it comes to, like, you say a word and someone else will take it, will spice it up and add some more spices to it. Then all of a sudden, from here until the election, we're gonna be looking at Jill Stein as a racist bigot. So that's why I'm not saying that I'm against Sarah or with Jill Stein. I just try to stop something from growing.
Your name is Federico? Federico, hello.
Correct.
I do not want to be slanderous or in any. I am not slanderous. I'm not slandering. And I'm not saying anything to divide. And I am going to go mention another factor. Jill Stein is 74 years old, and I have been protesting this for 25 years. I don't understand why Jill Stein is only getting arrested during election years. I don't understand why Jill Stein is writing a biography during a genocide. I don't understand why there would be this silencing of another candidate when, yes, I want Cornel West to endorse Jasmine. I want Jill Stein to endorse Jasmine. I want Biden to endorse Jasmine.
Let me say this because this is important to share. So I've met Jill. I met her at a peace rally in 2022, mid-2022. It was against the Ukraine war in Washington, D.C. It only had about 3,500 people there, so it was very small. But she was there. She was a speaker. And I've seen her at other events, too, that are similar in sort of social justice, not during non-election years. So I don't know whether she's been to a Palestinian rally or not, because I'm not from the same area that she's from. But again, I don't want to impugn somebody, they're not even here to defend themselves or to answer the claims. So let's do this. Let's talk up the person that you think is good, and then let's give the other person a chance to come on and make their case, and then we'll let people decide. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Let's do that. I think that's a better way to go about it. So Jasmine Sherman, they have a website, which is what again?
It's very simple. It's Jasmine, like the flower, Sherman, like the tank, JasmineSherman.com.
Flowertank.com. No, I'm sorry, JasmineSherman.com.
JasmineSherman.com.
That's the code word for that, yeah. Okay, so I'm curious. I'm going to go to Jasmine Sherman. I'm going to go there too because I want to see the platforms and compare and contrast them based on what I know about Jill.
Thank you.
And we'll do it. Listen, I'm always open to meeting good people too and having good messages get out. And more so, that's what these third-party candidates end up doing a lot of times is they get a bully pulpit for a period of time to get these types of messages out to the public, which this is the window we've never had before regarding Palestine, Israel. So
definitely.
It's a great opportunity to really wake people up, which has happened in many cases, but there are many more opportunities to do that. And nobody should be supporting what's happening in Israel. If they're doing it out of ignorance, it's our job to fix that part of it.
So Jasmine goes live every day on TikTok as well.
Okay.
And they are on 49 state ballots. The reason you don't see them is because it is pending ballot fees. They are trying to raise, I believe it's 300, it might be 200 and something $1,000 now for ballot fees. I'm not personally discouraged by that because I've been part of campaigns for families in Gaza and Palestine. The first family that I raised money for raised over $150,000 in 6 weeks. So I am not intimidated with a $300,000 ballot fee. And that, to be honest, I'm not even intimidated with any of it because we are 4 states from ratifying the popular vote. Okay. And what is the percentage of first-time voters coming forward? And how many voters that were young didn't vote the last election but are going to this election? We could be very overwhelmed with a very young voting pool that will be looking much more closely, and they are interested in things like land back. Land back symbolizes, the absolute plight of the Palestinians, and we can do that here in America too.
Yeah, we should. I think that there should be much more consideration given the indigenous population that got, let's put it this way, the short end of a very bad stick for many, many decades. And where things are today is atrocious. I mean, it's a national embarrassment. The fact that that people live in abject poverty after being completely annihilated, that to me is just, I can't even get my head around it. It's so bad. So that needs to be, at a minimum, that needs to be remedied. And people think because there's some licenses granted on federal territories for people who own casinos that everything's A-OK now. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Absolutely. And this is what got me to Jasmine. This is it right here, the land back issue. So Jasmine did not come out and do any sort of performative stance for me to like get my attention that they were pro-Palestinian. All to the contrary, I was looking at them going, why aren't they saying they're pro-Palestinian? Like, this is so pro-Palestinian. Like, why aren't they saying anything? They didn't say anything. It was always America first. We need to house the homeless. We need to recover from COVID. We have to do land back. We have to get our boots off the necks of others.
Yes.
And the only way to do that is to basically no rent, no mortgage, full stop, reset. And yes, a president can make executive orders. This whole charade of like homelessness is now illegal. Biden could change that in a heartbeat. He could change all of this in a heartbeat. He doesn't. So Jasmine would literally give land back from day one because every single American would be housed, period, points. And it goes from there.
I'm sorry, is that Audi or Audi?
So it's outie, and it's because I am autistic.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Interesting.
my daughter is also autistic. She's turning 19 in September. Autistic people are very creative,
I am an artist.
I knew it.
Yeah, actually, I do henna. You should see my henna.
Cool.
Oh, very cool.
So I was going to say that 2/3 of the homeless in the United States are American veterans.
Yeah, of which I'm one, not homeless, but I'm a veteran, and that's a terrible statistic. In fact, I think 20 to 22 veterans take their lives every day in our country, which is that's even more shameful. It's really bad. So yeah, that's a big problem. Listen, I agree. I've talked about this. I talked about this in the live yesterday, almost exclusively. We need a reset in this country, in the Western world. We need a reset. We need to reestablish community and a common set of decency where people have access to life's basics. And then, listen, there's always room to get more if you once you've taken care. But listen, have some humanity towards your fellow, human being, and even the environment around you. Forget about just humans. Have some consideration for all that exists around us. We're just a part of it. We think we're in charge of it, but we're just a part of it, and we're here temporarily in this little nice little era we're in. But there are going to be other species that outlive us by a long shot because they can bury themselves underground and survive almost anything. And we're going to be a temporary species like many others for maybe another 500 years, maybe 1,000 if we're really lucky. And that's it. And we're done, and it's on to the next. So, we have to look at ourselves that way and have a little humility and not think we're the dominating species. But on top of that, we can't have a system that's set up that we're the people who are really hardcore, go-getters, make all the money. Everybody else gets to eat the baby scraps off the edge of the table if they're lucky to get those. That's a bullshit system.
Yeah, basically crumbs off the table.
An interesting part of this is that Jasmine started out as a landlord and is a landlord, and they are the landlord of 32%. I can't remember if it's North Carolina or South Carolina, but how this started, their whole pitch to become president was because they tried to buy a abandoned prison. The government said no. They tried to buy an abandoned school. The government said no. They were trying to house people. And they had the money to house people. So the government said no so many times, they said, okay, screw it. I'm just going to become president, and this is it. Everyone's getting housing. That's it. This is done. The other funny thing that I think is interesting. Oh, wait, just hold on a second. I forgot.
That's okay. Yeah, I think the term they use now is the unhoused. And there are so many people now that are without housing. Now, some people are out on the streets and they have reasons why they prefer to stay there because there's not rules or they have whatever mental illness or they just have a different way of choosing to live, which is fine. But for those that do want to get either treatment or who do want to seek a place to stay, there's housing that can be built for very low amounts of money But again, like George Carlin said, if they could find a way to make money off homelessness, it would be over in 24 hours. But there is no money. It is a cost. It's not a profit center. And therefore, it doesn't get much attention. And that's the problem with our system. It's not community oriented. It is capital and profit oriented, almost exclusively. And that's not good for society. It's good for those who can navigate that system and are the go-getters of the world who can get those shares under their ownership. But that's not most of us. Most of us are regular people who don't have sociopathic pursuits of money over everything else in life, right?
Hey, Chip, George Bush is all three.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. You mean, I think he's all three letters, POS, if you can understand that.
Exactly.
Well, and can we just bring up, because I know I hate to be a Debbie Downer, because Chip, you've talked about this, and this is one of the biggest points that you talk about that I 100% agree with, you know, even if a third party, even if Jasmine did get into power, I am all for everybody having housing as a universal right, food as a universal right. I'm probably a communist if you ask me, but at the end of the day, like, that's not gonna happen. I would love for Jasmine to walk into the White House and say, all right, everybody is going to have housing, but there are so many roadblocks in our you know, legislative system that impede those type of things from happening. And I think, again, that may be you know, my downside to this, but I do want to offer to people who are listening to please don't put all of your chips into the electoral political realm. There are other ways in which we need to start rebelling. We need to start disconnecting from things. Stop like incessant spending. Stop giving into the economy, because I think what we need to be doing is voting with our money, and not so much emphasis on voting with you know, our quote unquote votes.
Yeah, very good point. I mean, we talk about some of the things
If
of
everyone,
power.
oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. That's okay. The things that we, the people, do have that the smaller, you know, very powerful oligarchy do have is we have more people. We have more bodies, more physical individuals. Now, you could say for voting that makes a difference, but we're divided from a voting standpoint, left and right, an artificial divide. Both parties have a lot of influence by money and other organizations, and it makes it very difficult for even the best of people to come into that system and serve constituents over their interests that pay the bills. So it's not that it's bad people, it's a bad system, and the system has to change. But they've enshrined elements of the system to an effect that we can't get past them through the system. So that's why someone like Jasmine, who may be a wonderful human being, and I'm sure Jill has her benefits as well, but even if either of them got elected, like Brenda said, they would face insurmountable resistance at all levels. And I mean, you think Trump got beat up a little bit in terms of all the stories and all the accusations and the impeachments and stuff. Love him or hate him, I'm not a fan.
How many are treasonous, though? How many have actually confused their loyalties with another country?
Well, I don't want to get into that, because I think that a lot of that was politically driven. If it was accurate, it's accurate, but I think the proof was not in the pudding. But either way, even if it was, I'm talking about just the resistance of a status quo that resists anybody who wants to do anything differently than what the status quo is used to. And certainly some of the things that we're talking about are, in their minds, I'm not saying they are for us, but in their minds, they're beyond radical. They're unthinkable to these people. These things don't even get a conversation at a cocktail party, much less consideration for action. So let's say Jill Steiner or Jasmine were president right now, like Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2025. Then what? What's the first 100 days look like? Probably not fun. You know, this is the problem.
Well, that's the beauty of it. No, that's the beauty of it. And an interesting fact: Jasmine will not run again. This is not a two-term person. This is a person who's simply willing to get America to a reset point, and then you and people like you need to stand up and start running for office. They're literally just going to hold the freaking floor so that people can start doing the right thing and getting in the right place. As far as Congress goes, I mean, I find Congress and the whole entire, first of all, to me, America died. America might have died on July 1st. I'm not sure yet. It could have been October 7th. I don't know. But something's going on with America, and the system's dead. The two-party gone. If we don't vote our values this time, then we have no excuse. It's going to be vile with Biden. It's going to be vile with Trump. And we can't not take the reins at this moment. Like, this is it. And I do believe the students are going, What do you call it when you have the whole world, every single country on the verge of a civil war at the same time in unison? What is that called, Chip?
A revolution.
An excellent movie.
Right. So the revolution is now, Brenda. You're right. That's right. And I agree with you. I think we should do other things than just putting all of our, hopes into a system. We need to reset the system, which is the only reason why I'll be voting, because that's what I'm voting for. I'm voting to reset. However, with that said, other countries, I've lived abroad most of my life, and other countries have referendums. I would really love to see America anticipate possibly a very contentious election, no matter what, and possibly get in tune with the idea of a referendum and get these students start demanding this, because a referendum is the opportunity to full stop if we have a bad election.
Sounds good to me. I would love to have a revolution. It'd be a beautiful thing. I think what I'm trying here, though, maybe I didn't do a good job of it, is that, one of the big parts about studying politics, which I've been doing for, 41 years now, I guess I've been more involved in it. And, you start to see certain patterns, you start to understand certain things. I'm in my almost 60. So one of the patterns that I've recognized in that time has been the unflinching ability of the establishment to get its way when it comes to politics and elections, and more than just that. Once things come to be, once the party system has to vote on stuff, the corporate interests and the special interest groups, they basically just get what they want. There has been no relenting of that, and it's gotten worse and worse every election that I've seen go by. So then the question comes down to, if they've locked up the legitimate system, the chance of us getting a presidential candidate through it, let's face it, it's very low. It's a huge long shot. In fact, I'd say, the odds would be, 250,000 to 1. It would pay very well if it was able to happen. It's just, it's almost unthinkable. And that's unfair, and that's unfortunate, but it really is just where we are politically. And that just sucks, because good people like Jasmine and Jill and others should be in our political system. If they're willing to serve and they have good ideas and they're fair-minded.
It is up to us, and I think that's the beauty. It's up to us, and I believe that's one of the things.
Let me finish the thought. This is the important part that I didn't get to. So the thing I'm saying is, it's not up to us, and here's why it's not up to us. We could do everything we could at the voting booth. We could talk to every American tomorrow morning and get them to vote for Jasmine, and that'd be great. I would love that. But the problem is so much bigger than the executive branch member. An administration can only do so much, even in a term when it has full control of both houses of Congress. It's just a big ship. It's a lot going on. And not that we can't try. And listen, this is not about giving up or throwing our arms up. This is not my point. My point is that the pathway to achieve the magnitude of change that we're discussing is way bigger than the current political process. It's so much bigger, and it's not going to change through the political process, because the political process is owned and controlled by the very interests that we're trying to fight to get rid of in the first place. So they're not going to allow it to happen through the system, because they have the money and the power and the systems in place to prevent it, which is why the third-party candidates can't get elected. That's the problem, in my opinion.
Can I tell you a story a bit?
Yeah, of course.
My mom, and please do not shame me for this. I had no control in this. My mother was a lobbyist for AIPAC, and that is how I became aware of much of this. And my mother was also on the board of Federal Reserves. So like you, I've been watching these patterns play out, and this is the one that I'm really watching. And also, just being in Tunisia and Egypt when the Arab Spring started, I see a tipping point now. I don't think that the revolution's going to wait until 2028. So whatever we get, and this is, it's either going to be status quo, a little lukewarm status quo, or it's going to be a full reset. And I hope that we vote our values and not fear. And, what I see with Palestinians, on the ground, knowing most of the friends that I've had have been gone, losing them, right? Losing them and remembering them well, okay? I want us to one of the things that they have is what you just were speaking about community. They don't know each other, all of them. They don't care who's who. They're just standing up to help whoever is near, and they are so unified right now. That's why I say they're not the occupied ones. We are. We're still afraid to shirk the system. And for the love of God, I hope we can do it. I really do. And I'm going to stop there. I've talked too much.
No, that's okay. Thanks for sharing your views. Auti, I think you said it was, for autistic. Thank you for sharing your views. Thank you for mentioning Jasmine Sherman to the crowd. And if you want to check out the website, it's jasminesherman.com, I think you said, right? Or was it Jasmine Sherman? You said, wait, yeah, she said Flower Tank was how I remembered it, jasminesherman.com. Check it out. This is third-party politics. Again, it's a challenging uphill slope for Americans, but I agree that there's more awareness now than ever, and it's a good time to strike while the iron's hot to the effect that we can. If nothing else, listen, let's just say it doesn't work the way we want it to. It'll send a big signal to the establishment that a lot of people, that hopefully this gets reported in the mainstream press, which doesn't always happen. That people voted they voted this way. They either abstained from voting because they can't take a Democrat or a Republican, or they voted third party or some combination of both, which does tell the establishment, not that they don't know it already, that people are downright pissed, they're not happy, and they want some changes. Anyway, we have a couple new guests here. We have Rox World 1 and we have Elazar. So Rox World, welcome. What would you like to talk about? Oh, by the way, Superwoman, did you get a chance to go yet or no? If you haven't gone yet, Superwoman, you were here first, I think. Let me see if I have you muted. And sorry, if I step past you, Superwoman, I don't remember who was who.
It's okay.
Okay, did you want to take a turn to speak, or do you want to pass the mic?
Yes, I do. I wanted to say something real quick. I am Palestinian Lebanese, and I live in the U.S. currently, and all our life we've been plagued with problems, and it's tiring, it's exhausting. But again, I'm seeing a lot of things happening in the United States, and I'm thinking, like, I'm longing to a community feel, like to belong, to have the basic, to be part of a, I don't know how to explain it, but then they will call you a cult,
You pull it out?
But like all of us coming together, teaching each other how to become prosperous. So, because money talks, as you said, we should vote with our money and not with our vote, because we know, an independent is not going to win. It's a reality I have accepted. But I'm thinking each of us have a set of skills. We can push each other to become like more successful, so we're not in this debt cycle that we don't have time to think about anything else, because we're always worried about, well, where am I going to get my next check from? And I feel that's why they know that they have us, because they keep us in perpetual debt, so we can't think straight and we cannot revolt. And so, that's what I'm thinking. And I think, if we help each other to create wealth, that would be very, very powerful. Like all these people that are getting fired because of their political opinion, I'm sure there's companies that stand with what we believe in. They can hire them. We're giving them a message. We don't mess with them because they have a back. And that, they are powerful because of money. BlackRock, Vanguard, all these money, Rothschild, it's all money. It's all money. So why can't we create the same powerful entities? And, bring,
Chip,
change the world. I could be a dreamer, but I am tired of living in this world. It's exhausting.
so sorry to interrupt,
that's all
Superwoman.
I
Chip,
wanted
are you looking at the comments? Some
No,
people are talking about the Trump rally, that something happened at a Trump rally. I can't find anything on it.
It says pow at attempted assassination at Trump rally. That's pretty big news. Wow. Why don't we do this, folks? Why don't we end the live on that? I don't have the ability to go research it while I have to go check that out, though, and we'll pick it back up if I have more information, okay? Thanks for the comments, Brenda. By the way, thank you everybody for being here. You all were awesome. This is one of the best lives. It's being recorded. It'll be posted on my YouTube and my Rumble channels in the next 24 hours. You can find where they are by going to my bio. It has a little link that says Linktree. Click on that. It'll be self-explanatory. You can find it. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. Thanks, Baz. Thanks,
Thanks,
Federico,
brother.
for helping moderate. Thank you, Brenda.
Thanks, Chip. Talk to you
Yeah,
soon.
see you all soon. Let's hope everybody's okay. Bye-bye.